The strongest dull prince's secret battle for the throne. I don't care about the throne, but since I don't want to die, I think I will make my little brother the emperor. Volume 12. By Tamba. Translated by Hillis Cat Corner. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Arc 42. Return of the Prince. Chapter 451. The Prime Minister of the Vassal State. A year later. The Empire and the Kingdom had ceased hostilities, and the continent was enjoying a temporary peace. Since then, no wars had erupted, and each nation had been focusing on its internal affairs. And this was no exception for the vassal states. Count Arthur, you are under arrest. What for? Prime Minister. A perfectly ordinary middle-aged man, that was Count Arthur. I barged into his mansion with my soldiers and detained him. Count Arthur was an inconspicuous nobleman of the vassal state. You bribed senior officials during the previous king's era, getting your son promoted and even expanding your territory. If this is not corruption, then what is it? In the previous king's era, that was the norm. Without doing so, my son wouldn't have been promoted, and our territory would have remained small. We couldn't feed the people if we stayed small. That does not mean I can ignore corruption. The current king aims for a clean vassal state. It's my job to eliminate the stains from the era of the previous king. With that, I ordered the arrest of not only Count Arthur, but also his entire family. My family has nothing to do with this. Do you know how much the people have suffered in this vassal state? If the family of a corrupt noble is involved, they are equally guilty. Nonsense. There's no noble in this vassal state without flaws. Everyone suppressed their conscience and followed along. Are you going to track down the flaws of these nobles and arrest their families too? Corruption is corruption. It must be corrected. You, a worthless prime minister who possesses not a single virtue of your younger brother, just because you're the king's brother, you throw your weight around. What you're doing is no different from the previous king and his senior officials who ruined this country. It's tyranny. Is that all you wanted to say? Take him away. I smirked and issued the order. According to my sources, there was hidden wealth in the mansion. Despite my brother, Trow, asking the nobles for all the help they could provide to restore the vassal state. Well, there would be various excuses for the people, for unforeseen circumstances. But ultimately, it comes down to the fact they didn't fully trust my brother Trow. Marianne spent a long time as a hostage of the United Kingdom and has not yet won the loyalty of the nobles. And Trow, her companion who became the vassal king, shielded by the majesty of the empire, has also not won the loyalty of the nobles yet. It's a difficult problem. All we can do is take it step by step. Sir, we've found the hidden wealth. Take it all out. We have others waiting. Hurry. While arrogantly giving instructions, I scanned the documents in my hand. The document contained the names of the nobles of the vassal state, those who had cooperated with the corrupt politics during the reign of the previous king, those who are still not actively supporting my brother Trow. My current job is to arrest them and send them to the royal capital, Cole. As the Prime Minister, Trow is running the country. I am supposed to assist him, but Trow quickly surrounded himself with natives of the vassal state. They will be the ones building the country with Trow. I am just a temporary prime minister. Once the system is in place, I will return to the empire. Trow is not so foolish as to create an organization that depends on me. Thanks to that, I am free to act. At present, Trow can only exercise absolute power in the royal capital. He has not yet gained control over the nobles in various places. That's why I'm running around like this. It's all for my brother Trow. Let's go. A week later, after sending many nobles to the royal capital, I returned to the castle triumphantly. But the report waiting for me was unexpected. Everyone was released. Yes. His Majesty made that decision. Again, this wasn't the first time. Last time, Trow released the nobles I had captured based on his judgment. I'm at a loss for words. Dumbfounded, I headed towards Trow Ni-san. As I approached the throne room, Trow Ni-san was speaking with a young man, a bespectacled bureaucrat. That man, distinguished by his sharp eyes hidden behind his glasses, was named Brad von Alcott. He had inherited the title of Count Alcott. The Count Alcott had been a high-ranking official during the reign of the previous king. This man was his son. He was at Trao Nisan's side because he had rebelled against his father. A man who refused to accept tyranny and sought to change the feudal lordship, that was Brad. Of course, his efforts had not succeeded, and Brad had gone through a period of hardship, but the feudal lordship was occupied by the empire, and the king changed. Trao Nisan sought young people with a future, and Brad had become the leader of these young people. He now served as the Minister of Internal Affairs, assisting Trao Nisan. Upon seeing me, Brad clearly furrowed his brow. Trao Nisan, please do not release nobles on your own. There were many things I wanted to ask. Prime Minister Arnold. Even if he's your brother, there is a master-servant relationship between him and His Majesty. Please remember that. I address His Majesty the Emperor as my father. I would appreciate it if you could keep your opinions to yourself. With that said, I shifted my gaze to Trao Nisan. Trao Nisan, sitting on the throne, had a troubled expression on his face. The investigation is complete. There is no issue with them. Even though there were bribes and hidden assets. Including that, I admit I was not thorough. From now on, I asked them to help and returned them to their territory. Such lenient treatment will only make the feudal nobles more arrogant. I am the feudal king. It is my place to trust them. In case of emergency, we can just replace them. There will be many imperial nobles who will be happy if we give them feudal lands. Second and third sons cannot inherit lands. Prime Minister Arnold. That's intolerable. Brad raised his voice. But I gave Brad a cold look. If you find it intolerable, then make the feudal nobles kneel promptly. There are still nobles who haven't come to greet Trao Nisan, you know? Don't forget that I'm going around because you failed to persuade the nobles. I admit I failed. It's also true that the feudal nobles were rude. But I would like you to refrain from making light remarks about them. If they don't want to be taken lightly, they should show their power. The defense of the feudal lordship and the cost of national reconstruction are all done by the empire. It's laughable that they don't want to be taken lightly when they can't even reconstruct their own country properly. Let me make this clear. The feudal lordship was corrupt because of such nobles. The pus should be removed when it can be. Brad fell silent. What I said was correct. I shifted my gaze from Brad to Trao Nisan. I can't help it this time. But don't let your feelings sway you again. There's no gain in showing a soft face. I understand, Arnold. Then, excuse me. With that, I left the throne room. As I walked through the castle sighing, several nobles approached me. It's tough, isn't it, Prime Minister Arnold? Even though you're the one who cares about the feudal lordship the most. His Majesty is still too soft. These were the relatives of the high officials who had served the previous king. Trao Nisan, whose base in the feudal lordship was still weak, couldn't just purge all of these families. He had given them positions and was using their power. These people did not like the emerging young power. So they were trying to curry favor with me, who was in conflict with them. Your Excellency, we are hosting a banquet at our house today. How about it, Your Excellency? A banquet? That's not bad. I'll attend. Thank you very much. It's an honor. Seeing them bowing over and over again, I smiled with satisfaction. Chapter 452. The Villain. Prime Minister Arnold, I wish you well for the future. With these words, the noble who had thrown the banquet handed over a box. Upon opening it, it was filled with a large amount of gold coins. I exaggeratedly nodded several times, then spoke up. You're thoughtful. I'm not as pure as Leo. I know that strong nobles are necessary to maintain the country. If you respect this, I won't treat you poorly. Having said this, I received the box from the noble. What I'm doing now is exposing the nobility. Naturally, the people here are also targets. They are the types from whom dust flies when you hit them. But their numbers differ from the nobles of the frontier. If I glare at them, it's over. They know this, so they flatter me. They excel at discerning who holds power. They are ever vigilant for their own survival. With these thoughts in mind, I drank my wine. Section. After the enjoyable feast ended, I returned to the castle by carriage. Then, in my assigned room, I let out a deep sigh. You seem to be having a hard time. I'm not struggling. It's just that the wine I drink with those guys tastes awful. A voice came from nowhere. When I looked, Sebas was standing there, appearing out of the blue. Do take it easy. Holding back is harmful to your health, you know? There's just a bit more to go. Besides, the national treasury flourishes just by going along with these feasts. Why wouldn't I do it? If you say it's okay for yourself, then I don't mind. But Lord Traugott will be saddened, you know? Somebody has to do it. I can't stay in this duchy forever. I must return to the capital. The quickest way to consolidate royal power is to make enemies. If there's a king who has chased away a giant enemy, the nobles will start to recognize Traugott. In the process, if the duchy improves even a little by exposing all its pus, that's worth it. So you're drawing the short straw then? It's too late now, isn't it? Plus, causing trouble in the duchy and getting sent back to the empire is the quickest way home. I can't keep dilly-dallying as the chancellor in the duchy. Recently, there's been increased activity in the kingdom. You choose to sacrifice your reputation to return home faster? Can a brother who returns with disgrace truly help his younger brother? There are many ways to do things. Besides, my reputation has been rising too much. I need to bring it down a bit now. While laughing, I received the documents that Sebas handed over. In it was information about the gatherings of the nobles I arrested. It seems they're all just complaints, right? Just as you predicted. It appears they're all thinking of some way to eliminate you. That's a good trend. They want to eliminate me, but I'm the Imperial Prince and Chancellor. As long as the Empire looms large, they cannot eliminate me. If they anger me, it's over. That's why a king who can ignore this is needed. The only one who can eliminate me is Brother Traugott. The nobles of the duchy have no choice but to rely on him. For Lord Traugott too, ignoring the Empire's intentions carries risks. The duchy's nobles understand that as well. Hence, if Lord Traugott still acts for the sake of the duchy, he will gather admiration. Is that your plot? All that's left is to bring down the highly influential nobles. They can't talk their way out of this. There are dealings with me after all. From the moment they cooperated with me, their fates were sealed. As I was laughing triumphantly, a different voice echoed in the room. There you go again, laughing like a villain. It's not like a villain. I am the villain. With that, I turned my eyes to the new guest. They must have entered through the window. The window, which should have been closed until just now, was open. It was quite a roguelike way to enter. You've worked hard on your reconnaissance, Mia. With these words, I acknowledged the scowling girl, Mia. Just as I had Sebas investigate the nobles who harbored resentment towards me, I had Mia search for something as well. I wasn't thrilled about it, but here's the list. This is also for the sake of the duchy. Bear with it. While saying this, I looked through the list. I had Mia investigate the nobles who still refused to acknowledge Trao Ni San, their fraudulent activities during the reign of the previous king, and their hidden assets. For Mia, who had been targeting corrupt nobles during the time of the previous king, it was a piece of cake to investigate such matters. I've said this many times, but most of them only committed wrongdoings because they had no other choice. If they didn't, they wouldn't have been able to protect themselves or their territories. I understand. Even if they're caught, Trao Ni San will release them. It won't come to a major issue. But, is there a need to involve their families? It's to make Brother Traugott feel indebted. The nobles of the duchy, perhaps remnants of the previous king's time, are mostly individualistic. They lack a sense of cooperation or gratitude. So I will forcibly make them feel indebted to Trao Ni San and unite them against the enemy. I am sorry, but we're short on time. I understand. It's the prince who's pulling the short straw the most. Mia lowered her eyes in a disheartened manner. There might be better measures if we had more time. But, not everyone has that luxury. The fiefdom will improve. There were talented people who were buried. If they have a country where they can move freely, things will naturally change. It might be forceful, but I'll establish that structure. Even if it means drawing the short straw, it doesn't matter. It's also for the sake of protecting my brother. Don't worry about it. After telling Mia this, I started checking things off my list. Not just anyone would do. Nobles who truly care about their territories. Nobles who possess abilities, though not involved in the central politics. Those are the kind of nobles who must feel indebted to us. Someday when I leave this country, these are the nobles who will support my brother. Well then, shall we depart tomorrow? We're running out of time. That seems to be the case. Our close allies are showing signs of reaching their limit. They've begun to coordinate with nobles from various places. That's how it should be. Mia, you've done enough scouting of the frontier nobles. Investigate the movements of our close allies in the royal capital. Sebas is my bodyguard. We can't guarantee that there won't be hot-blooded folks out there. If they dare to attack the Prince of the Empire, they should know that they'll be watched by the Empire. They may understand it intellectually, but emotions may not catch up. Resentment is a scary thing. It can rob you of your calm judgment. That's why it's better to be cautious. With that said, I found myself grinning. Chapter 453. The Insider. On the way to visit the frontier nobles, I was ambushed. Well, to be accurate, I found the ambush before it happened. Goodness, there were indeed folks driven by emotions. What shall we do? The assailants planning to attack me were found and neutralized by Sebas. Naturally, as the Chancellor, I have a security team around me. Being discovered by them would have been a big deal. Lock them up somewhere. It's just a unilateral decision from a minority. It would be troublesome if because of them, Brad and the others face a revolt from the nobles. Sebas nodded understandingly and left the scene. Trao Nui-san's aides must always be on the winning side. They must not be given any opportunities for others to exploit. They are a group sensitive to others being overthrown. Just the fact that I was targeted might incite an attack on Blood and his comrades. If a clash occurs there, the conflict could drag on. We don't have time for that. Let's go. We're moving. Don't dawdle. Hustling the group, I hurry toward the frontier nobles. I think this is probably the last round of visiting the frontier. Section. A week later, I, having arrested more frontier nobles, returned to the capital. It seems this time Trao Nui-san didn't release them on his own accord. This likely led to an increase in dissatisfaction. Certainly, Trao Nui-san must have received many plea letters. Being a king is hard. You're always forced to make decisions. It's hard to believe the person who forced him into this situation would say that. In a room in the castle, Mia was taken aback by my remarks. If she's shocked by this, she still has a long way to go. On the other hand, Finn, pretending she didn't hear my comments, offers me a cup of tea with a smile. Here you go, Lord Earl. Ah, thank you. How are the daughters of the fiefdom, Finn? Honestly, it might take a little longer. Finn came to the fiefdom at my side, though she didn't have a specific role. I didn't particularly intend for Finn to do anything, but she naturally became friendly with the daughters of the fiefdom. And in answering their questions, a classroom-like setting formed around Finn. She taught simple history and manners of different countries. It became a hot topic, and many young ladies participated. But the daughters of the fiefdom, to put it kindly, lacked a cultivated education. Because they never left the fiefdom. Minimal education would have sufficed. But from now on, the fiefdom will be interacting with various countries. Not only the Empire, but also the United Kingdom. Not only the qualities of those who stand in the political field are important, but also the interaction between young ladies can be useful in politics. In the Empire, the Empress closely communicates with the royal families of various countries. The education of these daughters can be beneficial for the country in this way. To nurture this, Finn is doing her best. Educational culture doesn't take root easily, it takes time. We'll have to take our time. Yes. Recently, Lady Marianne has been coming as well, which is helpful. After I leave, she will take over. The Queen has spent a long time in the United Kingdom. She's an exceptional person in the fiefdom. We should pass as much of Finn's knowledge as possible, then let Marianne take over, or borrow personnel from the Empire. Even if you're relaxed, movements to eliminate you are accelerating, you know? If they want to eliminate me, they should just go ahead and do it. Haven't I been saying that's my goal? You're not worried about your safety. You were just attacked, remember? You said it yourself, resentment is tricky. I've captured the hardliners, and Brad should be pulling them together due to their reckless actions. How can you be sure that the Minister of the Interior won't go rogue due to resentment? He won't. From the beginning, he's known everything. Excuse me. Mia freezes for a moment. Finn isn't very surprised. Recently, Brad and I have been constantly at odds. Everyone thinks that Brad is at the forefront of the anti-chancellor movement. However, the truth is, when he was appointed as the Minister of Internal Affairs, I had already discussed our current prospect, he said. Appointed as the Minister of Internal Affairs? You mean when he just arrived at the feudal lordship? You have been considering this development since then? No way, were we comrades since then? What was the purpose of letting me investigate so many times? Even before I came to the feudal lordship, I knew the problems with its nobility. The fact that they were accustomed to corruption was a problem, and it was also a problem that some nobles had too much power. To resolve these issues, one person had to thoroughly crack down on them. I, who will eventually return to the Empire, was the right person for the job. However, that would require someone to advocate for my removal. That's why, after discussing it with Trauni-san, I assigned that role to Brad. The next Prime Minister will be Brad. It would be problematic if he didn't have at least that much strategic thinking. You're not answering my question. What was the reason for letting me investigate him so many times? If I didn't investigate, wouldn't that be suspicious? If my subordinates were investigating around Brad, he wouldn't be suspected. It would be a big problem if everything, from my enemies to my own actions, were exposed as a sham that I had set up myself. The information that the hardliners were going out of control and planning an attack also came from Brad. Even for Sebers, it would be difficult to spot the pre-attack troops while protecting me. Because I knew the location, I was able to suppress it. You're not surprised, Finn? I just thought it might be the case. Those who oppose Ulsama like to use the term incompetent prime minister, but I've never seen him use it. You're not bothered by that. Was all the arguing also an act? It wasn't an act. We just argued about things that we could point out without any problems. Things like how I called Trauni-san, or Brad's mistakes. We were arguing about parts where each of us was at fault. The exchanges were not abusive, they were debates. They didn't escalate into anything serious. Most people saw Brad as knowing where to draw the line, so there was no need to go any further. My scouting was a waste, wasn't it? In order to deceive the enemy, you must first deceive your allies. The only ones who knew were Trauni-san, me, and Brad. The nobles had no chance of noticing. Why did you even prepare your enemies? The flow of my removal will determine the future of the feudal lordship. That also means deciding Trauni-san's future. I can't share such important matters with an enemy who doesn't understand them well. If there were an enemy as trustworthy and competent as my allies, it would be one thing. If not, it's better to have my allies do it. My removal is a move I can only use once. Failure is not allowed. If I'm going to eliminate the troublesome guys along with me, if I fail, I'll earn their resentment. That could become a future source of trouble. If I'm going to do it, I need to do it thoroughly and finish everything at once. What is needed is efficiency. To secure my position thoroughly enough that I can't do anything, and when I move, I do it in an instant. As I was thinking about this, there was a knock at the door. Come in. Excuse me. Prime Minister Arnold, the feudal lord His Majesty is calling for you. The one who knocked was Brad. Behind him were many soldiers. In response to this, I smiled. Let's go later. His Majesty's order is to go immediately. What? A letter has come back from the Emperor of the Empire. I assume the matter is about that. I haven't heard about this. Because I didn't tell you. With that, Brad raised his hand slightly. Then, the soldiers began to enter the room one after another. Mia instinctively braced herself, but I stopped her and raised both hands. I see. So you won't let me do anything. That's correct. Please come with us. The rest of you, search the room. I wasn't even allowed to destroy evidence. If it involves my father, I can't refuse. You'll remember this, won't you? Don't worry. You won't have a next time. With that, Brad started to take me away. Chapter 454. A good example. I was led into the throne room to face Trao-Ni-san. What's going on, Trao-Ni-san? Arnold. I am disappointed. For a moment, Trao-Ni-san wore a bitter expression. The hardest part of this plan was persuading him. He is not the type to condone a strategy that sacrifices his brother. So we talked it over repeatedly. I explained that this was the quickest way for me to return to the Empire, with the bare minimum of casualties. That's when Trao-Ni-san accepted my proposal. Disappointed about what? Arnold, I am a feudal lord. I must always stand by my nation. Therefore, Arnold, my dear brother, I cannot overlook your selfish behavior. Selfish behavior? Do you mean arresting the nobles? Their corruption is a fact. Is it wrong? Was there a need to arrest their families? It's excessive. The fiefdom has its own way of doing things. Do you suggest we ignore corruption? The customs of the fiefdom will never disappear then, right? Is that so? Trao-Ni-san heaved a deep sigh. Then, he signaled to Brad. At this, Brad led a group of soldiers into the throne room. They were carrying a large box. A spell had been placed on it, a magic that could only be opened by a person of a particular lineage. If you do not condone corruption, what about your own corruption? As he said this, Trao-Ni-san opened the box. Only someone from the Adler family could open this box. In the fiefdom, only Trao-Ni-san and I could open it. Carefully preserved inside were the interactions between me and the nobles. Isn't accepting bribes also corruption, Arnold? Without being utterly incorruptible, it's impossible to govern a nation. Eventually, I intended to arrest those people as well. That's why you kept evidence. That makes sense. However, there are those who will not accept it. Do they need to agree? This is to correct the fiefdom. That's exactly the problem. You look down on the fiefdom and don't consider the nobles. No one will follow someone they can't trust. I don't seek trust from the nobles of the fiefdom. If they have complaints, they can bring the nobles from the empire. This country is, after all, a defeated nation. Arnold, I am here to prevent the fiefdom from being persecuted by those in the empire who think the way you do. Now, I will relieve Arnold Lake Adler of his position as Prime Minister of the fiefdom. Trao-Ni-san made that declaration, but I just sneered at it. Unfortunately, the Emperor himself also wishes for me to be in the fiefdom. You brought me here, but it was my father who allowed it. Do you think you can dismiss me on your own? There's no problem. I already have a reply in a letter. I leave it to you, it says. Saying this, Trao-Ni-san tossed me the letter. I picked it up, and my eyes widened. It was certainly my father's handwriting, instructing Trao-Ni-san to handle everything. Even though I had no intention of thoroughly investigating it, I didn't know about this letter. The fact that Trao-Ni-san moved without alerting me shows he's serious about deceiving those around him. It's indeed my father's handwriting. Return to the Empire, Arnold. You no longer have a place here. If there's one thing I would like to say, everything was for your sake, Trao-Ni-san. I know. That's why I won't punish you. I won't let anyone do it either. Saying this, Trao-Ni-san took a breath. With my expulsion, Trao-Ni-san will likely gain the trust of the nobles. The nobles around me will fall into a predicament with the evidence I had. How it's handled will be up to Brad and Trao-Ni-san. It was a complete surprise attack. Even the corrupt nobles skilled at escape won't be able to resist. The counterattack would be to attack me, but even that was quelled. By now, Brad's men should be rescuing me. I'll inform the Empire that you've been dismissed due to your poor reputation. I'll turn a blind eye to your corruption. There are many in the Empire who think just like me, looking down on the fiefdom and believing that only Empire nobles should be allowed in. You're bound to clash with that idea, aren't you? That's what I want. I'm a feudal lord. The matters of this country should be decided by those in the fiefdom. Hearing Trao Nisan's declaration, I gave a faint smile and bowed. My role here is done. I see. If that's your belief, you won't accept my methods. I understand. I'll obey the royal command. Without saying anything unnecessary, I bowed and turned my back. Finally, I am free from the role of Prime Minister. As I thought this, I heard Trao Nisan's voice from behind me. Arnold. Though it was for a short time, thank you for your help. Take care. After saying that, I started walking. Now, I am the villain in the fiefdom. I probably won't be able to see Trao Nisan anytime soon. This is not a final farewell. We just won't be working together anymore. Thinking back, it was quite an enjoyable year. I spent it all supporting Trao Nisan. It wasn't a bad year. As I thought this, I passed by the captured nobles. Ah, Prime Minister Arnold. Please, help us. Please, we beg you. We'll do anything. Everyone cried and clung to me, but I shook my head. I've also been decided to be sent back to the Empire. I am no longer the Prime Minister. I'm sorry, but I can't do anything for you. Sent back? What do you mean? It means just that. Are you going back to being a prince of the Empire? Even though you were on the side of eradicating corruption, you were involved in corruption. How can there be no punishment? I was dismissed as Prime Minister. It's not that there's no punishment. Such a ridiculous story. We're the ones being punished. How can the root of all evil not be punished? It's unfair. It's tyranny. Your Majesty, this is unacceptable. They raised their voices, but they too were on the side of wielding injustice. Even when faced with such injustice, it's their own doing. Including my share, they will be punished severely. Section. A few days later, the preparations for my escort to the Empire were ready, and I was set to leave the castle. My dismissal was reported to the Empire as a rebellion from the provincial nobility. It was considered a failure, but not a crime. Thanks to that, I won't be pointed at from behind, and there won't be any damage to Finn, who came with me to the province. With that reassurance, on the way to the carriage, Brad was walking from the opposite direction. He didn't meet my eyes, but I will never forget this favor in my life. You can forget it. I count on you as the new Prime Minister. I intend to support His Majesty, taking the former Prime Minister as a good example. Saying that, Brad walked past. He is a dutiful guy. He probably came here just to say that. When he gets praised, it means that Lord Arnold, who was the model, is being praised. That's what it means, isn't it? I don't need praise. What I want is results. If he helps my brother, I wouldn't want anything else. Having this conversation, Finn and I board the carriage. However, there was a previous passenger there. Why are you here? Such harsh words. Can't I be here? There was Mia, ready for the journey. Originally, Mia was from the province. She even became a bandit for the province. Now, the province is starting to improve. There should be no reason to leave, but I'm going to meet my younger brother, who is under the care of Duke Reinhard. Oh, then it looks like it will be a fun journey. Finn-sama is so kind. Mia clings to Finn, mutters something about someone else, and leaves. I thought of leaving her behind, but that's not very adult-like, so I stopped. Instead, I let Sebas know. You don't have to prepare extra food. She's not a guest. That's too much. That's unfair. I understand. We have more than enough food for everyone, so don't worry, Mia-sama. As expected of you, Sebas. TSK. I heard a clicking sound just now. It must be your imagination. Turning away, I looked at the castle of the province from the moving carriage. On the balcony of that castle, Trao, my brother, and Marianne were there. Seeing the two of them together, I was relieved. Trao has someone to support him. I'm sure they'll solve any problem hand in hand. That's why. Well, let's go home. Back to the Empire. Saying that, I grinned. Chapter 455. The Second Prince's Wife. In the central part of the Empire, not far from the Imperial capital, is the medium-sized city of Rix. In it stood a gigantic mansion. Obviously larger than a lord's mansion, it was the property of the oldest noble family in the empire, the Altenburg Duchy. Eric was in one of its rooms. However, it wasn't Eric's room. The room, devoid of any unnecessary items, was remarkably plain for a noble's quarters. There were hardly any decorations, with the only thing embellishing the room being some adorned flowers. However, that was enough. The owner of the room had a sensibility to appreciate it. The room's owner was a woman. Her hair and eyes were both of a clear, water blue color. She was a gentle woman with a calm atmosphere. "You are busy with state affairs. You don't have to come here, Eric." "I can't say that. As a husband, I must at least show my face to my wife." With these words, Eric offered a calm smile, sliced some fruit, and offered it to the woman lying on the bed. There were only two of them in the room. The usual caretakers had been asked to leave. This was Eric's intention. The woman's name was Leah Lakes Adler. As the wife of the second prince, she should have been in the castle under normal circumstances. Leah is the same age as Eric, a daughter of the Altenburg family, and Eric's childhood friend. She used to be an energetic woman who would lead the shy Eric around, but now she was bedridden due to illness, undergoing treatment here. "Hey, Eric. I feel good today. May I go out and feel the wind?" "If that's what you wish." With these words, Eric offered Leah his hand and took her to the balcony. His face distorted at the touch of her frail hand. Leah's disease was unknown. Even the best doctors on the continent could not find a cure for her strange illness. Leah, who once held a sword and dreamed of becoming an adventurer, was growing weaker. The image of Leah pulling Eric along when they were young was nowhere to be seen now. Cough. Cough. "Let's return to the room. Just a bit longer. Let me feel the wind." "I see." In an attempt to comfort her, Eric hugged Leah. Knowing full well that it wouldn't help much, he couldn't stand doing nothing. "Hey, Eric. What is it?" "I heard. Arnold is coming back." "Yes, he is. Does he still intend to fight for the throne with Leonard?" Eric did not answer Leah's question. Silently affirming, Leah muttered quietly, "Wilhelm, Gordon, Zandra. They're all gone. Traugott went to the vassal state, Liza went to the border. Our family is being torn apart. And still, you want to continue? The throne is for the strong. That's the rule. Is that really all? Are you opposing your brothers just for that rule?" "I don't think so. I will become the emperor. I've decided. If it's for me. No. If it's for you. I won't do anything that would make you sad. This is for me. I decided to become emperor and took the first step. I can't stop now." Leah did not look at Eric's face. She knew what his face looked like without looking. "I will build a good empire. A peaceful one. Where everyone can live quietly with their loved ones." Leah said nothing. She couldn't imagine that such a world awaited beyond Eric's pained expression. After returning from the balcony to the bed, Leah lay down. Eric's visit had overexcited her a little. Fatigue made her body feel heavy, and sleep was approaching. "Eric. Please. What is it? Don't push yourself too hard." With these words, Leah fell asleep. Listening to her regular breathing, Eric stood up. There were many things he had to do, as he had forced himself to find the time. After one last glance at his wife's face, offering her a gentle smile, Eric donned a mask called ruthlessness. It was a convenient mask that hid Eric's weakness. "I'm going back to the Imperial capital. When Arnold returns, Leonard will make his move, but I'll make the first move." He gave instructions to his adjutants and headed for the carriage. Someone else was already inside that carriage. "Your Highness. Delay Arnold's party. Use that time to make necessary preparations." Inside the carriage was an assassin dressed as a maid, Xiaomai. She silently nodded in response to Eric's instructions. "Understood. I won't ask you to resort to extreme measures. Just make sure to delay their departure. As you wish. The momentum for a rematch with the kingdom is growing. We can't allow Leonard to head towards a decisive battle with the kingdom. Make sure to convey that to Mother as well. As you command." Saying that, Xiaomai disappeared. Alone again, Eric let out a deep sigh. Until now, he had been waiting, not making any moves. But now that the opponents had narrowed down, he couldn't afford to wait. Give up, Leonard, Arnold. I won't step back. Sending an unheard advice, Eric gazed into the distance. Chapter 456. The New Captain. In the northern part of the Empire. Night. We had stopped by the Marquis of Zweig's house, where there were originally no plans for the night. I'm sorry, Charles. I don't mind. But why did you change your plans? Charlotte von Zweig, the representative of the northern nobility, welcomed us, and I was in the Marquis of Zweig's mansion. Seeing Charles wasn't a rare occurrence. The province and the northern part of the empire are close. Every time something happened, we would meet. There was an obvious trap. So, I decided to be cautious. An obvious trap. The bridge on the planned route had fallen. We could cross by taking a detour, but if we were in a hurry, we needed to go through the forest. Many footprints continued in that forest. An ambush? Possibly. It was too apparent, so I moved to what seemed like the safest place. Now that I think about it, the purpose might have been to delay us. Delaying you? Did something happen in the Imperial city? There should be no emergency. But there aren't many people who would be troubled if I returned. Did Prince Eric delay you to take measures? She caught on quickly. Without saying a word, I nodded. If I returned, the balance maintained between Leo and Eric would change. They might have wanted time to make the first move. Honestly, I'm a bit relieved. Why is that? It seems he's serious about the battle for the throne. What do you mean? Until now, Eric has been inactive. He boasted the largest forces and disliked the idea of rashly fighting and having his advantage stolen by a third party. However, one can't ascend to the throne without engaging in some conflict. My worry was, is Eric even interested in the throne? Charles makes a face as if to say, there's no way that's true. Indeed. Absolutely so. If he wasn't interested in the throne, he wouldn't participate in the struggle for the imperial succession. But I couldn't feel the desire to become the emperor at any cost from Eric. It seemed more like part of his larger goal. If my concerns are misplaced, then that's good. The problem isn't there, it's that Eric is making a move. He has the largest forces. That's not it. Incompetent people don't gather the largest forces. Many believe Eric will win, which is why the largest forces have gathered under him. He's a smart person who has supported the crown prince intellectually. He shows his true worth in political negotiations, and on the battlefield, he takes on the role of a military strategist. Half of the crown prince's military achievements belong to Eric. The crown prince himself said so. Since childhood, the two were always together. Even their first battle. Although Eric was younger, he was allowed to join the crown prince on the battlefield. The emperor's pride and joy. Both of them were described as running wild by various countries. When the two began appearing on the front lines, the emperor, who until then had frequently quarreled with foreign countries, started to stay in the imperial city. If the two were together, they could replace him. That was the judgment. Eric was superior to the crown prince in terms of intellect. That's where his reputation comes from, and it's not mistaken. The kingdom is suspicious. They have significantly strengthened their military this year. They've been putting pressure on the surrounding small countries, making them provide supplies. The objective is clear. A rematch with the Empire? But why the hurry? If a conclusion is reached in the imperial succession, they know they can't compete. This has happened before. Besides, the Empire is still recovering. After all, it's only been a year. I looked up at the starry sky from the window. There were many incidents, and in the end, it turned into a civil war. Blood flowed here in the north as well. Considering those who have gone, it's inevitable to think of the Empire's weakening. However, while some are gone, others have risen. Speaking of which, I heard the Imperial Guards have been reorganized. At the topic I brought up, Charles frowned conspicuously. And then, she murmured, I really do dislike the Emperor. I couldn't help but laugh at her candid remark. Section. The next day, we bid farewell to Charles and left the Marquisate of Zweig. As we exited the estate, I had the carriage stopped. A distinctive call echoed through the air. Looking up, a white flying dragon was circling above us. Recognizing me, it descended slowly. On its back was a knight with a white cape. "Thank you for the welcome, Finn." "Yes, Prince Arnold. I assumed you would be at the Marquisate of Zweig as you weren't at the scheduled place, so I came to pick you up." Finn responded with the same gentle smile as he had a year ago. He was a different person in the sky during combat, but his ability was undeniable. "I am Finn Brost, captain of the 8th Royal Guard Squadron. I will now be serving as your escort, Your Highness. I look forward to working with you, Captain Finn." However, Finn had no subordinates around him. In an unusual turn of events, he had been appointed as the captain of the Royal Guard Squadron without any subordinates because he was capable of performing at that level on his own. Having such overwhelming power under one lord was excessive, and while I was there, he worked directly under the full authority of the Northern region. After I left, Shaw managed him as a force for the entire North. However, he was appointed as the captain of the Royal Guard Squadron by my father, who was eager to reorganize the Royal Guard. Well, it was bound to happen sooner or later. Finn was just that powerful and unique. Now, with this, there shouldn't be anyone left to make fun of me. Let's head to the Imperial City right away. Yes, the Emperor is waiting. Is it for a lecture? Who knows? Laughing, I returned to the carriage, and Finn took to the skies. Chapter 457. The Imperial Guard Sword Salute. Noon. Upon my arrival in the capital, no one was there to greet me. Our carriage strolled boldly down the main street. People were engrossed in their everyday life. There was no triumphant return. Since I was sent back due to failure, there was no need to notify the citizens. The citizens probably only felt a nobleman's carriage passing by. The capital seems busier than before. Indeed, a year is enough time to rebuild. This is the Emperor's home turf, after all. From your tone, are other places still struggling to recover? The superficial recovery is probably done. But it takes time to truly return to the previous state. A building returning to its original shape doesn't mean that recovery is complete. To say that recovery is complete, the vitality has to return, the people's comings and goings have to return, the wounded hearts have to heal, and various other things have to be overcome. The reason why the capital's recovery is quick is because people's traffic is active. If you stop, you'll be left behind. That's why people are resilient and quick to rise again. Busy days make you forget about sadness. Even just rebuilding the structures, the empire is impressive. Indeed, the provinces are still far from catching up in terms of buildings. Well, the damage due to tyranny is more significant than the damage due to war, which is the main cause. Whatever is hastily built will crumble in an instant when it falls. The provinces, under Emperor.The, will slowly rebuild without rushing or panicking. There's no use comparing it to the empire. In response to Finn's words, Mia and I nod. Each province has its own pace. Whether the province can stand as a country during Traugut's reign is the level of problem we're dealing with. Of course, the empire will support them. Having a province on the northern side makes it impossible for the empire and the kingdom not to be vigilant. It's enough to just stand on the side of the empire. That itself becomes pressure. The imperial army may invade through the province. If you think that way, you need to expand your defenses. As I was thinking about these things, our carriage arrived at the castle. Upon getting off, there was no one around. Oh come on, no welcome? That guy. Wasn't it conveyed? Could it be? Finn came, yet Leo didn't get the message. As I was about to say, I cut my words short. A guard was running towards us. Prince Arnold. The Emperor summons you. So soon. So, this was the reason for the lack of welcome. He wanted to call me out quickly for a lecture. What a fine hobby he has. With that thought, I bid farewell to Finn and Mia and headed towards the throne room. Section. Led by the guard, I headed towards the throne room. Nothing has changed in the Imperial Sword Castle in a year. Just before the straight path leading to the throne room. That's where the guard stopped. What's wrong? My lead ends here. You'll proceed alone from here. What? I've never heard of a guide stopping at a place like this. Today is special. Saying so, the guard left. I wonder what's going on. Sighing, I walked down the straight path. And I soon understood why the guard had stopped guiding me. Good grief. I muttered and kept walking. Ahead of me were knights with white cloaks. Unlike the guards from earlier, these cloaks had designs. Only the captains of the Imperial Guard Knights are allowed to wear these. There were 13 of them. They stood divided to my left and right. Is the full cast of Guard Knights captains present? Is my father about to lead a campaign himself? No one answered my question. Having no choice, I took a step forward, and at the end of my sight, the Knight Commander Alida muttered, "Draw your swords." All of them drew their swords in unison. Then they placed the tip on the floor and all 13 knelt. Finally understanding the meaning, my eyes widened. This was a ceremony, and it's the highest ceremony conducted by the captains of the Imperial Guard Knights. Captains seldom kneel, because they are knights directly under the emperor. There's a ceremony where such guards kneel with their swords. The Imperial Guard Sword Salute. A ceremony performed for a hero who has saved the country, or someone of similar stature. We celebrate your highness's return. Everyone chimed in unison. Whose idea was this? Unsettled, I moved through the ranks of the Imperial Guards. And then, at the very end, I muttered, "Is this your doing?" Of course it's not. For a conversation we're having for the first time in a year, it was quite terse. Elna, who was kneeling, sighed as if exasperated. Well, indeed, no matter how much Elna would request for it, permission wouldn't be granted. Can you explain? Captain Alida, who prepared such an uncomfortable ceremony? Moving through the ranks of the Imperial Guards, I asked the standing Alida. As Alida sheathed her sword, she put her hand on the door to the throne room. Usually, it's not the role of the captain of the Imperial Guards, because there are dedicated Imperial Guards at the gate. Every single thing is top-class treatment. What's going on? A letter has arrived from His Majesty Traugott. Trau-Ni-San, the 7th Prince, Arnold, has made significant achievements in the vassal state and has accomplished maximum efforts as a chancellor. These achievements will bring benefits to the empire for a long time to come. We request the highest level of welcome as a vassal king. That person. Seeing me mutter, Alida smiles faintly. And then, "The emperor is waiting for you." As she spoke, the door was opened. The throne room. At its deepest part. On the throne sat my father. Next to him was Chancellor Franz. And in front of them were 2 princes, looking at me. "Thank you for your hard work on the mission. You did well to return, Arnold." While sitting on the throne, my father declared. And then he smiled wryly. Chapter 458. The Kingdom's Military Expansion. People who take pleasure in doing what others dislike. That's what that smile suggests. Even though he's my father, how wicked he is. While thinking this internally, I move forward. In the process, Leo, with a grin, commends me. "Welcome back, Ni-san. It seems like it was tough, wasn't it?" "Thanks. But the real tough part is coming back home." With a shrug, I glance back. I never expected to receive such formality from the captains of the Imperial Guard. The surprise was beyond my expectation. Traugott, my brother, must have requested this, but at the same time, my father granted it because he knew I would dislike it. It seems he didn't like the idea of me finishing my job according to plan. What a difficult person. "You've worked hard, Arnold." "No, not at all. But I wished I could have returned a bit sooner." In response to Eric's words, I reply thus. My words imply that if it weren't for someone's interference, I could have been back earlier, but Eric doesn't get the hint. "Usually, we'd want to welcome you grandly, but publicly, you've failed. Only a select few know the truth because it would be troublesome for Traugott if the people in the fiefdom suspected something. Please understand. That was the plan from the beginning. There was no other way. As long as Trau-Ni-san can govern the fiefdom safely, my bad reputation doesn't matter. You should care more about your reputation, Ni-san." Behind me, Leo nags me a bit. Pretending not to hear him, I push the conversation forward. So, you didn't gather just to welcome me, right? What if we said it was for your welcome? I'd think it's quite peaceful. But it's not that peaceful, is it? Hearing my words, my father chuckles, then turns his gaze to the Chancellor. Franz. Yes. Currently, the Kingdom of Palan is rapidly expanding its military by exerting pressure on the small country alliance, the Letusa Federation, located on the west side of the continent. There are many small countries on the western side of the continent. There are countries of demi-humans and humans, but they formed an alliance, the Letusa Federation, to counter the major power, the Palan Kingdom. However, even if small countries band together, the attitude of a large country doesn't change. It's just that the opponent, who could be crushed anytime, has become a bit more troublesome. A mere underdog is an underdog after all. The Letusa Federation has no intention to truly go to war with the kingdom. They only want to be a part of the negotiation table. As a result of the negotiations, the Letusa Federation assisted the kingdom's military expansion by providing resources and money. They enhanced the threat against themselves. Their intention is understandable. If they act this way, they know the empire wouldn't be able to tolerate it. This military expansion has been a problem for a while, but recently, ministers and nobles have advised that if left unchecked, it will eventually threaten the empire. That's certainly a valid point. No matter how they sugarcoat it, it is an anti-imperial act, no doubt. So, advice has already been presented to my father. This is probably why Eric detained me. They have already started their moves. They must be doing behind-the-scenes maneuvering. The mood to attack the kingdom is growing. Arnold, what do you think? Eventually, we'll have to settle things, sooner or later. If we can win the war, why not? Then, let me change the question. Do you think we can win now? A year ago, there were no renowned generals in the kingdom's army that Leo repelled. The generals who fought alongside the Saint Letitia didn't want to go to the front line. However, the kingdom is moving to expand its military, probably because they can now mobilize some decent generals. If that's the case, it'll be hard to avoid a tough battle. I see, that's very like you. Then, assuming we can't avoid a tough battle, who should we send out to ensure victory? At my father's question, I paused to think for a moment. There's no such thing as a guaranteed victory. Even if you attack with a large army, it's not unusual to be overturned by a small number. If that's the case, we have to discuss the most likely way to win. Considering past battles with the kingdom, there's only one answer. I don't know who should go, but there is something we should do. What is it? We should send an envoy to the Albitro Duchy. The reason we couldn't conquer the kingdom in the past is because of their maritime support from the Albitro Duchy. First, we should cut that off. Do you agree with Eric? The king and Franz shared a glance. I looked at Eric, who was next to me. As always, he wore a cold expression, and his emotions were unreadable. However, I understood his intentions. To persuade the Albitro Duchy, it's better to send someone with a connection such as Leo or me. Either way, we would definitely be driven away from the imperial capital. Since preparing for battle against the kingdom is necessary, and there's nothing unnatural about the choice of person. He really thinks things through. Since the incident with the Sea Dragon, the Albitro Duchy has been closer to our empire. If either Prince Arnold or Prince Leonard goes, persuading the duchy would likely be easier, Franz said. That's true, but Arnold has just returned. Leonard, could you go? The king asked. If you command me, I will go anywhere, Leo replied, bowing his head. He had no choice but to say that. So, what will we do? Should I nominate myself? However, that would mean leaving the capital again. Preventing Leo from going to the duchy and keeping him in the capital would be pointless if Leo was excluded from the battle against the kingdom. I wanted to derail this discussion, but right now, we're playing into the enemy's hands. No matter what move we make, it probably won't matter. While I was contemplating, the door to the throne room opened. A royal guard had opened it, and the person who came through was... Ah, good, I made it in time, a plump man who appeared said, falling to one knee with a pleasant smile on his face. I am Duke Jürgen von Reinfeld, paying my respects to His Majesty and the princes. I bring a personal letter from Field Marshal Liselot, who oversees the defense of the eastern border, he announced, still grinning. For a moment, Leo and Duke Reinfeld's gazes met. I see. So it seems Leo had not been idle either. Chapter 459. Floating Pieces. The sudden appearance of Duke Reinfeld. Normally, this would cause confusion, but the phrase about having a personal letter from my sister Liza gives legitimacy to everything. The current topic is about war. And in war, no one is more knowledgeable than my elder sister Liza. Is it a personal letter from Liza? Show me. Yes. Duke Reinfeld handed the letter to a knight nearby. Then it was handed over to my father. After reading the letter with an interested look, my father showed it to Franz with a laugh. Fascinating, isn't it? Franz. Interesting or not, it's certainly unusual. What does Liza Anyu say? At Leo's question, Franz responded with a bitter smile. She insists on being involved in the conquest of the kingdom. What's her plan for the defense of the eastern border, then? I thought that's what it would be, but the confirmation is somewhat draining. However, the fact remains that the situation has changed. Duke Reinfeld, can we ask you for the details? Yes, I can explain. Marshal Liselot believes that it is necessary to reshuffle the positions. In recent years, the threat of the Sokol Empire has decreased, and the threat of the Palan Kingdom has increased. Therefore, she suggests moving the main force of the Eastern Border Defense Army to the western border. That sounds easy to say, but moving an army, especially a border army, is an extremely difficult task. From east to west, and from west to east. How many months do you think just the movement will take? Eric frowned and protested. It's a natural opinion. So natural, in fact, that it's too common sense to even argue about. In that regard, she says to leave it all to you, Prince Eric. In her exact words, I'm giving you the opportunity to make a name for yourself, so do something about it. That woman. Eric was left speechless. I would be too if I were in Eric's shoes. I bet his head is aching like crazy. It's just like Liselot. Franz, what do you think of this proposal? It's the worst, if I may say so from a civil servant's point of view. It seems that Franz also agrees with Eric. An unreasonable demand from a general on the ground. It's a proposal that would make a civil servant want to blow a gasket. However, what she's saying is reasonable. There's no doubt that Liselot and the Eastern Border Defense Army are in limbo. The reason the threat of the Empire has diminished is precisely because Liselot is in the East. As Minister of Foreign Affairs, I can keep the Empire at bay because I have the absolute shield that is Liselot. If she moves, the Sokol Empire may take a serious stance against the Empire. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs and a member of the royal family, I can't allow this. Eric rejected Liza's demand. Franz nodded at Eric's words. Of course he would. It's clear that this is how it would go. Liza can't be blind to that. She must have made this request deliberately. I glanced at Duke Reinfeld. The Duke also seemed to agree with Eric's opinion. He understood that it was an outrageous request. Duke Reinfeld, did Liza only say that much? No, she had a contingency plan in case her proposal was rejected. If it's not possible to reposition the army, she suggested using other pieces that are floating around. Other floating pieces besides Liselot? Who are they? Duke Reinfeld's gaze turned to Eric. Eric accepted the gaze without changing his expression. She thinks that the late Crown Prince's strategist, Prince Eric, should return to the front line. She believes that there would be no problem as she can hold back the Sokol Empire. Me, return to the front line? Prince Leonard and Prince Eric. Marshal Liselot believes that if the two of you take on the conquest of the Palan Kingdom, there's almost no chance of losing. Why not use your wisdom that once supported the Crown Prince on the front lines again? There was a moment of silence. Certainly, it is a perfect formation. However, there is one problem. Does that mean I should assist Leonard? I've just conveyed Marshal Liselot's thoughts. Duke Reinfeld takes a step back. This was due to the overwhelming pressure exuded by Eric. Eric isn't the type to take the front lines. He is, in essence, a staff officer, a strategist. Hence, he thrives when someone else holds the front line. It means he is of a supportive type. If he pairs up with Leo, he will inevitably end up supporting Leo. Just like when he had once partnered with the Crown Prince. The only one I will assist is Wilhelm. No one else could take his place. Quietly, Eric declared so. It implied his refusal to march out in a duo. Though this would revert the conversation back to square one, not everything can be turned back. The matter now is how to fight against the kingdom. There was a shared understanding that the Duchy of Albitro needed to be subdued, and the real issue was how to directly confront the kingdom's military. Eric had two intentions for steering this course. He wanted to distance himself from Leo, and the other was to secure an important position in the war against the kingdom. However, he had just declared that he wouldn't take the front line. This would certainly pose a problem for Eric. I understand Eric's feelings. I can't force him. If that's the case, the only candidate we have is Prince Leonard. We're up against the powerful kingdom's army. An average general won't stand a chance. At my father and Franz's words, Eric faintly furrowed his brows. Perhaps, he originally planned to go to the front lines with his loyal generals. Knowing Eric from the times when he rampaged with the Crown Prince, this proposal wouldn't seem bad. However, things fell through when Leo got involved. It seems he just couldn't accept it. Supporting is still considered as supporting, no matter how you look at it. Eric's military fame has not been recognized because he was simply the Crown Prince's aide. The same will happen this time. Once he accepts, with no benefit to himself, it's over. Well, he could have refused with a little more diplomacy. What just occurred was unlike Eric. His words were emotional. Perhaps it's because it's Liza, my Anu, who knows Eric well. Then, we'll consider Leonard as the main player in the war against the kingdom. Is that okay? No objections. Faster than anyone, Eric said so. He must have judged that overturning the situation from here was impossible. It's a very Eric-like judgment. But, Your Majesty, if by any chance Leonard fails, I will take the front line. I thought you wouldn't assist anyone but Wilhelm. Protecting the Empire takes precedence. If Leonard alone can win, nothing could be better. I could then concentrate on diplomacy. I see. Then, I'm counting on you in case of any unexpected events. Understood. He has secured a guarantee for the next step in exchange for ceding to Leo. Has he deduced that there is still a significant chance of victory? Well, the opponents are generals who have fought battle after battle alongside the Saint. It's entirely possible they could cause some difficulties. What constitutes a failure varies from person to person. If I'm not careful, the best opportunities could be snatched away. So it seems Arnold will be the one going to the Duchy of Albitro? There's no helping it. Take a little rest in the Imperial city before you leave. The kingdom is probably watching your movements. If you head to the Duchy immediately, they will detect our movements. Understood. And thus, the basic policy for the war against the kingdom was decided. Chapter 460. Making the rounds. After the discussion in the throne room ended, I parted ways with Leo and headed towards the inner palace. It was time to make my return greetings. I'm back, safe and sound. I'm glad to see you're well, Ul. My mother said this with her usual composed demeanor, unchanged from a year ago. I'm glad you're well. That was my line. It seems her illness is still sporadic. While relieved by this, I reached out for the sweets prepared by my mother. That's when I was blindfolded from behind. Who's there? Who do you think? A voice I hadn't heard in a while, but I couldn't mistake it. I answered without hesitation. You haven't changed, have you? Krista. I've changed. I've grown a bit taller. Welcome back, Ulni-sama. She removed her hand, and when I turned around, Krista was there. She might have grown just a bit, really just a bit taller. It's a minor difference, but I guess it's a significant step for her. As I pat her head, a young girl behind Krista waves at me. Welcome back, brother Ul. Had she grown taller than Krista? It was Rita, Krista's friend and a night trainee. However, she was wearing a white cape. Seeing this, I laughed, and Rita looked surprised and knelt down. I greet you, Prince Arnold. As a trainee of the Imperial Guard. A trainee of the Imperial Guard? Elna said she would train her herself and forcibly pulled her in. She had enough achievements, so she was given special permission. But there's no Imperial Guard who hasn't passed the selection test, so she's a trainee. She's currently Krista's exclusive guard. I see. So basically, nothing's changed. Yes, I'm always with Rita, Krista said, separating from me, holding hands with Rita and smiling. Rita seemed unsure of what to do, just standing there in bewilderment. As a trainee of the Imperial Guard, there are certainly etiquettes she should learn. However, there's no need to be so formal. Elna also takes a casual attitude towards me, right? It's a matter of time and place. Just act naturally now. Oh, as expected of Ulni. Clear and simple. Rita nodded vigorously with a bright smile. Given Elna's attitude, she probably can't scold Rita. Well then, I'll be on my way. I picked up a sweet, popped it into my mouth, and stood up from my seat. Even my mother managed a wry smile. Can't you stay a little longer? I'll come again later. I just thought I'd finish up the return greetings today. Well, I'll prepare a meal for us later. I'd love that, my mother's homemade meal. I'll be back before it gets too late. Shrugging my shoulders, I left the place. Section. In the outermost layer of the Imperial City, there's a small dojo. I quietly peeked inside. A man was there, swinging a sword on his own. No more disciples. It's a day off. When I muttered quietly, the man flatly denied. We locked eyes as he turned around. Hey, long time no see. You. Shouldn't long time no see come first? With a grimace, Guy let out a sigh. But soon, Guy gave a sly grin. Well, never mind. Welcome back, Ul. Yeah, I finally got out of the troublesome role of Prime Minister. I heard you stirred up quite a storm, even going so far as to crack down on every noble. Not to that extent. Well, something like that. The rumors have reached the Imperial City, and your reputation is at an all-time low. They say you're venting your anger at the nobles, your Royal Highness. That's not it. I was simply fulfilling my duties. Since when are you so diligent? Isn't this part of some nefarious scheme? Ah, childhood friends, they know me too well, I thought as I shrugged my shoulders. Guy changed the subject without pressing any further. That being said, the Empire has changed a lot this past year. That's what you came to hear, right? It's helpful that you understand so quickly. I could ask Leo, but it's easier to understand when hearing it from a third party. Well, I only know rumors, but for now, the struggle for the throne is at a standstill. The high-ranking nobles around the imperial capital are almost entirely supporting Prince Eric, while it seems that the nobles in the remote regions are supporting Leo. That's as expected. From the beginning, the majority of nobles were on Eric's side. We have no choice but to give up. Most of the ministers are also in favor of Prince Eric. Yet it's a balanced fight because the leading western side of Duke Kleinet, the leading northern side of Marquis Zweig, and the leading southern side by Count Zimmel, or rather, he is now a marquis. These three families are openly supporting Leo. Recently, the only nobles who have made accomplishments are these three families. Nobles with reputation side with Prince Eric, while nobles with substance side with Leo. That's how the commoners see the struggle for the throne. Guy concludes his explanation of the succession dispute like that. It's mostly as expected. Guy is a commoner who doesn't know the details, but the actual situation probably isn't much different. Nobles who dislike change side with Eric, while nobles seeking change side with Leo. The reason the majority of nobles side with Eric is because there is no benefit in switching to Leo now. Only those who helped in times of disadvantage are worthy of trust. Now that the struggle for the throne has become a choice between two, you have to choose a side or there won't be a tomorrow. People with some degree of position fear Leo. If Leo becomes the emperor, those who currently don't have a position will get one. At that time, someone will have to give up their position. That wouldn't happen in Eric's case. Maintaining the status quo is guaranteed. Eric is maneuvering in such a way. Maintain or change. Both have their merits and demerits. Also, this is a story from the Adventurers Guild. The guild headquarters has started to gather high-ranking adventurers or station them around the kingdom. It seems they're on high alert because of the demon commotion a year ago. That's expected. There was a lot of damage. Initially, the demon's subjugation was not public. However, the damage was too extensive to hide. A demon appeared in the kingdom and was subdued by an SS-class adventurer. That's the guild's explanation. But adventurers, unlike commoners, don't just swallow this. The appearance of a demon is a big deal, and normally the surrounding adventurers would be mobilized. The fact that multiple SS-class adventurers moved means it was a planned move. Naturally, this leads to distrust towards the kingdom, where this all took place. The recent movement of the guild headquarters only adds to this. It seems they've decided they don't care what the kingdom thinks of them anymore. So, it seems that the number of S-class adventurers in the Empire will be increased. The guys at the Imperial City branch are nervous these days, worrying about potential friction with Silver. They wouldn't fuss like children, would they? You can say that because you don't know Silver. Inside, he's a brat, just like Elna. At Guy's words, I manage a smile, but I'm taken aback. I can't believe Elna and I are being compared like this. That's rude. While suppressing the urge to deny this, I continue to listen to Guy's story. Chapter 461. The Four-Person Discussion. Having finished the round of greetings, I returned to the castle after having a meal with my mother and was once again in the throne room. 4 people were gathered. The Emperor, the Chancellor, the brave Duke, and me. I was admittedly out of place, but there was a common plot among these 4. It was an investigation into the death of the Crown Prince. Well, let's hear the details. Father broke the silence. The reason was, I had thoroughly investigated the Crown Prince's death, but I was unable to obtain any information. I conducted a thorough investigation from the vassal nation's side, but there were no particular suspicious points. There was no sign of planning. At the time, the vassal nation explained it as a noble's rampage, and that was correct. A noble near the border heard about the Crown Prince's inspection and targeted his head. That's the conclusion of the investigation. What a troublesome situation we find ourselves in. The brave Duke, who had directly requested me to conduct the investigation, murmured. Originally, this investigation was supposed to attract attention to me. But I found nothing. That makes it meaningless. Even after a thorough investigation, no one moved. Doesn't that mean there's nothing to worry about being discovered? So the death of the Crown Prince was really just an unlucky incident. That Wilhelm was done in by such a simple misfortune? Circumstantial evidence suggests so. Franz responds to father's words. Excluding emotions, there is no other choice but to decide that. But I have also interrogated the frontier nobles, but there was no useful information. It's been 4 years, and there's no sign of any evidence. So there's also the possibility that it's too late to investigate now. The brave Duke rested his chin on his hand and fell deep into thought. His speculation had fallen through. However, there are good miscalculations as well as bad ones. Nevertheless, there has been no movement from Prince Eric. Prince Leonard and Prince Arnold had separated, presenting an opportunity for individual defeat, and yet nothing was done. I have been watching Prince Eric over the past year, and there has been no suspicious activity. Isn't he just unaffected by the change, unlike Princess Sandra and Prince Gordon? There might be such a possibility, but there might not be. It doesn't clear the suspicion. If the children are becoming strange due to influence from the Queen, then the only ones who are fine now would be Leonard and Arnold. Father shook his head with a grim face. The brave Duke agreed with father's words. If there's even a little doubt, it's dangerous to trust Eric. The problem isn't there this time. There were 2 reasons why I asked Ul to investigate. One is to divert attention from Leo as a decoy. The other is, if the Crown Prince was assassinated, we need to know the method. The battle for the throne has become a choice between the 2 factions. Whichever wins. If the successor is assassinated again, the empire will collapse. At the bravery Duke's words, father and the Chancellor fell silent. That's right. I can still attract attention to myself. However, if I don't explore the cause of the Crown Prince's death, I can't prepare countermeasures. Whether it was an investigation from the empire's side or from the vassal nation's side, there was nothing unnatural about the crown prince's death. It was truly an unfortunate death. That possibility is high. But if it was an assassination disguised as an unfortunate death, I can't stop the next one. Because there's a chance he's changed, I can't trust my older brother, Eric. If there's a possibility of assassination, I can't just brush off the crown prince's death as bad luck. Of course, I had a wizard accompany the investigation. But there was nothing strange. Even though it's been 4 years, the lack of traces can only be thought of as a method beyond human knowledge. I agree. Around the same time, those beyond human comprehension started appearing on the continent. Demons. Father muttered with a weary look. If demons were involved in the crown prince's death, it would be quite a deep conspiracy. There would be regret if he, as the emperor, had noticed. He may think that he let the crown prince die so easily, but he can't afford to be down all the time. If demons get involved, anything is possible. The chancellor murmured. Everyone nodded in agreement. Thinking about it would be a waste. They fight with innate abilities. These abilities are different from magic. I know this because I've actually fought with demons. If it's an ability suited for assassination, they could assassinate the crown prince without any evidence. The lack of evidence despite the investigation can be explained by that. Even the curse through the queen could be considered the work of demons. I'm bothered that they operate differently than the demons of 500 years ago. The brave duke, with a thoughtful look, said so. Demons fundamentally despise humans. Of course, they have the power to do so. It's questionable whether they would take years to undermine. Thinking about it won't yield answers. The fact is, there's no evidence of the crown prince's assassination from the vassal nation. Therefore, let's decide what to do from here. Do we continue with the plan to attract attention to Prince Arnold? If the other party is human, they could also pay attention to me. But, if the other party is a demon, it's meaningless. If their target is being too annoying, they can kill both of them. If they could assassinate the crown prince without any evidence, they could probably do that too. It's meaningless, isn't it? All will simply be exposed to danger. Hearing the words of the brave lord and me, my father nods. Then, there is one policy. The Adventurers Guild is still searching for the remnants of the devils. They do not believe they have been annihilated. The Empire will support this and cooperate fully. If being passive doesn't work, we will go on the offensive. We will expel the devils from the continent. My father has made this policy. It may not seem to change much from what it was before. If there are devils, annihilate them. Cooperate with the guild. That's as it has always been. But the resolve is different. If necessary, I will go out. I do not mind using the Imperial sword. Quietly, the brave Chancellor and I bowed our heads. The Emperor going to the battlefield certainly carries significant meaning. But in this case, that's not what matters. The royal family's magic tools like the Imperial flag are essentially a dangerous heritage from the age of ancient magic. They contract with blood and activate dangerous things. But the Imperial sword is different. It was developed by a past emperor known as the Inventive Emperor. That emperor was a rare genius who built the Sword Emperor's castle. Especially when it came to the creation of magical tools, no one surpassed him. He improved the heritage from the age of ancient magic that was in the treasury, and created a weapon of destruction for the emperor's exclusive use. Due to its dangerous nature, it has been continuously sealed like the Holy Sword. My father has clearly stated that he would use it. His determination to not tolerate the existence of devils in this continent was there. Chapter 462. A Day of Indolence. The mornings at Imperial Sword Castle were early. My father would start working early in the morning and that would set everyone in motion. It was an inconvenience. It's morning, Your Highness Arnold. Today is a day for indulgence. Don't wake me up, I replied from under the covers on the bed. I could hear Seba's sighing beside me, but I couldn't be bothered by it if I wanted to fully enjoy my indolence. In the domain, I had to maintain a disciplined lifestyle as the Prime Minister. But now that I was back at the castle, there was no need to continue that. Today, I had decided to fully indulge in laziness. With that resolution in mind, I got into bed last night. As a prince, I couldn't change my mind overnight. Once I made a decision, I had to stick to it. So, when should I wake you up? When I wake up. I see. Those are thought-provoking words, Sebas said in an exasperated tone and moved away from the bed. Finally, I can sleep. With that thought, I drifted into a state of indolence. How much time has passed since then? I was drifting in the depths of darkness. It felt like slowly being carried away in the dark, just like in the depths of the sea. I surrendered myself to that pleasant feeling, and suddenly, light penetrated the deep sea. Who is it? Who dares to disturb my slumber? I reluctantly opened my eyes, and the curtains were drawn open. Bright light flooded into the room. Sebas. Don't open the curtains. Unfortunately, Sebas is not here. The voice resounded in my ears. It was a voice I had heard countless times, and it felt strangely nostalgic. In a final act of resistance, I covered myself with the blanket. I'm going to sleep today. It's already noon. It's been enough, isn't it? It's still noon. Half of the day has already passed. There's still half left. Differences in perspectives, I suppose. I murmured softly, and then my blanket was snatched away. Ah. Don't make pitiful sounds. Get up and get yourself together. It was Elna who scolded me like that. Why is she in my room? There's no need to think about it. She came to wake me up. This devil. I've been living a disciplined life for about a year. Is that so? That's quite impressive. It's progress. That's why I designated today as a day of indulgence. You've indulged enough, haven't you? Wake up. She said that and pointed her finger at me, using water magic to wet my face. The cold sensation awakened my mind. Towel. Here, she said, tossing a towel to me. I wiped my face, took a breath, and then glared at Elna. What a terrible way to wake up. Why do you think that is? I woke you up at this time. From now on, try to wake up early. Sleeping when you want to sleep is the best thing for humans. Why don't you understand that? I don't want to understand. You're no different from a beast, Elna said without looking at me, and she started opening the curtains one after another. The room filled with dazzling light. What a brightness. It's blinding. I've received damage since this morning. I can't move anymore. It's already noon. Get changed quickly. I'll get changed, so leave. That's the plan. But if you fall asleep again, I'll come to wake you up every day from tomorrow. Leaving behind such a terrifying threat, Elna left the room. What a frightening person. I can't believe she's human. What kind of upbringing leads to becoming like that? After giving up, I changed my clothes, and at the right moment, I heard a knock. Please come in, I responded, and Elna and Finn entered the room. In Finn's hands was a tray with a light meal. Good morning, Ulsama. Please have something to eat. Ah, thank you. I thanked her and quickly finished the meal. Then, I turned my gaze to Elna, who was sitting on the sofa as if it were her own. Since you woke me up, get out of here. I can't do that. I'm here because someone wants to meet you personally. What will you do? At Elna's question, I sighed once again. The heir of the brave family, the captain of the 3rd Imperial Knights, the summoner of the Holy Sword. Each of Elna's titles was a significant one. For Elna to serve as an intermediary, the other party must also be a person of considerable importance. So, another troublesome matter. I can't say for sure. Irresponsibly, Elna replied. Well, she wouldn't introduce someone I couldn't trust. I silently nodded, making that judgment. Arc 43. Sword Wind in the Imperial Capital. Chapter 463. The Vice Commander. In a certain inn in the Imperial City. The inn, likely arranged by Elna, was reserved just for us. While walking towards the room in the back, I observed my surroundings. The inn was completely chartered. There were no apparent subordinates around. Elna didn't mention the name of the person she was introducing. She merely said she wanted me to come to this inn. I wonder what kind of big shot we're dealing with. I have no idea. However, it's clear this person hesitates to meet with your highness openly. This inn is cleared out, but knights from the brave household are watching the surroundings. So, it's heavily guarded. No, it's more like surveillance. They're set up to keep an eye on people's movements, meaning they don't want to be seen by anyone. And on top of that, they believe there's no need for security. Elna was also at the inn. Could that be the reason? No, that wasn't the only reason. They didn't entrust Elna with security because there was no need for protection. That must have been their line of thinking. I've got a bad feeling. And I'm starting to dread going into that room. Since we're here, we have no choice but to go. Don't you think there are times in life when it's okay to run away? Even if you run, you'll just get caught. You've never been able to escape anything related to Elna since you were a child. Being told that by Sebas made me grimace. I had already learned from experience. If Elna set her sights on you, you couldn't escape. What a pain. Mumbling about my troublesome childhood friend, I opened the door. Section. There were 3 people in the room. One was Elna, the remaining 2 was a woman with long honey-colored hair and a middle-aged man with brown hair and a short beard. Both were familiar faces. There would be few in the Empire who did not know them. What a surprise. I thought it was just going to be one of you. If we could surprise your highness, we'd be happy. You always seem to anticipate everything. Saying this, the woman and man in the room rose from their chairs and bowed to me. The woman's name was Alida von Weitling, commander of the Imperial Guard and also the commander of the 1st Night Squadron. And the man's name was Theodore Lyles, vice commander of the Imperial Guard and also the commander of the 2nd Night Squadron. What does the number 1 and 2 of the Imperial Guard want with me? And even getting in touch through Elna? Forgive us. We couldn't ask openly in the castle. Do you have something to ask me? With this group, you should be able to solve most problems, right? In this room were the top 3 squadron leaders of the Imperial Guard. Instead of asking me through Elna, they could have resolved it by cooperating with Elna. As I was thinking about this, Theodore quietly opened his mouth. There was an unavoidable circumstance. Please sit first. Does this have anything to do with the 3 of you here not wearing white cloaks? Including Elna, all 3 had removed their white cloaks. In other words, they are not here as squadron leaders of the Imperial Guard. That's correct. I am the one asking a favor. Alida and Elna are just assisting me. You want to borrow the power of the Imperial Prince in addition to that? If someone else saw this, they would suspect a treason. When I prick at them with this, Elna sighed. That's why we're meeting in secret. I wouldn't have come if I had known. I guess. If it was a trap, it would be the end. You knew and kept quiet. The safety of the people in the capital is at stake. You're the only one we can rely on. After clicking my tongue lightly, I reluctantly sat down. There's no turning back now. I have no choice but to deal with the problem. I'll hear you out. But I can't imagine that there is a problem in the Imperial City that the 3 of you can't solve. First, I need to start with a story about my mentor. You must be familiar with my sword master, Rosark? Of course, I know the name. He was also the prince's mentor. Rosark was a count of the Empire. He was a master of the sword, who himself established the Rosark style, and even taught the crown prince his swordsmanship. Even then, he was approaching 80 years of age, but it is said that the royal guards were no match for him. He was a man who had fallen ill and passed away, but it is said that in his prime, he was no less powerful than Old Man Igor. Master took me in when I was an orphan and accepted me as his disciple. However, I wasn't his only disciple. I grimaced greatly at this. Theodore was an orphan and a commoner. Even so, as a disciple of Rosark, he learned everything and rose to the position of deputy chief of the royal guards. He is the legitimate successor of the Rosark style. This is a famous story, and I know it. However, I had never heard of him having other disciples. Where is this other disciple now? He disappeared more than 10 years ago. He killed Master and stole the secret training scrolls and the magic sword. I see. Ah, I see. Is he in the capital? As I asked with a smirk, Theodore quietly nodded. I inadvertently looked up at the ceiling. Rossark had no children. Therefore, he had gone on a journey in search of talented children, and the genius he found was Theodore. But there was another one. Moreover, he killed Rossark and stole a magical sword. A body was found in the capital. He was a well-known swordsman, but the wounds were distinctive. It is likely the work of my junior disciple. Leaving a body in the capital is like a challenge to me. If such a dangerous person is the opponent, shouldn't the royal guards capture him altogether? The magic sword that my junior disciple has is something that Master sealed because it was too dangerous. It's probably one of the strongest magical swords on the continent. If we act broadly, we don't know what damage it would cause to the capital. The strongest magic sword? So a person of the same class as the vice-commander of the royal guards has a magic sword of the underworld class that no one knows about? That seems to be the case. Alida calmly nodded and drank her tea without any signs of panic. In short, it's as if there is an SS-class adventurer in the capital. They can't act broadly because there's also a risk of an explosion. So, what do you want me to do? Neither His Majesty the Emperor nor the Chancellor can act directly as these acts stand out. As we've explained all this, they decided to leave everything to Alida and me considering the situation. However, Alida and I have our positions too. It would be troublesome if we owe something to Prince Eric or Prince Leonard. We decided to ask for Ul's help. But I'm Leo's older brother, aren't I? Yes, but you're not directly aiming for the throne, making you a suitable candidate. Ideally, we could suppress him by ourselves, but if we confront power with power, the damage could become massive, thus we need Prince Arnold's help. Feel free to use the three of us here as your pawns. We want you to create a 2-on-1 situation by trapping him. We'll suppress him under advantageous circumstances. Isn't that your specialty? Alida told me so, as if it was simple. I involuntarily stared at Sebas. Sebas shrugged his shoulders and muttered, "There seems to be a recommender behind the scenes, doesn't there?" "Yeah, right?" I had the same feeling. Just to ask, where is the Brave? The Brave is inspecting the southern part of the Empire on behalf of His Majesty the Emperor. As you've guessed, the one who recommended that I rely on Prince Arnold was the Brave. Why do both the father and daughter always push troubles onto me? I couldn't help but yell out. Chapter 464. Rossark-style swordsmanship. Who is the strongest swordsman in the Imperial capital? In any such discussion, the captains of the top 3 divisions of the Imperial Guard Knights always come up. Alida, the captain of the Imperial Guard Knights, boasts a godlike speed in her swordsmanship. Then there is the successor to the Rossark style, Theodore. And finally, we have the child prodigy of the Brave House, Elna. Even with these 3 at my disposal, it's a tough order to capture Theodore's younger disciple who has infiltrated the capital. Aside from my father, I didn't push this troublesome task onto you, did I? My mind had wandered off. Elna's outrageous remark brought me back. Ah, I see. It seems our standards for what constitutes a nuisance are different. Are you mocking me? Just a candid opinion. There's no ulterior motive. While replying, I take a deep breath and slowly exhale. I needed to calm down first. Refusal was no longer an option. My father left everything up to Alida and Theodore. If they request assistance, it cannot be refused. If I were to be honest, I would like to involve my elder brother Eric and Leo, but I can't, right? We can't have a competition for credit. At Alida's words, Theodore also nods. Indeed. That's why I was chosen. If the 2 of them move, even if they themselves don't want it, it becomes a competition for credit. They are evenly matched. Alida and Theodore also can't remain neutral if they owe something to a candidate for the throne. In terms of personnel selection, I'm probably the only choice. The 3 are strong, but they are swordsmen as well as knights. They are not strategists or tacticians. It's clear that someone needs to control these 3. I'm not convinced that it should be me, though. Just to confirm, what if we fail? It will be my responsibility. Although I can't take full responsibility alone. Theodore added the latter part with a hint of apology. Alida is the captain of the Imperial Guard Knights. Elna is the heir to the brave house. It's unlikely that they would be made to take responsibility. In other words, the responsibility that Theodore alone can't bear will fall onto me. Is there anything, any merit that might make me feel like doing this? I'm afraid there isn't. Alida flatly denies it. Elna just shrugs her shoulders. What a bunch of ungrateful people. If you create debts and credits with the two throne candidates, there is a risk of being used. We asked for your help because we judged that you, Prince Arnold, don't have such worries. How about personal trust? Accept on personal trust without making a clear debt. If we fail with this lineup, I'm certainly doomed. I will not be given any significant mission in the future and probably won't even be able to stay in the capital. That would be a negative for Leo. We are asking you with all of this in mind. We have no cards to exchange. If we succeed, it would be written off as us being strong, and if we fail, great damage will fall on you, Prince. I wish I could offer something. But our loyalty is and should be directed only to the Emperor. Alida said so, looking down. It's bad of them to rely on me, knowing it's a bother. Being forced into a battle where there is nothing to gain. Your Highness, I beg your forgiveness. I ask that you lend us your strength. Arnold, please. Someday, in a situation unrelated to the throne dispute, I will definitely get this favor returned, okay? Certainly. Whether there will come a time when I have to rely on Theodore and Alida in a situation unrelated to the throne dispute is doubtful, but I can't keep doing this if I don't gain something. Fine. I'll take command. The brave is a cunning man. Knowing that Lord Arnold would not refuse if his childhood friend was involved, he must have included Lady Elna in this team. Someday I'll get back at him. But this time, I'll let him have his way. After saying this in a spitting manner, I announced while tapping on the table with my finger. If we're doing this, we're not failing. You will follow my orders, okay? Understood. Rozark-style swordsmanship. Its essence lies in defense. In his youth, Rozark used an offensive style of swordsmanship, which he is said to have perfected. However, after disappearing for about a year, he returned to the Empire with a defensive style of swordsmanship. And so, he established the Rozark style. The Rozark style of swordsmanship requires thorough defense. The offensive moves either utilize the opponent's strength or exploit openings for counters. That's about it. Theodore explains the characteristics of the Rozark style swordsmanship. Theodore's Imperial Guard's 2nd Night Squadron is a group of specialist VIP guards. All of them have mastered the Rozark-style swordsmanship, the most defense-oriented of the Imperial Guard. But that's the official story. In reality, my master also had an offensive style of swordsmanship. This was the swordsmanship he had perfected in his youth. This was written in the Book of Secrets stolen by my junior disciple. So he didn't abandon it. But why did he suddenly change his style to the complete opposite? It's simple. He lost. Lost. To whom? To the sword Saint Igor. He had a match with Igor. It was not a match, but a duel. He said he couldn't even find a slight chance of winning. That's why he is still alive. So, Rozark's disappearance was due to that. He was shown overwhelming power and it changed his perspective on life. It must have been a humiliation that his life was spared. It suggests that he was seen as not worth killing. After that, my master perfected his defensive swordsmanship. But he was also preparing for a rematch. That was the Book of Secrets and the magic sword. However, in the end, my master didn't challenge Igor for a rematch. He realized that it was pointless to settle the score. Therefore, he planned to dispose of the Book of Secrets and the magic sword upon his death. But his junior disciple stole that. To protect my master's honor from being tarnished by the accusation of being killed by his disciple, it was made to look like he died from illness. Probably, the junior disciple finished mastering the offensive swordsmanship. That's why he showed himself. A swordsman who has mastered both offensive and defensive swordsmanship developed by Rozark. What's his name? Nigel. My fallen junior disciple. Chapter 465. Wind Sword Domain. For the time being, we decided to brainstorm a strategy and left the inn. It was dangerous to stay in the inn for too long with those companions. Nigel might not be able to understand the movements of the royal guards in the castle, but Eric, who is inside the castle, could. The royal guard takes turns guarding the castle and my father, but the duty of protecting my father is mainly the job of the First Night Order. Of course, there are exceptions, and such deviations could be dismissed as rare, but such discomfort accumulates into questions. For this reason, we moved the scene to the castle. Elida returned to her guard duty, and Theodore and Elna began to spar. As long as I'm with Elna, no one will suspect me. Inside a circular ring, Elna and Theodore were there, swords at the ready. They were genuinely sparring, with no holds barred. The opponent is a genius recognized by Rossark. They need to seriously practice with an equal opponent to improve their skills. So I was watching their practice. It's hard to believe it's sane. Indeed. Sebas agreed with my words. From his quick reply, it seems that Sebas feels more strongly than I do. The only rule is not to step out of the circle. That's it. In other words, Elna and Theodore must confront each other directly without a place to run. To Sebas, who had lived as an assassin, it was an unimaginable practice. Theodore was holding his sword low with both hands, and Elna was holding hers high. Then after a moment of strong wind, Elna's rapid attacks began. Without magic enhancement on my eyes, I had no idea what was going on. However, I did understand one thing. Theodore was able to fend off all those attacks without difficulty. Theodore is said to be a master of defense, a guardian of the sword, and there seems to be a reason for that. It's hard enough to handle just one of Elna's sword strikes, let alone multiple ones while standing still. Theodore's ability to handle them without difficulty gives a sense of his high level of skill. Although it's difficult to break an opponent focused on defense, I'm surprised Elna couldn't break through. In front of me, Elna's onslaught of attacks were repeating, but Theodore was taking all of them. Of course, there's a technique to it, but technique alone can't explain his super reactions. The key lies around Theodore. Theodore has mastered the magic of the wind. He is combining that with his sword technique. He has a wind barrier around his body, which reacts to and intercepts any attacks that pass through it. His sword is also enveloped in wind, making it impossible to break unless with a significantly strong attack. This is Theodore's wind sword domain. It's an absolute defense that even Elna has never broken. I couldn't break it again. If you could, I'd be out of a job. In response to Elna's grumpy remark, Theodore laughed and replied, then walked over to me. That was a worthwhile practice. If Elna was at full power, it wouldn't have gone like this. You're not confident you could stop a sacred sword? If I was willing to risk my life, I might be able to change its trajectory. But I don't intend to try. I thought so. I laughed and looked at Elna. She looked genuinely troubled. This sore loser. By the way, can Nigel, your junior disciple, also use the same defensive swordsmanship? He should be able to use it, though not as well as I can. However, he was a man more suited to offense, so he would prioritize overpowering his opponent with his attacks. Is personality reflected in swordsmanship? Of course. My defensive swordsmanship, the Rossark-style wind form, is all about absolute defense. Therefore, opportunities for counterattacks are few. Unless you have a calm and persistent personality, you can't use it. I see. So it's not suitable for Elna. What do you mean by that? I mean it's not for someone who thinks it would be faster to just knock everyone out in the exam, right? Exactly. Theodore agreed, and Elna fell silent. She couldn't stand up to her senior disciple, Theodore, and she couldn't deny her past actions. Well, it doesn't mean one is superior or inferior. The wind form, as the name suggests, requires you to flow like the wind and deflect everything. On the other hand, the secret technique written in the manual Nigel stole is the flame form, a swordsmanship that overwhelms the opponent like a flame. Can you use it? I learned the basics, but I haven't mastered it. It's not a technique that suits me. So what would happen if the wind form and flame form fought each other? It would lead to a stalemate. Both are concepts thought up by our master. They would nullify each other's strengths, leading to a long battle. The reason I need to borrow the hands of a leader and Elna is because of this. Defense and offense. A battle between masters who have mastered one or the other. Is it inevitable that it will be drawn out? It's sad that he probably wants to settle things with his own hands, but can't. If you could settle things with your own hands, would you want to? I won't be selfish. After all, Your Highness is cooperating with me without gaining anything from it. True, I'm doing something that gives me no advantage. But this is the imperial capital. In times of crisis, it would be a sin for a member of the royal family to do nothing. Being a royal is a benefit in itself. If one enjoys even a bit of that benefit, responsibility arises. Back during the battle with the vampires, I told the vampires, there must be those in this country who collect taxes and have their positions assured. It's the job of the empire's royals and knights to protect the empire. If they don't do their job now, they have no reason to exist. At that time, Leo fulfilled that role. This time, it's just me. I'm not convinced, but I understand. The answer to the question why me is because you're a prince. That's all there is to it. So, you don't need to worry about me. Do you want to settle this with your own hands? If the opportunity arises. All right. I'll consider it to the utmost. After hearing Theodore's words, I nodded once and left the place. If Theodore thinks it will be a stalemate, then the other side is likely thinking the same. If they are thinking that, they will surely choose the place and time. If they want to start a duel under the most favorable conditions, we also have ways to manage. If they run wild indiscriminately, we can't do anything, but if they think about it, we can handle it. Now, let's prepare. Chapter 466. Reasons for waiting. A week has passed since I started taking command. So far, there has been no abnormality in the imperial capital. Why aren't you moving? Elna came to my room and asked such a question. I, who was reading a book about Rosark, closed it and looked down at the imperial capital from the window. Nothing is happening. There's no need to move. One person died, you know? Why do you think we made it so obvious? Ha! Why? I thought it's because you wanted Deputy Commander Theodore to come out once he realized we were here. That's right. Why do you think we did that? Explain it clearly. Elna urged for an answer, grimacing at my question. With a bitter smile at Elna's impatience, I explained the current situation. The Deputy Commander of the Imperial Guards, a big shot in the Imperial capital. It's not easy to draw him out. That's why we made him come out on his own. If we had moved after that, it might have been assumed that we would act every time a body is found. So, we didn't move, and used this time to prepare. In fact, no more bodies have been found since, right? We might just not have noticed. If we worry about that, there will be no end to it. I'd like to catch him immediately if possible, but forcing it could lead to disastrous results. The demon sword that Nigel, Theodore's junior disciple, has is likely the one mentioned in this book. Once, Rosark found a demon sword on his journey. A magic sword made from the body of an ancient flame-controlling dragon during the age of ancient magic. The flame god Mars, a flame sword named after that flame dragon. Among the existing demon swords, it's one of the highest-ranked swords which is on par with the underworld god held by No Name. It seemed that when Rosark found it, it was almost completely decayed. Therefore, it became Rosark's personal property without being recognized as a dangerous demon sword. If investigated thoroughly, it would have been held in custody by the Adventurers Guild because it's too dangerous. Considering that Theodore knew about this demon sword in detail, Rosark must have known about this flame god, or learned about it later. If he wanted to defeat Igor, he would have needed a demon sword of this caliber. The fact that Nigel stole it suggests that it had been revived to a usable level. It's a demon sword that could turn the imperial capital into a sea of flames if he wishes. I want to avoid unnecessary stimulation. It's fine to be cautious, but the longer time passes, the more likely he is to obscure his whereabouts, no? He showed up after more than 10 years, intending to settle things. During this period, Nigel must have been mastering his offensive swordsmanship. He must have had the confidence to win, that's why he appeared. He won't retreat without demonstrating his skills. Do you think he'll stay in the Imperial capital until he fights? Yeah. That's why I won't act hastily. If I corner him poorly and let him escape, he'll start training again. I won't postpone it. I'll take him down for sure. The abilities of the opponent is unknown. As far as I can think of, I have the strongest members in the Imperial capital at my disposal, but I can't afford casualties. It was a defeat, but the damage to the Imperial capital is extensive. That won't work. Well, if you're done, go back. I don't want to be suspected. I'm not done yet. When are you going to move? When our forces are ready. I believe I told you to follow me, right? If you don't trust me, say so. It's not about that, but... Elna purses her lips. I waved her away with my hand, and I went back to reading my book in the room. Section. Night. In an empty room, a voice echoed in the utter darkness. It seems you're caught up in a troublesome situation. The voice came from someone who should not be in the capital. To that, I quietly responded. Do not intervene. If you cause a ruckus, the capital will collapse. I won't meddle unless asked. I'm not against helping if needed. Sitting at the window was the continent's most powerful archer. One of the only 5 SS rank adventurers, Jack, was there. I see. Why are you in the capital? I was on my way back from checking on Mia. I heard she returned to the capital. I thought I might as well pay a visit. Appreciated, but the current capital is on edge. Please leave immediately. You're a hard person to deal with. You could at least offer me a drink. I'm not free, you see. I see. Is there anything I can help with? Nothing. There's no role for an SS rank adventurer inside the capital. However, I do have something I want to ask. Do you know anything about Rossark? At my question, Jack laughed. And then he murmured, that takes me back. Rossark and my master were both martial artists, so there was a connection. I see. The junior disciple is causing trouble. You know that much. Was there a dispute between Rossark and the junior disciple? I don't know that much. However, the junior disciple is a war orphan. The war between the Empire and the Kingdom was the cause. It wouldn't be strange if he held a grudge against the Empire. A grudge? That's something only the person himself can clarify. It may sound strange coming from me, but be careful. If he holds a grudge against the Empire, the Imperial family might be targeted. That would be easier. Understood. I'll keep it in mind. Are you going to make Mia cooperate? I'll use any resource I can. Do you have a problem with that? Please do. I'm sure she wants to pay back her debts. Saying that, Jack was about to leave the scene. To such a Jack, I called out. Do not neglect to monitor the kingdom. If something is going to happen, it will start from there. Relax. I've received the same instruction from the guild. Saying that, Jack disappeared. With the room finally regaining its silence, I overlooked the capital. Chapter 467. Reinforcements arrive. The next day, 3 reinforcements arrived at my place. I was having a fun reunion with my brother. I'll let you go meet him once our work here is done. I wish you'd stop treating me like a prisoner. You're contracted exclusively to me. You're basically a prisoner. Be grateful you had a break. That's absurd. The first to arrive was Mia. She was summoned back immediately while visiting her brother under Duke Rainfeld, which was unfortunate. But our situation was urgent. We couldn't afford to let our forces idle. As Mia and I were conversing, the remaining 2 arrived. Excuse us. Hey, kid. One was polite, and the other was casual. While noting how unchanged they were, I called out their names. I'm glad you came, Linfia, Saig. There's an emergency in the capital. It must be a mess, since we got a messenger bird. Yes, it is indeed. Linfia and Saig were at the western border. Currently the Nabi Ritter and Veen, Leo's military strategist, were at the western border. In cooperation with them, Linfia and Saig were inspecting the border. If any suspicious movement was spotted, they were to immediately report it to the Border Defense Force. It was a tough decision to recall them, but we couldn't help it. The capital is more critical now than the border. Now that everyone is here, What are we supposed to do? Our enemy is a powerful magic sword user. Consider him equivalent to the vice-captain of the royal guards. At that, the three faces turned stern. All three were martial artists who used weapons. They were more in tune with the strength of the captains of the royal guards than I, who fights with magic. Equivalency with the vice-captain was enough to convey the danger. Well, relax. What I need you three to do is to support Elna. Elna is participating. If it's that young lady, she could handle it on her own, right? I don't want any damage in the capital. The longer the fight drags on, the more the damage will spread. That's why I called you three. Saying that, I took out an old-fashioned box and placed it on the desk. It was something I found in the castle's treasure room. I had gone looking on my own, hoping to find something useful, and I did find something that could be put to use. What is that? It's a disposable magic tool. Saying so, I opened the box. Inside were 2 rings. It's a simple mechanism. Once you wear one ring, you can teleport to the location of the person wearing the other ring. It's likely a tool meant for emergency escapes, but we'll be using it to move location. Hold on, kid. You said wear, right? Yes, the rings won't work unless they're worn. And the opponent is equivalent to the vice-captain of the royal guards, right? He won't simply wear it, and we're supposed to make him wear it during combat. That's why I called you. If we fight in the capital, there will be damage. So we have to move the location from the capital. He won't come even if called, so teleportation is the best option. I wish you wouldn't make it sound so easy. By the way, how many times can we use this magic tool? It's a one-time use. Linfia quietly nodded as if she had anticipated this, whereas Saig and Mia visibly frowned, probably because they realized that failure was not an option. But there's no other way. We need to keep the capital safe. Let's get to work. With that, our strategy meeting began. It was a plan with no room for error. I prayed to the gods for their guidance. Section. On the day of operation, I was waiting in front of the Amsberg's mansion. Of course, the one I was waiting for was Elna. However, she seemed to be taking some time. Isn't she late? I more or less understand the reason. Sebas sighed with an exasperated look. I wish he wouldn't make it sound like it's my fault. It's all part of the strategy. This kind of trick to make the enemy off guard has been done since long ago. I'm not the bad guy. That is true. However, I am not impressed with you justifying your actions. It's up to Elna to decide whether Arnoldsamer is good or bad. She said she would follow my instructions. Naturally, I expect her to do so. This is a battle with no merit for us. Of course, I'm going to have Elna do whatever it takes. Seeing me unapologetic, Sebas shrugged his shoulders. He seemed to have realized that nagging would be useless. Then, after a while, Elna finally emerged from the mansion. What she was wearing was a vividly red dress. However, the back and the chest were widely exposed, and there was a daring slit in between her legs. Walking with a blush, Elna murmured, "So, do I really have to go with this? It's just for dinner." Wearing the usual uniform of the Imperial Guard would put them on guard, right? People don't dress like floozies for dinner. What do you mean by dressing like a floozy? It's a proper dress made by a skilled tailor, isn't it? It's to Xandaranyu's taste, though. I muttered quietly so that Elna couldn't hear, then elegantly bowed and extended my hand to her. Then, Miss Elna, I will be your escort today. As I said so with a smile, Elna blushed and turned her face away. Chapter 468. The chef from back then. Elna and I rode in a carriage to the middle layer of the Imperial capital. Apparently, there was a popular restaurant there, but the one who introduced the place to us was Finn. As people noticed the clearly high-class carriage, their gaze gathered, and as soon as I got off, several people stopped in their tracks. When I extended my hand to Elna, who was dressed in a gown and slowly stepping down, everyone froze. I could feel their stares converging on us. Anyone in the Imperial capital who saw her pink hair and emerald green eyes would associate her with the House of Dukehamsburg. But the Elna who emerged from the carriage was a dolled-up Elna. She was here not as a royal guard but as a noblewoman of the House of Amsberg. The people who had never seen her like this probably froze in their tracks thinking, who is that beautiful woman? Even seeing the characteristic features of the Habsburg family, it was hard for both men and women to connect them to Elna, and thus they were completely captivated. Meanwhile, it seemed that Elna was feeling the stares on her. We're getting a lot of attention. Because it's an unusual sight, right? I wish I could disappear. Elna murmured with a voice so pathetic one might think she was on a boat in the sea. She was unlike her usual confident self as she was following me while looking down. Indeed, she didn't seem like the Elna I knew in this state. Laughing, I took Elna's hand and led her into the restaurant. The purpose of this was not to tease Elna or make her a spectacle. Well, they probably thought we just came here to eat. Sebas, how is it? It seems they took the bait. There are eyes watching. Ever since the corpse appeared, the royal family hasn't left the castle. I'm the first one. If they're impatient, I must look like an excellent prey. Theodore is a royal guard. It's his job to protect the royal family. Moreover, Elna, the captain of the royal guards, is clearly out for personal reasons. Even if they suspect a trap, they have no choice but to act. If they're confident in their skills, they'd be interested in the House of Habsburg. Or rather, there's no swordsman who wouldn't be aware of it. Well, for now, it's mealtime. As I said that, an employee came out to guide us. Prince Arnold, thank you for using our establishment. The employee was a brown-haired girl who appeared dressed in black pants. It surprisingly suits her, I murmured. Looking professional, aren't you? It's my job. The employee was Lynfia. Hiding her would give us away, so we let her inside the restaurant. Her demeanor was perfect. You could hardly tell that she was actually with us. This way. We were guided to a terrace seat on the second floor. Decorated elegantly for today. It was reserved just for us. You have good taste. Why are we eating outside? We stand out more this way, right? Enough already. As Elna took her seat, she tried to make herself as inconspicuous as possible. There was no sign of the prodigy from the House of Habsburg. As I was smiling bitterly, the owner came to greet us. It's been a while, Your Highness. Long time no see, right? I recognized the face of the owner. It was the chef who served me awful food by the order of a noble who was pulling the strings behind the scenes when the White Seagull Alliance, led by Lawrence, were aiming at harassing me. He was the one who gave the final push to Lawrence's downfall. The chef was the one who informed me of the behind-the-scenes maneuvering at that time, helping me capture Lawrence, and became the starting point for my expansion. He is now the owner of this place. I heard you started all over from the outermost layer of the capital. Yes. I've decided to start over, vowing never to lie in my cooking. That is a good attitude. The fact that he was able to open a restaurant in the middle layer in just a year shows that his food became well known. It's only a matter of time before he's sought after by the upper classes again. Finn recommended this place, but can I expect a good meal? Of course. We have been continually supported by Lady Finn and the Duchy of Clynet. We will certainly live up to your expectations. I see. Also, there may be a commotion here. I hope you'll forgive me. Please feel free. The restaurant is but a decoration. As long as I have these hands, I can cook any time. With that, the owner withdrew with a smile. Watching the owner leave, I turned my gaze to Elna, who was still crouched down. How long are you going to stay like that? But you look great. Stand tall and be confident. Even if you say that, people below can't see you here. Only I'm looking, so relax. Really, people walking on the main street could only see our faces. If there was someone else watching, it would only be Nigel, but he would likely be too busy finding a gap. In that case, trusting my words, Elna straightened her back. She still seemed a little embarrassed though. Well, even though it's like this, we don't often have a meal just the two of us. Enjoy it, also as a toast to me. Saying that, I lifted the glass that had been served. What was inside was not alcohol, but fruit juice. That's the only thing I was not happy about, but well, it can't be helped. As Elna and I toasted and took a sip, soup was served next. When I scooped it up with a spoon and tasted it, it was refreshing and delicious. It was a world apart from the meal served before. Smiling at the difference, Elna also smiled in response. It's delicious. It's because the chef is good. While having such conversation, we truly enjoyed our meal. Chapter 469. The Aggressive Man. As soon as our meal ended and we rose from our chairs, it happened. Like an arrow loose from a bow, someone charged directly at me. The weapon wielded was a sword that looked charred. It was pointed at me. Elna intercepted it. She had a small sword hidden under the table. It was not her beloved sword. Perhaps because of that, after a moment of fierce clash, the sword broke. However, she managed to thwart the surprise attack. Are you Rossark's disciple, Nigel? The assassin, his face hidden by a grey hood, slowly removed it in response to my question. He had reddish-brown hair and blue eyes. If he were walking down the street, his handsome face would make anyone turn their heads. However, his eyes were dark and clouded. Looking into those fearful eyes, I finally understood Theodore's words. He must indeed be that fallen disciple. Knowing about my presence, you deliberately went out. Staying cooped up in the castle is not good for my health. I see. That attitude has shortened your lifespan. Become a sacrifice, child of royal blood. You underestimated me, didn't you? Elna frowned at his dismissive attitude. But the situation was indeed unfavorable. Even for Elna, it would be challenging to confront a demonic sword barehanded. Especially with me, who is a liability, staying around her. However, I have no use for a hero with a broken sword. Is that so? Then all we need is a sword, right? The moment she said that, Elna's beloved sword flew in from the shop. Nigel tried to knock it down, but he was stopped by numerous daggers and magical arrows. So it was a trap after all. You came here knowing that. You're insane, you know? The last thing I want to hear is from you. Nigel muttered as he glanced at me, who had settled back into my chair. Elna, wielding her beloved sword, along with Sebas and Mia, encircled Nigel. 3 against 1. It was a situation where retreating would be the wise choice, but Nigel remained unfazed. I wish you would just run away. I agree. I'm talking to you. In a place about to become a battlefield, I had started to leisurely sip my tea. Mia retorted at this. However, if I were to flee, the battlefield would change. And that would defeat the purpose. I am the elder brother of an Imperial candidate. If my head is taken, Theodore will have to come out to save face. What do you think? Can you do it? That was a cheap provocation. If you're scared, just say it. What's wrong? Having Rossark's aggressive swordsmanship and the best demonic sword, you've come to the forefront because you claim to be the strongest, right? If you're any sort of swordsman, then try taking my head. As I said this, Nigel's sword was already nearing my neck. However, Elna intercepted his sword. Do you think you can just take the commander's head like that? Don't get in the way. A clash between Nigel and Elna began. In the meantime, Sebas and Mia started to assist. Seemingly recognizing the disadvantage, Nigel took some distance. If that was your full strength, then the deputy commander is stronger, you know? You're saying I'm weaker than Theodore? Yes. I've never even managed to scratch the deputy commander. Elna swept her sword, and a small amount of blood splattered on the floor. Surprised, Nigel touched his cheek. A slight wound had been made there. I didn't intend to strike down the brave house who is burdened with a liability, but my mind has changed. Oh, you are surprisingly wise. Elna readied her sword. Nigel also raised his sword. The charred demonic sword gradually started glowing red. Then, the battle began with Nigel's attack. Elna blocked his powerful blow that used his entire body, but was immediately blown away. It must have been a heavy blow. To cover Elna, Mia and Sebas launched an attack from mid-range. However, the dagger Sebas threw melted away before it could hit Nigel, and Mia's magic bow was extinguished. It seemed like a fiery barrier. Around Nigel, there seemed to be a barrier filled with heat. Naturally, it could be used for defense but also for attack. Get out of the way, small fry. Saying that, Nigel pointed his right hand at Mia. The barrier then extended towards Mia. Sensing danger, Mia retreated while releasing her magic bow, but she couldn't stop it. Reluctantly, she took a significant distance. The place where Mia had been was melted into a sludge. This is troublesome. We're in a bit of a predicament. Sebas and Mia continued their attacks as they spoke. Their role was solely to distract the enemy. Seeing no end in sight if they continued like this, Nigel also decided it was futile, and he started to move towards Elna, who had regained her posture. Another powerful swing. This time, Elna also managed to block it. She realized its weight and was able to endure it. However, the fight was not in her favor. As long as I'm here, Elna can't use her mobility. She'll have to fight under conditions that favor the enemy. To counter the powerful blow, Elna also delivered a powerful blow of her own. It turned into a clash of attack versus attack. But Elna's sword began to be noticeably deflected. This was due to Nigel's attacks growing fiercer. Even so, Elna managed to lock blades with Nigel. Is that all you've got, hero? Shut up, I've got plans too. At that moment, when Elna spoke, an ambush party appeared. Linfia, disguised as an employee, readied her spear and approached Nigel. And Linfia twirled her spear, a special effect that could cause sleepiness in the opponent. That was a feature of Linfia's spear. Although its effect is weak against masters, it still works to some extent. The problem would be that it can't limit its range. Elna was also attacked by sleepiness. Such a trick. Nigel, who decided they were trying to put him to sleep, made a rush to overpower them. He was a man who was always aggressive. But it was thanks to that aggression that things worked out. Good work. Taking my single comment, Saig, who jumped down from the roof of the shop, responded. Easy job. What? Saig landed on the desk in front of me. In his hand, he held a bracelet-like magical tool. With a snap, the bracelet was attached to Nigel's hand. There was nothing Nigel, who was trying to overpower Elna in one go, could do. There could have been a way to deal with an attack with murderous intent, but all Saig did was put on the bracelet. There was no intent to kill in that. What is this? Enjoy the rest on the other side. They should be ready to welcome you. As I casually waved my hand, Nigel tried to charge up his magical sword and attack. But before he could, Nigel's figure disappeared. Now, let's follow him. Let me change clothes first. While saying that, Elna was holding her dress with one hand. It seemed that the ribbon had been torn off due to the fight. Really, when she gets a sword in her hand, she switches to a swordsman's mode, which is troublesome. I threw off the jacket I was wearing and said, I'll be waiting in the carriage. You can change here too, you know? Do you want to die here? Ignoring the mood, Saig muttered, and Linfia pointed her spear at him from behind. He's such a fool. I left the shop, laughing. There's no problem taking our time. After all, those waiting at the teleport destination are the genuine strongest duo in the capital. Chapter 470. The Younger Disciple. Near the outskirts of the Imperial capital, Theodore and Elida were standing by in the middle of the plain after issuing evacuation orders to the surrounding villages. The stage was set. All that was left was to bring down the chaos. Amidst this, Elida was silently meditating. Usually, Theodore wouldn't disturb her. But there was something he had to say. Elida, may I make a request? That's unusual, she replied. Elida stopped her meditation and stood up. Seeing the hue of criticism in her eyes, Theodore averted his gaze. He felt like she could see through whatever he was about to say. Please, don't be angry. I'm not angry. I just think it's disrespectful. I understand that. But still, I want to defeat Nigel with my own hands. As his senior, I should be the one to end this. I thought of him as my real brother. I want to settle this alone. Upon hearing Theodore's request, Elida sighed softly. And then, I understand your feelings. You're confident, aren't you? Please. And if you fail, how will you take responsibility? After fighting me, Nigel won't come out unscathed either. You can finish him off there. Then we should fight together. We cannot afford to increase the damage for your personal satisfaction. You should understand that it is a luxury just to be here. You're harsher than usual. This operation is for the safety of the imperial capital. Your personal feelings cannot supersede it. He is dangerous. Therefore, we'll take him down together." With that, Alida rejected Theodore's request. Theodore wasn't really expecting her to agree. Alida was always duty-bound, and Theodore was well aware of it. "I'm sorry. Forget it. I understand your wish to correct your brother's misdeeds with your own hands. I too, if I could, would have wanted the same. However, we are Imperial guards. Everything is for the sake of the Empire and the royal family. Our white mantles carry the great achievements made by our predecessors. We cannot tarnish that. This issue is not yours alone anymore." Alida held a strong sense of pride as an Imperial guard. From a young age, she aimed to be an Imperial guard and worked hard for it. The Emperor was her father's friend. Since her childhood, she thought that she would serve him, and everyone around her expected the same. So even when it came to her brother Lawrence, Alida didn't do anything. She simply acted as how an Imperial guard acts despite the circumstances. "You're right. It's not just my problem anymore. Forgive me. I was arrogant. I forgot that I'm here thanks to the cooperation of many." "Exactly. It's not us who are responsible. His Highness Arnold placed us here expecting nothing but victory. We are not allowed to report anything but victory. This was a problem that should have been resolved by the Imperial Guards alone. The Emperor had given them this task. But, considering the damage to the Imperial capital, a tactician was needed." When a tactician was mentioned, Alida thought of Ul, the prince who had framed and killed her brother. He was said to have switched places with Leo, but considering his past achievements, it was suspicious. There was no point in probing it now. So Alida didn't say anything. Coincidentally, Theodore also thought he should seek Ul's help, based on advice from the brave. And when he asked, Alida didn't miss the fleeting expression on Ul's face. A resigned look, as if he had no choice. It was the same expression he had shown to Elna, but Alida knew that before that, his gaze had captured her. He accepted the heavy task because he was soft on his childhood friend. But that wasn't all. Alida knew that the look also revealed his sense of guilt towards her. "The Imperial Guards have involved His Highness. All we can do is deliver results. Everything else is nothing but distractions." Slowly, Alida drew her sword from its scabbard. The bracelet that Theodore wore was reacting. Nigel was about to teleport here. "For His Highness." Muttering quietly, Alida entered her battle stance. Section. At the location to which Nigel had teleported, there stood a woman he had never seen before and his brother disciple who he had not seen for a while. Such a cunning plan. With that dismissive comment, Nigel raised his flame god to the upper position. In response, the two of them also assumed their stances. Imperial Guard Knights Commander, Alida von Weitling. Imperial Guard Knights Vice Commander, Theodore Riles. The moment the two of them declared their names, the atmosphere of the place instantly grew tense. Nigel's instincts as a swordsman were telling him. They were not opponents he could easily defeat 2-on-1. Still, Nigel pushed back those instincts. "I see I'm not being underestimated." "Is that so?" He heard a voice from the side. Nigel allowed his body to react, twisting his torso. He realized that he had been slightly cut on his flank. If he had been a little slower, he would have suffered a deep wound. Alida, who had been in front of him until a moment ago, was suddenly at his side. Seeing her speed, Nigel formed a flame barrier around himself. The flame barrier, which serves both offense and defense, consumes a lot of energy and reduces the attack power of the flame god. It's a technique that has to be deactivated once you start focusing on attacking. Yet, he prioritized defense because he assessed Alida as that dangerous. "For us, there is no such thing as insufficient or adequate. We are just following orders to defeat you. That's all." The commander of the Imperial Guard Knights. "This will be fun. I have no intention of making this enjoyable. You are Nigel, the disciple of the late Count Rossark. I will defeat you on the orders of Prince Arnold." With this declaration, Alida slowly started to walk towards Nigel. Chapter 471. Form of Flames. Alida's swordsmanship was the embodiment of speed. It was so sharp and swift, even Elna couldn't match it. But it wasn't just about speed. She let her sword hang loosely, gradually moving towards Nigel. He stiffened as Alida approached him, slow and relaxed. Suddenly, Alida was behind him. Varying her speed, that was Alida's essence. She launched an attack aiming for his neck, an attack that would be devastating even with a barrier. Any normal opponent would have had their head cut off. But her opponent was a disciple of Rossark, no matter how rotten. Nigel, without turning around, blocked Alida's sword. So, you aimed for my neck after all. You respond well indeed. But have you forgotten? It's 2 against 1. Upon judging that Alida was aiming for his vital points, Nigel concentrated his attention only on those areas and didn't track Alida's movements. This was a move he could make because he had learned the defensive art of the wind form with Theodore from Rossark. However, this left an opening right in front of Nigel. Theodore seized this opportunity. Farewell, brother. I never considered you my brother. Just as Theodore's sword was about to reach Nigel, the area around him was filled with blazing red flames. Theodore and Alida managed to escape from the flames just in time, putting some distance between them and Nigel. So, you can launch wide-range attacks as well. He won't be able to use it too many times. Alida and Theodore decided on their strategy with a brief conversation. If he can't use it many times, they'll make him use it many times. Eventually, he will run out. It was a simple concept. They had a numerical advantage. They just had to keep attacking. That was their judgment. However, when the flames disappeared, Nigel looked slightly different. Blue flames. Until now, Nigel had been surrounded by a barrier of red flames. Now, it was blue. The flames flickered gently. Sensing danger, Alida and Theodore focused on defense. They knew something was coming. And it was a slash attack, cloaked in blue flames. The attack assaulted Alida. She was able to catch it but was forced to retreat due to its momentum. In the meantime, Nigel closed the distance with Theodore. With the change to blue flames, Nigel's demeanor had clearly changed. Therefore, Theodore chose to endure rather than to try and defeat Nigel. You won't be able to defeat me if you only defend. Nigel launched a fierce attack. From above, from below, from left, from right. Theodore was assaulted by a barrage of attacks, intense as blazing flames. He deflected each one calmly, withstanding Nigel's onslaught. So, the defense you boast is just that much. And your boasted attack is just that much. Theodore took a shallow hit on the shoulder. Nigel broke through what could be considered Theodore's barrier-like defense and appeared rather pleased, but Theodore disregarded it, resuming his stance. You never change. I've always despised your attitude. Indeed. It seems you were never meant to inherit the master's swordsmanship. I decline such lukewarm defensive swordplay. The aggressive sword art, the form of flames, is what suits me. It's a technique to dominate everything. Nigel had been probing for a gap in Theodore's defense, but getting impatient with Theodore's unyielding defense, he began to forcefully break it down. By delivering heavy blows, he aimed to disrupt Theodore's responses. Theodore's defensive sword was being repelled time after time, causing delays in his subsequent responses. Even so, by skillfully moving his feet, Theodore didn't expose a decisive opening. You can't defeat me by just defending. Nigel brought his sword down from above, and Theodore caught it. Their swords locked in a struggle under the weight of the heavy blow. Why? Did you kill the master? Why? Are you asking that now? Nigel pushed against Theodore's sword. Theodore was forced to one knee but still continued to withstand Nigel's blade. Pitiful, Theodore. Have you lived all this time thinking about such things? Stuck on some filthy old man? Say what you will. You must have had a reason for killing the man we both called father. You wouldn't just kill him for no reason. There was no reason. I hated him, so I killed him. Theodore took a deep breath and put all his strength into pushing back Nigel's sword. Nigel resisted with equal force. But, at that moment, Theodore released his strength. What? Nigel, who lost his balance, tried to quickly regain his sword stance. However, in that moment, Theodore's fist pierced Nigel's face. His fist, coated with wind magic, was turned into a magical punch. It broke through the flames and blew Nigel away. We both had no parents and spent days and nights in rigorous training. The reason we managed to get through those days was because of you. I really thought of you as a brother. I always thought. There must have been a reason. But if you say there wasn't, there's nothing I can do about it. Stand up, Nigel. As the vice captain of the Royal Guard, I will be the one to defeat you. Don't underestimate me. Stop acting like the senior disciple forever. And so, their swords clashed once again. Chapter 472. Azure Flames. After receiving Nigel's slash, Alida was forced to retreat and managed to deflect the attack upward. However, the slash continued its momentum without losing speed, soaring through the air. It is as His Highness predicted, perhaps. There was a hint of caution in Alida's voice. The attack just now was undeniably powerful. If they were repeatedly bombarded with attacks of this level, it could overwhelm the two of them. However, judging from the situation, Nigel wasn't continuously launching these attacks. He seeks to settle this with swordsmanship. Alida remembered Ul's words. When he came to convey the plan, Ul had mentioned this possibility. If Nigel was deliberately trying to bring Theodore into the fight, he might be seeking to determine the outcome through swordsmanship. Alida had begun to think that this conjecture was accurate. That's why Alida erased her presence. It was the prelude to fulfilling the strict orders given by Ul, to stealthily eliminate Nigel, who was seeking to determine the outcome through swordsmanship. In order to carry out that directive, Alida concealed her presence like an assassin. It went against the knight's pride to launch a surprise attack, but now the current mission took precedence over her pride. Alida erased her presence to the extent that even a small animal wouldn't notice her, and she slowly and deliberately returned to the battlefield. Section. The battle between Nigel and Theodore lacked a decisive offensive. They nullified each other's strengths, causing the fight to drag on. Unless one side clearly faltered, the attack and defense would continue indefinitely. Theodore, too, was not solely on the defensive. He occasionally launched counterattacks, but none of them managed to catch Nigel. Nigel had thoroughly grasped the swordsmanship of Rosark, and Theodore knew Nigel's habits just as well. So neither of them faltered. Are you waiting for reinforcements? Pathetic. Is that meant to provoke me? You're as inept as ever. Theodore chuckled. In response to his smile, Nigel intensified his offensive. However, Theodore's defense showed remarkable tenacity, stopping just short of breaking through. Nigel had failed multiple times in his attempts to forcefully penetrate Theodore's defense. But Nigel didn't give up. If he couldn't break through this defense, then his training would have been meaningless. A swordsmanship that only focuses on defense. It's nothing more than rubbish. Looking down on the discarded swordsmanship, Nigel struck with a lethal blow. The downward strike from above shattered Theodore's sword. However, Theodore remained calm and formed a blade with wind magic to defend against Nigel's follow-up attack. Take this. As Nigel pursued Theodore, who had taken a few steps back, Theodore looked at him with a mournful gaze. If it were just about talent, Nigel surpassed him. They were supposed to spread the name of Rosark together under their master's tutelage. There was undoubtedly a future they were meant to walk together. How did it come to this? Regret washed over him. But reality didn't change. Behind Nigel, who was focused on attacking, Alida had deeply pierced his heart. Cough. As Alida withdrew her sword, Nigel coughed up a clump of blood and collapsed on the spot. As a precaution, Alida also struck his neck and severed the right arm wielding the magic sword. I've interrupted your one-on-one duel. It's my fault that I couldn't settle it. After Alida replied, Theodore let out a deep sigh. He had endured Nigel's relentless assault, and even Theodore, despite his fatigue, was accumulating. Furthermore, before him lay Nigel, whom he had thought of as a younger brother, covered in blood. He couldn't remain composed. Will you mourn for him? If I can. As long as we retrieve the magic sword. It shouldn't matter. That's what Alida was about to say when suddenly Nigel's body began to ignite. The flames engulfing him had become even bluer than before. The azure flames wrapped around Nigel's body and the severed right arm. Simultaneously, Theodore and Alida launched attacks toward the magic sword. But before their attacks could reach, the azure flames surged and blew them away. How did you? With that wound. While maintaining distance, Theodore stared at the azure flames. The flames transformed into a spherical shape, completely enveloping Nigel. Observing this, Alida murmured softly, "Should I have torn him to shreds?" She thought that severing the connection with the magic sword would prevent any unfortunate events. That's why she had cut off his arm after inflicting a fatal wound. But even that had proven to be naive. I never expected the captain of the Royal Guard to resort to a sneak attack. Nigel emerged from within the azure flames. His chest and neck wounds had closed, and his right arm had been restored. The flames surrounding him had also changed from the previous blue flames to a pure white hue. The wounds have healed. It's not just regeneration, but resurrection. He shouldn't be able to revive many times. I'll keep killing him until he can't anymore. Saying so, Alida took a step forward. However, when Nigel raised the magic sword high, she halted her movement. Her instincts as a swordsman told her that she mustn't advance any further. You promised to go all out in the capital. But it can't be helped if the opponents are the captain and vice-captain of the Royal Guard. Saying that, Nigel began gathering flames around the magic sword. Sensing the crisis in an instant, Theodore positioned Alida behind him. To the rear. I'm counting on you. Theodore mustered all his magic power and unleashed a barrage of wind blades. He used them as a substitute for a defensive barrier. There was a dangerous aura emanating from Nigel's magic sword. His intuition was not wrong. When Nigel swung the magic sword, a torrent of flames surged toward the two of them. Theodore desperately used his wind blades to intercept the flames. How long would it continue? When Theodore's determined spirit was on the verge of breaking. Finally, the torrent of flames subsided. Looking around, the ground had been deeply gouged, except for the spot where Theodore and Alida stood. The gouges extended quite far into the distance. This would have been troublesome if we were in the capital. That seems to be the case. Let's go on the offensive. Thankfully, this wasn't the capital. With that thought in the depths of their hearts, Theodore and Alida didn't give Nigel any chance to attack and instead launched their own offensive. Chapter 473. Essence of the Royal Guard. You meddlesome fools! Nigel shouted as he swung the flame god. Just by swinging it, a powerful slash attacked Alida and Theodore. However, Theodore managed to defend against it with his wind magic, while Alida closed in on Nigel. Nigel gathered flames in his free hand and unleashed them towards Alida. A close-range flame attack, with power surpassing that of an average mage's magic. But Alida deflected it with a swing of her sword, piercing Nigel's heart in the process. And then she quickly withdrew. Looking closely, Nigel's chest wound had already begun to heal. It seems his regenerative ability is gradually weakening. We are also heavily exhausted. The two of them were breathing heavily. Since Nigel had reached that state, they had already dealt him 3 fatal wounds. But none of them could truly be considered fatal. Both Theodore and Alida were living beings. They were exposing themselves to danger, dodging Nigel's attacks, and launching their own. No matter how skilled they were starting to feel mentally cornered. Repeatedly wasting your efforts. I'm getting tired of you. With those words, Nigel readied the flame god with both hands. The flames around Nigel coiled around the flame god, eventually forming a massive fiery dragon. It was on a completely different level than his previous attacks. In terms of power and range, they gave up on avoiding it and prepared to counterattack. Theodore squeezed out every last bit of his magic power and formed a massive wind sword. On the other hand, Alida deployed 7 types of magic around her. She gathered them into her sword. Combining different magics was already a difficult feat on its own. A composite magic that merged different magics together. It was a technique that would be considered top-notch even if only one of them was used. It was a combination skill that would make mages faint if they saw it. The 7 types of magic repelled each other and seemed on the verge of going out of control. While controlling them, a leader assumed a thrusting stance. Now become ashes. Inferno dragon. The massive fiery dragon came charging at them. First, Theodore intercepted it with his wind sword. But even with Theodore's powerful wind sword, he was being pushed back. The fiery dragon relentlessly approached. The ground was being gouged deeper and deeper by its shockwaves. At first, Theodore and Alida were cautious of their surroundings, but they no longer had that luxury. To defeat Nigel, they had no choice but to give it their all. Ultimate technique. Rainbow annihilation sword. Alida muttered quietly and unleashed a rapid thrust. At the same time, the unruly magics were released. The 7 types of brilliance mixed together and clashed with the fiery dragon. A massive explosion enveloped the surroundings, accompanied by blinding light. Blown away by the blast, Theodore and Alida used their swords as support and stood up. It's come to this. I was prepared from the beginning. If it's an SS-ranked opponent, this is the level I'll go to. Nigel was wielding the Flame God, one of the most powerful magic swords on the continent. In the hands of a wielder like Nigel, its danger level rose to SS-ranked. They were prepared for a tough fight. It shouldn't be easy for him either. Alida remained calm even in this situation. As the smoke cleared, Nigel's figure became visible. Nigel, too, was breathing heavily. The attack he had unleashed had been his all, and it had been blocked. It was unexpected, without a doubt. We may be exhausted, but so are you. If you're exhausted, your regenerative ability won't last long either. Your analysis is accurate, but don't forget that you too are also in a dire state. Are you implying that we're tired? The captain and vice-captain of the Imperial Royal Guard should never kneel before the enemy, even when exhausted. With those words, Alida's right arm was not moving properly. An ultimate technique like the one she used had its corresponding price. The recoil from earlier was taking its toll. However, Alida switched the sword to her left hand. This is the Empire. And we are the Imperial Royal Guard. We slay the enemies of the Empire. That's the only thing that matters. With that clarity, strength will surge within us. Well. Ignoring Theodore, who hadn't moved from his spot, Alida took a step forward. While thinking that she is a troublesome superior, Theodore followed suit. Watching their actions, Nigel clicked his tongue. It had been a powerful blow, but it had been withstood, and instead of losing the will to fight, they were coming at him with even greater momentum. How annoying. What makes you go this far? You won't understand. We are the Royal Guards, knights whose main duty is to protect. We have many things to protect, and some might consider that a weakness. But that is a mistaken opinion. Protecting is the essence of the Royal Guard. It is what makes us strong. Along with Alida's words, Nigel was overwhelmed and attacked by their combined assault. Nigel tried to counter but ended up being pushed back further. Nigel himself was on the verge of exhaustion, his repeated regenerations taking their toll. At this rate, when Nigel thought that, someone intervened between Nigel and Alida and Theodore. It seems troublesome and I didn't plan on causing a commotion like this. You're finally here. It took you long enough. Isn't it your fault for challenging us, knowing it was a trap? A mysterious figure in a black robe stood there. Based on the characteristics, Alida had already deduced who it was. The person in the black robe neither confirmed nor denied it. Seeing that, Alida readied her sword again. If you won't answer, we'll make you answer. Tell us the whereabouts of that traitor. In this situation, do you really think you can win? It was a struggle to even reach a draw against just Theodore. And now it's 2 against 2. It might seem disadvantageous, but this is the Empire. Do you think we are the only reinforcements? In an instant, a voice resounded in the area. The 7th Imperial Prince, Arnold Lakes Adler, commands you. Brave one, take hold of the holy sword with your hand. Chapter 474. Irony. A massive explosion erupted at the location where Alida and Theodore were supposed to be. Seeing that, we, who had been waiting nearby, sprang into action. Deep down, I was grateful that Nigel had been teleported away from the Imperial capital. Leaning out of the running carriage, I relayed to Elna, who was running alongside me. It seems like it's not over yet. We're dealing with opponents who are giving Alida and Theodore a hard time. Elna, let's go all out from the start. Of course. I'm glad to see you so motivated. Then, please summon the Holy Sword. Understood. Wait, there's no way I can do that, right? The Holy Sword was powerful. To summon it, there were several restrictions in place. During emergencies, those restrictions were lifted, but this was a time of peace. One of the few restrictions was prohibiting its use near the Imperial capital. When Elna unleashed it in the midst of the Imperial capital rebellion, it was because the Emperor was in danger. But now, the situation is different. Therefore, permission was required. I will give you permission. You need the permission of His Majesty the Emperor, rest assured. I have the credentials as a proxy. Saying that, I showed them the Emperor's ring. Originally, it was something Alida received from our father. He entrusted everything to her, not just with words. He also entrusted her with the authority of the Emperor as well. That was now in my hands. Alida handed it to me. In case the Holy Sword became necessary, it was meant to be used immediately. Perhaps that's the reason she involved me in this. If they were unable to match their opponents, we would need the Holy Sword. The outcome of the battle depended on the sky. The 7th Imperial Prince Arnold Lakes Adler commands you, brave one, take hold of the Holy Sword with your hand. I issued the release command for the Holy Sword. Listen to my voice and descend. Radiant Sword of the Stars. This hero now needs you. Elna summoned the Holy Sword and appeared before Alida and Theodore. And then, you're the one who interfered in the north. I never expected the hero wielding the Holy Sword to appear. Are you really Prince Arnold? The figure in the black robe turned their attention to me as I got off the carriage. Around me were Sebas and Sieg. Linfia and Mia were watching the battle from a distance. Rather than participating in the fight, their formation was meant to prevent anyone from escaping. If someone with a dangerous magical sword appears in the Imperial capital, it's only natural to take action. I did think that there were more than one person. So, the one who let Raphael escape in the north is here. It would be best if you surrendered peacefully. I'm afraid that's not going to happen. It would be pointless to come all this way without any gains. Saying that, the person in the black robe turned their attention to Alida and Theodore. Exhausted and worn out, the two of them. In terms of numbers, they were at a disadvantage, but in terms of strength, they were evenly matched. Very well. Negotiations have failed then. It seems so. After their exchange of words, Elna immediately attacked the person in the black robe. But Nigel stood in her way before she could reach them. Don't get in my way. I have business with that person. Elna and Nigel soared into the sky, and their every strike destroyed the surrounding area in their otherworldly battle. A battle between the highest grade magical sword and the Holy Sword. Chapter 475. An equal trade. The battle between Elna and Nigel had turned into a clear-cut pattern. Elna attacked, and Nigel defended. Against an overwhelmingly powerful opponent, there was no choice but to search for openings in their defense. It was the inevitable conclusion, and Rossark had also come to the same realization. However, one's defense could only last for so long. Especially when one was already exhausted, it became even more challenging. Guwa. Nigel was once again blown away by Elna's strike, unable to stand up this time. Seeing this, the person in the black robe moved to support Nigel. But Sieg and Sebas were already by their side. The person in the black robe managed to avoid Sieg's surprise attack just in time, focused as they were on Alida and Theodore. But they couldn't dodge the dagger thrown by Sebas. With a swift motion of their sword, they managed to deflect it, but Sebas' dagger was no ordinary one. It was a dagger with a magic sealing charm attached to it. Once it exploded, it would act as the trigger. An explosion occurred near the person in the black robe, causing them to lose their balance. Seizing this opportunity, the four of them surrounded them. It's over. At this point, a comeback was impossible. Nigel was also unable to fight back, restrained by Elna's power. There was no glimmer of hope for a reversal. That's how I judged the situation and spoke those words. But it seemed that the person in the black robe didn't share the same sentiment. Prince Arnold, shall we make a deal? A deal requires an equal standing, don't you think? Indeed. You're right. So, how about this? With a casual swing of their arm, the person in the black robe held the flame god in their hand. It happened in an instant. They probably used a magical device, but without a mechanism on the flame god's side, they couldn't use it. In other words, you planned to retrieve it from the beginning? That's right. It was always part of the plan to take it back from him. Nigel had his own magical sword stolen, and he reached out for it, but that was all he could do. He no longer had the power to fight. Because of that, Elna descended next to me. So, now what? Are you going to be my opponent? I never thought of that. Even if I were to use it, I can only produce power comparable to his. I won't engage in a battle I can't win. Saying that, the person in the black robe averted their gaze from Elna and turned their attention to Alida and Theodore. I can deliver a fatal blow to one of the two exhausted individuals. Do you understand the significance, Prince Arnold? Are you trying to take me hostage politically? That's correct. Isn't it problematic if you were to lose the captain and vice-captain of the Royal Guard, considering the delicate relationship with the kingdom? I don't mind the consequences, but you have many comrades. You must also protect the prince's safety. Quite a shrewd individual. Considering their position, Elna couldn't go all out to stop the person in the black robe. It would involve putting her allies at risk. The enemy had the upper hand. Fine. Our goal was originally to eliminate the threat in the Imperial capital. Ah, are you serious? I am. Alida and Theodore are both important captains of the Royal Guard. I must ensure their safe return to my father. I won't let you do that. Leave it to me. We can't take unnecessary risks. Being too greedy will lead to no good. Besides, you're already exhausted. Your Highness, your wisdom has saved us. I silenced Elna and gave my orders to those around me. Escort Nigel back to the Imperial capital. Also, keep an eye on the surroundings. I will return to the capital ahead of you. After giving the instructions, I and Sebas boarded the carriage and left the scene. Elna will be displeased. It can't be helped. It's true that she couldn't take the risk at that moment, considering her inability to protect everyone. Of course, we should take care of her afterwards. Let's think about that later. But it seems they were aware of our plans, right? It can't be helped. It's likely that they suspected something since we were secretly doing something. If they knew Nigel was in the Imperial capital, they could infer that I was preparing countermeasures. In the Imperial capital, there were various things to be done. I would have a certain amount of information networks. If the person in the black robe was who I thought they were, they would have planned accordingly, regardless of Nigel's success or failure. In the end, Nigel was merely being used. Although he was a powerful piece, if he were to rampage in the Imperial capital, this outcome was inevitable. Well then, shall we go? Sebas threw the dagger. That dagger wasn't intended to cause an explosion. Its purpose was to scatter a special magical energy reaction in the surroundings. By following that energy, we could track them even if they were teleported. Of course, it was based on the assumption that we could also teleport. I leave the rest to you. Leave it to me. Saying that, I put on my silver mask. They can't let me escape twice. I'll make sure they reveal their true identity. I wonder what kind of truth awaits us. Saying that, I teleported to pursue the person in the black robe. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Arc 44. No Name. Chapter 476. The Identity of the Black Robe. As a result of tracking the teleportation destination, I ended up in a dark forest. The location is in the western part of the Empire, near the border of the Imperial Forest. A cabin in that forest. I entered without any hesitation. Well, Well, I thought it might be, but it is indeed. Inside the cabin, there was the figure in the black robe I saw before, wearing a completely unblemished white outfit, with a black mask covering her face. And in her hand, a malevolent black magic sword. Silver. Why are you here? That's my line, no name. One of the 5 SS-class adventurers, no name. She was with the person who caused chaos in the capital using Nigel. This could only mean one thing. Is this a declaration of war to me? How did you find this place? No name fell silent. Instead, the person in the robe spoke up. I guess you might think it strange. Why do you think I didn't act when a dangerous magic swordsman appeared in the capital? It's to find the puppeteer hiding behind. No one surpasses me in teleportation. Tracking you is easy if I keep an eye on it. How long have you been watching us? For those who rely on magical devices, teleportation is an unknown technology. The words of those who don't rely on magical devices are taken at face value. The person in the robe didn't ask anything more. I knew their purpose without having to ask. Are you planning to feed the flame god to the nether god to power it up? Yes. I know you aim to surpass the holy sword. I won't deny that, but this time you've gone too far. A single mistake and the capital would have been consumed by fire. No name listened quietly to my words. From the atmosphere, it seemed she felt a sense of guilt. On the other hand, the person in the robe didn't seem to share that sentiment. I apologize for intruding on your territory. However, the damage wasn't significant. Isn't that acceptable? It's amusing to hear the perpetrator saying that. Don't underestimate me, former no-name. Those were unproven words. But I was confident I wasn't off. The face of no-name I saw before was too young. She had vampire-like features, but lacked the sharp fangs unique to vampires. Most likely a half-breed, so her lifespan wouldn't be as long as a vampire's. Yet, she was young. And she didn't match with the evaluation of the old Igor. The current no-name and the past no-name are different individuals. It was only natural to think so. And if the person in the robe was the former no-name, his swordsmanship made sense. You came knowing, didn't you? Saying that, the figure in the robe revealed their face. It was a silver-haired old woman. Her red eyes were focused squarely on me. They reflected a color of murderous intent. The latest SS-class adventurer, Silver. I underestimated you. My intuition tells me it'd be better to silence you here. I see. That's convenient for me too. I came here ready for a fight. For a moment, silence descended. The next moment, my barrier clashed with the sword swung by the former no-name, and the impact spread around, blowing the cabin away. The former no-name seemed surprised by the strength of my barrier. But, guess it's impossible with a normal sword. Calmly she switched to the flame god she was holding and faced me with a natural stance. She didn't keep distance because it's basic to fight close with a magic user. She didn't use the flame god from the beginning because she didn't want to risk losing the nether god's food. However, she quickly revised that thought. It seems a magic user like you could replace the flame god. Try if you can. I don't know how many generations you've dreamt of it, but I'll crush your grand dream. In an instant, countless orbs of light floated around me. I could engage in close combat with the former no-name, but the current no-name could pose a problem. She doesn't show as much fighting spirit as the former. Rather, she seems rather passive. But she shows no sign of intervening. If that's the case, I have to consider her as an enemy. In such a case, I can't afford to carelessly engage in close combat. Just as they want to silence me, I also want to deal with these two who move sneakily behind the scenes. I can overlook what happened this time, because it does not deviate from the purpose of nurturing the nether god. Of course, if the damage was greater, I couldn't overlook it, but for the damage this time, it's acceptable to turn a blind eye. However, letting Raphael escape is unacceptable. In the power struggle for the throne, I can't tolerate being manipulated behind the scenes. Especially with helping an unknown party like Raphael, the whole picture remains unclear. It's probably best to strike here if the opponent is willing. You want to crush our long-cherished wish. Quite confident, aren't you? I think treating me as food is more confident, don't you think? The former no-name was about to swing the flame god. But before that, my orbs of light attacked the former no-name. However, she's not an opponent that can be handled that easily. I took some distance to prepare for a fight with the former no-name. To defeat a foe of that level, I certainly needed magic on the grand scale. How do I create that opening? As I was considering the arrangements, stop that duel. I'll take over. An unexpected intruder appeared. Chapter 477. Mediation. An unexpected intruder. A person who shouldn't be here. What are you playing at, Linares? Just as you can see, I'm here to mediate. The intruder was SS-ranked adventurer Linares. Linares, who usually stays within the singularity, being here was abnormal. Not only was it abnormal for Linares to have taken action, but it was also abnormal for her to have appeared here at this timing. Mediation? What kind of relationship do you have with these two? Relationship, her. The current no-name and I share a master-disciple relationship. This place used to be our training ground. It was a hut filled with memories, but now it's destroyed. Looking at the ruined hut, Linares let out a sigh. No one had ever heard of a master-disciple relationship between the current no-name and Linares. You and no-name are in a master-disciple relationship. So you're an ally of theirs. How rude. I don't remember abandoning my pride as an adventurer. Of course, I also don't remember raising her to prioritize strengthening her weapon over the safety of the people. Linares turned her gaze to the current no-name. No-name quietly lowered her head, seemingly at a loss for words. So, you're saying you can't stop her? Leave an SS-ranked adventurer to fight alone? I'll tell you, we're still within the Empire's territory. Even if you were attacked first, if you caused trouble within the Empire, you'd be just as guilty. Do you plan to overlook it? Their plan was to throw the Imperial capital into chaos, seize the Flame God, and potentially feed some of the Imperial Guard captains to it. It's clear. Leave their punishment to the guild. To begin with, did you really know about their plan? Wasn't it the previous generation's unilateral decision? No-name remained silent. The way Linares spoke didn't seem to be doubting no-name. But the one who has the underworld god is your disciple, and if nothing had happened, she would have fed the flame god to it. They're equally guilty. I understand you're angry about your territory being trampled on, but can't you calm down a bit? The damage was minimal in the end. The reason for SS-ranked adventurers to seriously fight is still too weak. Against Linares's words, I closed my mouth. As Linares said, no-name's actions were not permissible as an SS-ranked adventurer, but the reason to flatten this area was still weak. The Empire would support me for exposing the Imperial capital to danger, but the kingdom would side with no-name. At that time, it would be asked, why didn't I leave the judgment to the guild? What are you planning to mediate with? For now, I'd appreciate it if you could save the fight for my sake. The previous generation should hand over that magic sword. It's something she got by endangering the people. If she has any pride as a former adventurer, she should be able to hand it over. Hearing Linares's words, the previous generation no-name hesitated for a moment, then threw the flame god to Linares. Not as a former adventurer, but as a duty to you, I will back down here. I would have preferred you to do it out of pride rather than duty. I understand your impatience, but you can't go wrong with your methods. Enough with the sermon. For us, the most important thing is to achieve our long-cherished wish. I wish you wouldn't lump me in with you. Unlike you, my disciple has the pride of an adventurer. Hearing Linares's words, the current no-name clenched her fist. Even if you have to trample on others to achieve your goal, I won't acknowledge it. I didn't expect you to acknowledge it from the start. Then, I'll also mediate your punishment. Give up your adventurer status for a year. What? I can't overlook what you did this time. There's a need for a penalty. If you accept this, I'll forget about the fight here. A year's suspension. For an adventurer, that was a heavy punishment. But compared to what she had done, it was light. I understand. She replied in a small voice. And you, the current no-name, reflect on your disciple's actions. If your disciple causes trouble again, I'll see it as your responsibility. I understand. The current no-name lowered her head and accepted. And with this, the commotion was settled. With Linares's mediation, the 2 generations of no-name were made to reflect on their actions. And the flame god was sealed away once again. We were allowed to return to the kingdom without being held responsible for the damage to the imperial capital. Afterwards, the truth about this incident was revealed to the public, and the people's opinion of no-name greatly declined. The reputation of SS-ranked adventurers was also damaged, but Linares's reputation increased instead. She was seen as the one who had prevented a major catastrophe and saved the imperial capital. No-name's actions were seen as a disgrace to the SS-ranked adventurers, but thanks to Linares, their reputation was protected to some extent. The person herself was probably not happy about this, but that was the result. In this way, the incident involving the flame god was settled. But it was not the end. The undercurrents were still moving, and I felt that the time was approaching when I would be forced to make a decision. Chapter 478. The Darkness of the Guild. The grudge dates back 500 years. They are nameless because they did not leave their names in history. Betting their clan on surpassing the Holy Sword, that's the backstory, isn't it? That's right. But the plan to bring the underworld god closer to the Holy Sword was not proposed by the nameless clan. What? If only they had the Holy Sword. They challenged the hero with that in mind. To humanity, who struggled against the Demon King's offensive, the hero was their only hope. To challenge that hero is tantamount to challenging humanity. That's why their name was erased from history. From there, they tried to surpass the Holy Sword to counter the hero. If it's not that kind of story, it becomes complicated. It means that a third parties will has intervened. The Underworld God Plan. The man who first came up with the idea to create a magic sword surpassing the Holy Sword using the growing demonic sword, the Underworld God, was Anacleto Linares. He was a man who fought as part of the hero's party 500 years ago, and he is my grandfather. For a moment, the amount of information was overwhelming. Anacleto. I knew that name. He was the magician of the hero's party that fought alongside the first-generation brave of Amsburg, and after the war, he became the guild master of the Adventurers Guild. He was the one who created the current way of the adventurers. Unquestionably, he lived 500 years ago. He is her grandfather. Anacleto was a person who saw the Demon King's power up close. That's why he overly prepared for the devil's counterattack. In contrast to the hero choosing to pass down his blood and the Holy Sword, Anacleto chose 2 things, prolonging his life and the preservation of other forces. The preservation of forces was achieved in the form of SS-class adventurers, and his life extension was also successful. The ancient magical era. The human lifespan seemed to be longer than it is now. At least, that's what the literature suggests. Considering that, human life extension currently would be possible. But there are limits even to that. By continuing every possible life extension method, Anacleto and his newborn son lived on for more than 300 years. The life extension method they arrived at was to stay in a special barrier set up at a singularity point for half a day or more. But for Anacleto, it was a failure. What Anacleto desired was to retain his power at its peak. Gradually, Anacleto's power was fading. So Anacleto changed his policy, similar to the Amsburgs. A way to pass on his powers to future generations. But it's unbelievable. A human who has lived for 300 years was able to retain reproductive ability. Reproductive ability is a primal instinct of species. If life extension is successful, this instinct is unnecessary. Unnecessary instincts typically degenerate. For Anacleto, it was a gamble. However, the attempt was successful. His son fell in love with a woman, and they had a child. A beautiful miracle born of love. That is me. Don't say that about yourself. It's true. In the end, both of Anacleto's methods were successful. I'm not a magician, but I became an SS-class adventurer, and the system of SS-class adventurers in the Adventurers Guild is also functioning. But not everything is good. Linares sighed heavily. Anacleto had taken 2 strategies. The life extension resulted in Linares' birth, so it can be considered a success. At least, it wasn't in vain. The other goal was the preservation of the other forces besides the hero. The system of SS-class adventurers is a suitable system for protecting the outliers. But who would be the leading outlier at that point 500 years ago? Anacleto gave the underworld god to the ancestors of the Nameless, who were at the time being persecuted as enemies of mankind. He gave them a mission to surpass the Holy Sword through generations. He thought that their talent would be needed when the demons might invade again. It also served as insurance in case the Holy Sword couldn't be used. So relying on a single genius and a single weapon is dangerous. Great magician Anacleto. He definitely was one of the magicians I respected. Throw away your respect. He was a man who did everything he could out of fear of the devil's counterattack. He did many inhumane things. It may have been tolerated back then. If you use the excuse of doing it for the sake of humanity, you can do anything. The culmination of that darkness is the current Nameless. While it sounds good to say he gave them a purpose to live, he merely used them. He bound the clan of the Nameless for 500 years. It's probably close to a curse. To surpass the Holy Sword, the clan of the Nameless, who had been strengthening the underworld god, eventually started to strengthen their own blood. They assimilated all kinds of blood, just like the Adrasia royal family. So it was indeed. That's part of the reason why the current young Nameless came to me. She wanted my blood as she was trying to evoke emotions. Why didn't you stop it? Linares clearly showed disgust. That makes sense. Linares claimed that she was a beautiful miracle of love. She was proud that love had created her. For Linares, the Nameless clan who sent a child to her for the reason of wanting her blood would be unacceptable. Do you think I have the right to stop it? I am Anacleto's granddaughter. You might say I am the root cause of their current situation. What about the guild? What were they doing? Unfortunately, the guild is also bound by Anacleto's will. The details were not passed down, but a certain phrase has always been told to the guild master. Support the owner of the underworld god to the utmost. That's why the guild is having trouble handling the Nameless. How ridiculous. So they've been protecting and hiding the Nameless all this time? Are you saying it's not a problem to expose the people to danger for the sake of strengthening the underworld god? For the people. If this is underestimated, there's no point in the existence of the guild. Until now, the Nameless have kept to the bare minimum line. They've never crossed the basic principle for the people. It was the previous generation that started to run wild. Or to be precise, it started 6 years ago. 6 years ago? What happened? The prodigy of the Amsberg family, Elna von Armsberg, managed to summon the Holy Sword at the tender age of 12. The reincarnation of the hero. An ideal opponent to avenge their disgrace, and a sufficient opponent to determine that the bloodline was not diluted. From there, the previous generation of Nameless started to panic. Unable to watch this, the parents of the current generation Nameless became fodder for the underworld god. From there, nobody could stop it. At the unexpected mention of Elna, I was rendered speechless. It's not Elna's fault. But her immense power unintentionally caused a tragedy. The previous generation of Nameless then became reckless. They installed the current generation in their place and poured all their efforts into strengthening the underworld god. All for the decisive battle against Elna von Armsberg. Even though the presence of demons has been confirmed, that doesn't change anything. If they clash now, the demons will benefit. The means have already become the goal. Originally, it was a battle to regain their name, but now the clan's means of surpassing the hero and the Holy Sword have become the goal. Even if they become enemies of humanity again, they're likely to want a decisive battle as the clan's long-cherished wish. The problem is that the Nameless are part of humanity's fighting force. Even if we defeat them with SS-class adventurers, we won't come out unscathed. Even if we manage to restrain them with several people, we can't handle everything else. No matter what we do, it will only result in losses for humanity, Clyde said, clutching his head. If it was certain that no more demons would appear, we might be able to take action, but there is a high possibility that demons will appear again. Therefore, as the Adventurers Guild, We won't take aggressive action against the nameless until the threat of demons has subsided. As long as we can prevent a decisive battle with Elna von Armsburg, that's fine. And ideally, we'd like them to fight the demons to a standstill. I see. And you think that would satisfy me and the Empire? I understood the thought process. I understood the background. I even understood that the tragedy of the Nameless clan and the difficulty in stopping it. But that doesn't mean I'll stay silent. I'm not asking you to look the other way for free. I'll put a stop to the Nameless. No matter how much the previous generation ran wild, the current Nameless is my disciple. She should be likely to listen to me. Saying this, Linares stood up from the sofa. Then she placed her hand on the wall behind Clyde. Then, a part of the wall opened, and a small box appeared. She handed it to me. What's this? One of the 4 holy treasures, the sacred ring, Sun Mirage Vesta. It was used by Anacleto in the past. I'll give it to you. In exchange, please back down this time. When I opened the box, there was a glowing ring inside. Whether I keep quiet about this matter to the Empire or not, that's the crux of the matter. As long as I keep quiet, it can be managed. As a bargaining chip for that, she brought out one of the 4 holy treasures. Depending on the user and how it's used, it could turn a weak country into a powerful one. I have to admit, it's beyond my expectations. Chapter 479. The Basic Principle. This is a conversation for adults. It is a discussion stripped of emotions. Even so, it irritates me to think that you believe I'll be convinced by such a valuable treasure. Silver. I understand. You give me one of the 4 sacred treasures and enhance my powers with the aim to keep No Name in check, right? The previous generation might not have listened, but the current one will heed your warnings. They may refrain from antagonizing the Empire for some time. I can understand that. If you understand, then please accept. It would have been okay if they didn't confront the Empire. If I were a citizen of the Empire, I would agree. However, I am an adventurer. I act for the people. That's the basic principle I've always followed. I won't neglect it now. Do you think I don't take pride in that basic principle? I'm not saying that. I understand it's a desperate measure, but I can't cooperate with a temporary, short-sighted solution. Linares is also an adventurer. She probably doesn't think it's okay to leave No Name alone, especially the previous generation. However, the current generation has experienced the intervention of the previous one, and would certainly resist if something happened to them. The previous generation herself was also a former SS-ranked adventurer, making her too big to be dismissed. Maintaining the status quo is the safest, most stable strategy. However, I understand the feeling of caring for your disciple, and that now is not a good time to exert power. But waiting for an opportunity that may or may not come doesn't suit me. Postponing the problem can sometimes be important, but in this case, it might be a bad move. What do you suggest then? Defeat them as an SS-ranked adventurer? The stage where this plays out will cause a significant drop in national power. Do you realize the delicate balance each country currently maintains? And it's the adventurers who would destabilize that. I won't do such a thing. I understand the context. Using power is forbidden. There's also the option to teleport No Name out to sea with my transfer magic, but it won't be that easy. If it fails, that place would become the stage of a great war. The damage to the people, to the nations, would be unimaginable. A national war would surely occur, causing chaos. That's why both Linares and the Guild wish to maintain the status quo. There's no other choice. By ignoring No Name, we can avoid a lot of damage, you know? I don't mind overlooking them. Someday, I'll make them pay, but there's no need for it to be now. However, maintaining the status quo won't change anything. Do you really believe your disciple will wake up someday? That a girl who was only taught her clan's deepest desires will voluntarily leave the previous generation? For a child, the orders of a guardian are absolute. Especially when a parent has sacrificed themselves. There's no stopping it. If I could forcibly separate them, I would have done so long ago. Do you understand what I went through raising that child? Even so, as Anacreto's granddaughter, I followed the guild's policy. I returned her to the previous generation. I regret it to this day. At that time, I should have made everyone my enemy and run away. But I didn't. If you resist the previous generation, the guild will assist them. If you resist, the SS-ranked adventurers will be dispatched. The odds are against running with a young child. Even if you could convince other SS-ranked adventurers, it would mean the collapse of the Adventurers Guild. So, you chose the stability of the world over your disciple. If you understand, then accept it quietly. There's no other way. I nod several times at Linares' words. No matter how many times I hear it, I can understand. I can understand, but I can't agree. I might be told that the part one can't agree with is emotional. I might be admonished for being a child. However, adults aren't always right. I refuse. Your methods, the guild's methods, can't save anyone. Save. Stop saying such naive things. Saving powerless people is different. The other party is an SS-ranked adventurer. Any clumsy intervention could overturn the world. I won't avoid saving someone because they're powerful. The roles of the savior and the saved are clear. I don't remember being taught such things. What I follow is the basic principle of adventurers. Not the for the people phrase coined by Anacreto, but the principle of for the people built up by countless adventurers over 500 years. I help because they are in trouble. I save those who can't be saved by their nation. The predecessors I saw in the Imperial capital, at least, were like that. I stood up at that point. Giving up on saving, treating it like a touchy subject, might be easier. But it's too pitiful, too unjust, and it reveals our powerlessness. For this matter, I'll turn a blind eye. But let me handle it my way. What do you plan to do? Just so you know, the previous generation has the power to issue mandatory orders to the upper echelons of the guild through Anacreto's magical tools. If you act recklessly, it could get troublesome. Clyde, who had been silent, finally spoke. His face showed interest. There was an air about him as if he was looking forward to my proposal. Therefore, I responded with a particularly impactful statement. Have the current no-name come to the Imperial capital alone. If she claims to surpass the house of the brave Duke of Umsburg, she should have a close look at that power. That's ridiculous. I always thought you were crazy, and it seems I was right. Call it what you will. As long as she's with her predecessor, no-name's negative influence can't be avoided. First, we need to separate the two. It should be a good idea. Given my presence, it would be extremely difficult for no-name to approach the Imperial capital with her dispater. It's unlikely that the current generation will have the opportunity to see the Holy Sword or Umsburg in the Imperial capital. You should agree. After all, she will be an opponent to fight against in the future. She'd want to survey the enemy's situation. To what extent has the current dispater approached the Holy Sword? This would be a good opportunity to measure that. If the predecessor agrees to this plan, wouldn't it become a move that could collapse the Imperial capital? I'm good at seeing through people. The current no-name is not a bad person, and she knows the minimum line he shouldn't cross. She shouldn't go on a rampage that involves the people of the Imperial capital. Also, if the current generation becomes independent as an individual, future problems should be greatly reduced. Indeed, if she rebels against his predecessor, most of the problems would be solved. But you know, it's selfish to expose the Imperial capital to danger. Do you know how many people live there? Do you intend to endanger many for the sake of saving one? Any possible scenario must be avoided. It's not just about the Imperial capital. If no-name and Elna clash in the Imperial capital, the balance of the nations will collapse. If the empire in the central part of the continent collapses, it would lead to a continental war. Linares frowned at the risky gamble. And then, if no-name is left unchecked, it could eventually cause a great deal of sacrifice. Do you think it's acceptable to expose the people of the Imperial capital, who live in the present, to danger in order to prevent the sacrifice of the future? You have teleportation magic. You can escape when necessary. But the people of the Imperial capital cannot. Do you think I'm belittling the lives of the people of the Imperial capital? I can't help but think so. You can take your loved ones and escape when things get tough. Loved ones, even for me, there would be too many to escape with. To me, the entire imperial capital is home. While saying this, I let out a sigh. They probably wouldn't believe it just from my words. If there were no people I cared about in the capital, then I would indeed be irresponsible. I wouldn't be taking any risks. If neither I nor my loved ones are included in the calculated sacrifices, it could be called an irresponsible strategy. That's why I slowly removed my mask. Arnold Lakes Adler, the 7th Prince of the Empire. As a Prince of the Empire, I will invite no name to the imperial capital. If need be, I will stake my life to protect the imperial capital. So please follow my instructions. Prince Arnold. You are Silver. This isn't an illusion, is it? Clyde rose in surprise. He was so astonished that he opened and closed his mouth several times. Meanwhile, Linares asked sharply, "Why would you, a prince, go so far?" "Because it's not someone else's problem. No Name's target is my childhood friend. If left alone, the blade of resentment will eventually be directed at my childhood friend. It might be too late, but it might not be. Depending on the current No Name, the resentment might be settled. If her goal is to regain her clan's name by surpassing the hero, there's no need for them to kill each other. They can have a one-on-one fight and compare their powers. If Elna loses, No Name will be released from his clan's grudge and obsession. Even if No Name loses, if she pushes Elna, who holds the holy sword, into a corner, she should be able to regain her name. There are only a handful of people who can do that. Neither of them needs to die. It might be difficult to set up a place for a one-on-one fight, but it's not impossible. For that, No Name needs to become independent as an adventurer. If she stays with his predecessor as she is, it will not happen. So, bring the current No Name to the imperial capital. It's far better for her to interact with people and the world than to stay with her predecessor. If that doesn't work, we'll think about what to do next. How can you trust No Name so much? Because Finn was getting along with her. I trust her more than I trust myself. That's enough for me. That's my personal judgment. I understand you're uneasy, so gather forces in the imperial capital just in case. Even if you say gather forces, we can't place 3 SS-ranked individuals in the imperial capital. It's a problem even with just 2. Then place S-ranked ones. Wasn't there a talk about placing an S-ranked one in the imperial capital? Yes, an S-ranked adventurer from the imperial kingdom. Change that. If they're master and pupil, we'll face them with a master and pupil. Bring my disciple to the imperial capital. She'll be as useful as an SS-ranked. With that, I gave a sly smile. Chapter 480. Rearranging Positions. Upon returning to the imperial capital, I headed straight to the throne room. Clear the room, Your Majesty. You come out of nowhere and demand that. You are quite the man, aren't you? It's an emergency. Very well. With that, my father cleared the room. Only Prime Minister Franz remained. Once I confirmed this, I began my explanation. For a while, No Name will be coming to the imperial capital. I'd like you to be aware of this. Do you think I can just accept that? I will be leaving the capital for a while, just for a short period. I still do have precautions against the demons. You're going to leave the capital? What exactly is going on? The guardian of the capital. That's how some people refer to me. Essentially, I don't move from the capital. Though I can travel by teleportation, I never set up base outside the capital. So, my departure from the capital is unusual, and the fact that No Name is coming in my place is also unusual. The guild doesn't believe that Grimoire has been destroyed. I'll do some research behind the scenes. If there is any movement, it will likely come from the kingdom. Please think of this as a precaution. It makes sense, but is it appropriate for an SS-ranked adventurer to move around so easily? Excuse my words, but you guys cause a storm just by moving. I can't deny that. But, I want you to trust me. It's a bad move to ask for trust at this point. Surely, there's trust in me. That's undeniable. But because of that, it's difficult to accept that No Name will come to the capital in my place. If acceptance is possible, It will probably require certain conditions. I indeed trust you. But because I trust you, I can't accept your proposal. I agree. If it were a little further down the line, maybe, but it's too sudden. Won't it cause confusion among the adventurers in the capital? It might. We can't have might. If it's going to cause confusion, we don't need no name. That's not quite the case. The guild is responsible for dealing with demons. This is purely an investigation. It won't be for a very long period. I hope for your understanding. SS-ranked adventurers cause storms. Franz's words are true. It's probably resistant to accept one into the populous capital. Especially since No Name is an SS-ranked adventurer with many mysteries. To be told to consent. When an SS-ranked adventurer causes a problem, the means to counter it are limited. There's the house of the brave duke in the capital. Are you suggesting using the holy sword in the capital? To stop an SS-ranked adventurer? If there's even a 1 in 10,000 chance of that happening, it can't be accepted into the capital. Well, that makes sense. I almost nodded at my father's words. But as an empire, we can't ignore the decision of the Adventurers Guild. A decision is a decision. It's inevitable that we have to accept it. If we have to accept it, it's better to do so under good conditions. That's what we should think. We're at a standstill. What should we do? If you are there, the story changes. I see. So if I'm in the capital, you're saying we can accept No Name. Sigh. Fine. I'll come check as much as possible using teleportation magic. How about that? Not bad, but can you use it so casually? It doesn't require much magic power for investigation. Don't worry. My father's concern is just. Teleportation magic consumes dramatically more magic power the further the distance. Until now, it would have been a burdensome proposal. But now, I wear the sacred ring I received from Linares on my finger. This sacred ring, which was going to be stored in the guild anyway, provides a rapid recovery of magic power. The sacred ring is unlike the other 4 holy treasures in that it doesn't choose its user. However, its effects are more limited. Recovering the user's magic power means it's not much benefit for a weak magician to use, because it doesn't increase the total amount. But when a powerful magician uses it, it becomes formidable. It allows one to unleash powerful magic repeatedly. Even a somewhat strong magician can become a game changer in battle if equipped with this. It was stored in the guild for that reason. It can probably be easily misused, so it was stored without being entrusted to anyone. Linares entrusted it to me. Thanks to this, my plan can be used without any problems. My weakness of not being able to fully allocate magic power to battle because I use it for covert operations is solved with this. Given that I can't always be there, please consider my teleportation as a form of insurance. That makes me anxious when you put it that way. Understanding that, I suggested the dispatch of a newly appointed S-class adventurer. She's an adventurer from the Empire, and I guarantee her usefulness. Really? You're confident enough to guarantee that? Moreover, I've never heard of a new S-class adventurer from the Empire. That's because she just got promoted. As for her abilities, I can vouch for them. After all, she's my disciple. For a moment, my father opened his eyes wide and looked at Franz. Franz also seemed quite surprised. Your apprentice? When did you take an apprentice? It was a few years ago. It's only natural you wouldn't know as she's been in Mizuho all this time. Such a talent was in the Empire. Furthermore, she was a student from the Imperial Magic Academy. Although, she is a dropout. What? The Imperial Magic Academy let such a talent, who became an S-class adventurer, drop out? Only those who can use ancient magic can teach it. It can't be helped. I shrugged my shoulders. My father grimaced with frustration. Naturally, if she had remained enrolled in the Imperial Magic Academy, she could have become a power for our own nation. The Academy might be blamed for a failure that occurred years ago, but it's their fault for expelling my apprentice. They should take the blame. That Academy. What's the name of this apprentice? Chloe. She'll probably become an SS-class adventurer eventually. She's my apprentice after all. If Silver keeps an eye out with teleportation, and your apprentice also comes, then I have no complaints. I'd prefer if No Name didn't come, though. That's up to the guild's decision. Please bear with it. My father probably doesn't want No Name and just wants Chloe, who is from the Empire. That's probably his true feelings. Actually, Fran seems to have seen through the implications in my words. Well, at least it was approved. With that, the preparations are in place. I bowed and left the scene. Chapter 481. The Spy. The groundwork for inviting No Name to the Imperial capital has been prepared. From here on out, it's up to No Name. However, that's not a reason to neglect preparation. I needed to be prepared for anything that may happen. Oh, this is one of the 4 treasures, the sacred ring. I had it searched for during my reign, but if it were in the guild headquarters, I wouldn't have found it. In a secret room in the Imperial sword castle, my tiny old man was examining the sacred ring with interest. It's the best ally for a wizard. Indeed, it seems so. Especially for someone like you who uses a lot of magic power, it would be the ideal equipment. I'm not using magic power because I like it. If you're greedy and want to do everything, you won't have enough magic power. As your desires grow, so does the responsibility that comes with them. If you try to fulfill that responsibility, it's only natural that you'll consume resources. The old man implicitly told me I was doing too much. But, if it's for making Leo the emperor, there's no need to involve No Name. There might be some merits. Still, I pride myself on not being a typical member of the Adler clan, but sometimes that nature shows itself. Is it in your blood? The Adler clan is indeed a greedy one. What do you think, Henrik? The old man looked towards the corner of the room. A man leaned against the wall there, a man cloaked in a pitch-black mantle, Henrik, his face half-covered by a red scarf. The scarf was a magic tool, but it didn't have any illusionary effects. It was a tool that enhanced the wearer's natural healing abilities. By combining it with medicine, even a body ravaged by frostbite like Henrik's could move again. I wish you wouldn't bring me into the conversation, Master. You're also the result of greed, aren't you? That might be the case. But I had value to offer. Is helping for calculated reasons not Adler-like? You can't raise an ideal based on calculations. Henrik said so with a shrug. The nature of the Adler, the plunderers, is to chase after their ideals. To many, it's nothing but foolish. That's Adler for you. In that sense, maybe Arnold's actions this time are very Adler-like. He puts his emotions before his calculations. There are calculations involved. Properly. Still, the risk and the benefits don't balance out. I've always thought that you and my father are similar in wanting to do the opposite of what others do. When someone gives up, you just don't want to. It's beyond being contrarian. Consider the people who have to deal with you. You're preaching to me now? You've become quite bold. As I grimaced and responded, Henrik chuckled and pulled his scarf further up his face. He fell silent, so I turned my gaze to the old man. Anyway, preparation is necessary. What kind of preparation? Given we're hoping for the opponent to change, our options are limited. We must ensure we don't have a negative influence. We must rid ourselves of the bad bugs. I see. Certainly, she won't come alone. It's merely for formality. That's right. We can't let the previous generation get close to the capital. But, she's a former SS-class adventurer, right? How do you plan to stop her? It's not you or the old men who will stop him. You'll act as the contact. The former SS-class adventurer, the previous No Name. If she seriously tries to infiltrate the capital, Henrik can't stop her. That's why we're depending on others for that. But, we told her to come alone, so she probably won't suddenly enter the capital. She will likely use a messenger to contact the current No Name and we will crush that messenger. Understood. Henrik responded briefly, holding 2 short rods in his hand. He prompted me to open the transfer gate with his gaze. If you're not keen on it, you don't have to help. Honestly, this has little to do with the Imperial succession, let alone the Empire. No way. This is far more rewarding than simple information gathering. If there are people who can be helped, they should be. If they're in this capital, Then that's an Adler's duty. With those words, Henrik left the castle through the transfer gate I'd opened. Watching him leave, I shook my head and sighed. He's really grown. Are you happy about your brother's growth? Do I look happy? Very much so. You should thank me. I've turned a spoiled brat into a man. Who's thanking who? He's more cheeky than before. From a child to cheeky, that's growth. You should be thankful. As I was trying to find a retort, I gave up. I had a feeling this was a losing battle. Henrik had changed. Normally, even with magic tools and medicine, one wouldn't be able to move freely in about a year. Henrik's body was completely ravaged. His recovery was due to his own relentless efforts. Thanks to the old man's training, he's gained more than enough skills as a spy. Henrik has changed. As long as this fact is there, there's no chance of winning this argument. Well, that's okay. I'm counting on you, Arnold. As I turned on my heel to leave, the old man called out my name. And then he spoke. 500 years. That's more than enough time to bind a person. The Umsberg family is bound by the task of preserving the bloodline of the hero, and the Adlers continue to crave powerful blood. It's because this is the reason the clan has continued. So, don't expect any reformation. Certainly, the weight of that time might be immeasurable. However, the reason these clans have continued is because there was hope for future generations. In other words, it's based on the expectation for the future. It's proof that people can change. I expect that no name can change. You're free to expect whatever you want. But don't be depressed if your expectations are betrayed. Don't worry. I have a policy of not having expectations for those who can't fulfill them. With those words, I left the place. Chapter 482. The Guild Master's Office. A few days later, I received a message from the guild. The message stated that No Name and Chloe had arrived at the guild headquarters together, and I was requested to go and pick them up. If we were to travel without teleportation, it would take too much time. While it's true that No Name alone would be able to move faster than normal travel, it would still take considerably more time compared to teleportation. Therefore, I flew to the guild headquarters. So you have come. As I flew to the guild leader's room as usual, Clyde, who seemed tired, greeted me. You look tired. It's tiring. Reassigning the SS-class adventurers is unheard of. Generally, SS-class adventurers are selfish. Unless they have a significant reason, they wouldn't change their base of operations. As a guild, we don't interfere much either, as it would be foolish to upset the SS-class adventurers. It's easier to move other adventurers from the region where the SS-class adventurers are present. So, it's rare for two SS-class adventurers to move, like in this case. Well, we have to dispel the darkness of the guild. Some hardships are unavoidable. I will continue to treat you as silver, and I don't intend to be overly concerned. Of course, I'd appreciate it if you could do that. It helps. However, let me say this. Honestly, do we have a chance of winning? From our perspective, it looks like an uphill battle. I nodded in agreement with Clyde's words. The worst-case scenario is No Name and Elna colliding with full force. In other words, it's the clash between the Holy Sword and Dispater. But it's 50-50. It depends on how they perceive this opportunity. What do you mean? Is it an enemy reconnaissance or a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? If it's the latter, there's hardly anything we can do. If they are fully intent on attacking, we've lost the moment we set foot in the Imperial capital. Hey. Well, the chances of that are low. I know both the Holy Sword and the Dark God. The Dark God still hasn't caught up to the Holy Sword. They must be aware of that. Otherwise, they wouldn't try to use the Flame God as bait. But when faced with a hero, you can't predict how they'll act. Can you? It's been a 500-year-long aspiration. They might lose their composure. In that case, the only option would be to forcefully teleport them. But if that happens, the opportunity will be lost. Of course, it's an opportunity for No Name to change. That would be a loss for the guild. The actions of the previous generation are suspicious. They sent Nigel to the Imperial capital, and before that, they helped Raphael. They claimed to have been asked, but who asked them? That becomes the question. It's difficult to resist the demons when there are people close to them. Moreover, no name is one of the strongest forces. Ideally, we want unity in the battle against the demons. I hope it doesn't turn out that way. I hope so too. After having such a conversation, a little while later, No Name arrived at the guild leader's room ahead of me. I have work to do. I'm counting on you, Silver. Understood. Saying that, Clyde left the room. Silence lingered for a while, but eventually, No Name spoke up. First, I'd like to apologize for the other day. I apologize on behalf of the previous generation. From the way you speak, did you not know? That's right. I was told that I could strengthen Dispater, and that's why I went there. However, even if I knew the circumstances, I would still have chosen to strengthen Dispater. So, not knowing doesn't matter much. I see. Well, let's leave it at that. It's already in the past. I've received apologies and compensation from the guild. I don't have any intention to blame anyone at this point. The plot this time is that the guild suggested No Name's trip to the Imperial capital as part of Dispater's strengthening process. This way, the guild can appear to be cooperating with No Name, and the previous generation has no choice but to accept it suspiciously. In reality, No Name went along with it. The important thing now is my response. I mustn't show too much interest in No Name. While it's fine to aim to surpass the Holy Sword and the hero, this time we'll just observe. Let's avoid confrontation. That's the condition. Of course. No Name's response lacked emotion. How much can I trust this answer? While thinking about such things, I gave a wry smile. No Name probably had similar thoughts. No Name must be unsure of the true intention hidden behind my mask because I have little to gain from this. Silver. Did you really accept the guild's proposal? What do you mean? I don't think you're the kind of person who readily accepts proposals from others. I see. So you think of me that way. I did impose conditions. But that doesn't concern you. Don't worry about it. So as not to be probed too much, I cut the conversation short. At that moment, the door to the guild leader's room opened. "Oh, master," a cheerful voice echoed through the room. Chapter 483. Silver's Disciple. The girl who entered the room had dark purple hair that was almost black. She had 2 swords at her waist. She seemed to have grown a bit taller since the last time I saw her, but her cheerful smile remained the same. With that smile, Chloe energetically embraced me. "Long time no see. It has been a while. Congratulations on your promotion to S rank. Did you grow a bit taller and let your hair grow?" "Yeah. Does it suit me?" "Yeah, it suits you." It was a short conversation. It might seem abrupt for a conversation after 3 years, but there was no distance between us. We could talk just like before because Chloe was smiling brightly the whole time. "I didn't expect you to have a disciple. She's my proud disciple. Let me introduce her. She's Chloe, an S-rank adventurer. And this is No Name, an SS rank adventurer. You're No Name. You really do wear a mask like master. Oh, is that Dispater? I also use a magic sword. Ah, well." Chloe approached No Name with a smile and observed her mask before turning her attention to Dispater. No Name was taken aback by Chloe suddenly getting close. In the entire continent, there are only 5 SS rank adventurers. Normally, people would be intimidated or show respect. It's normal to keep some distance. However, Chloe must have gotten used to me, as she only saw those with such titles as exceptionally strong individuals. "From now on, we'll be working together in the Imperial capital. I've heard that you're very strong. I'm looking forward to it. Together." "What do you mean? Weren't you explained? While I'm away, you and Chloe will take care of the high difficulty requests in the Imperial capital. So, act together." "Together? I don't want to be with a burden. I won't be a hindrance. I'll stay by your side. Can you keep up? I can use ancient magic too, so don't worry about that." No Name attempted to say more but stopped herself. It was a decision by the guild. No Name must have been prepared for some form of monitoring, so it wasn't unexpected. However, the observer turned out to be too friendly. Then let's go. Saying that, I opened the teleportation gate. Adventurers Guild Imperial Capital Branch. As I arrived there through teleportation, I noticed that the atmosphere was different from usual. First, the tables were stacked up like barricades. They are here. 2 SS ranks and an S rank. If something happens, the Imperial capital is done for. Silver always brings us troublesome matters. What an idiot. You idiot. Don't provoke them. He's like a kid. Is this branch going to end today? What's the point of these barricades? Don't worry. Even if the hero or the celestial princess comes, there won't be any issues. In other words, this place is safe. That's true. Are you a genius or something? Enough. It's embarrassing. Idiots. I was tempted to throw a light ball at them, but I refrained. That would only affirm their words about me being like a kid. I ignored them and tried to introduce No Name and Chloe to the guild receptionist, but I noticed that Chloe wasn't by my side. Hello. Thank you for always taking care of my master. As I looked, Chloe had gone over to the adventurers hiding behind the barricades. The adventurers took a step back, wondering when she had gotten so close, but her words left them thoughtful. Ha! Wait a minute. Master. Taken care of? There's only one SS rank adventurer we're taking care of. Ha! Master. Did I make a mistake by revealing that I'm your disciple? It's fine. It's not something that needs to be kept secret at this point. Besides, I haven't been taken care of by them. Oh, I'm glad. I thought I messed up by saying it. Chloe smiled, but the adventurers who heard her words all had twisted expressions. Sai Silver's disciple. His teaching people. He who is like a bundle of secrets took on a disciple. Wait. Then this girl is the new S-rank adventurer and Silver's disciple. She's an ancient magic user. Well, I can use ancient magic too, but I'm primarily a swordsman. Since I mostly operated alone in Mizuho, I might be a bit of a nuisance, but please take care of me. Chloe bowed her head slightly. Seeing this, all the adventurers turned their attention to me. Hey, she's a well-mannered girl. Is she really his disciple? The guy who talks back to the emperor? There's no way he can teach her manners. Originally, she must have been a polite child. It's good that she didn't inherit her master's bad traits. I don't want you guys lecturing me about manners. Chloe, come here quickly. Yes. While heaving a sigh, I reintroduced No Name and Chloe to the guild staff at the Imperial Capital Branch. No Name, an SS rank adventurer, and Chloe, an S rank adventurer. I'll be leaving the Imperial capital for a while, so these two will be taking my place. Why yes. Could you please write your names on this paper for provisional registration? Saying that, the receptionist handed No Name and Chloe a paper. It was a temporary registration. By writing their names, they would become members of the Imperial Capital Branch. Accommodations have been prepared for both of you. I think I already informed you of the location, but is everything all right? Yes, we've been informed. Then, please stay in touch with each other. What? It's not at the master's house. Why do we have to get our own base? Why should I offer my house as a base? That's no reason to. Oh, come on. We still have time, right? Show us around the Imperial capital. Both No Name-san and I aren't familiar with it. I was about to teleport away immediately, but Chloe caught me before I could. No Name wanted to refuse, but Chloe cut her off. Information is important for adventurers. We can't act in an unfamiliar place during emergencies, so providing at least basic guidance is our responsibility, I think. Well, you've become quite clever in my absence. Ouch. I lightly tapped Chloe's forehead with my finger and turned on my heel. I didn't have an abundance of time, but I had enough time to spare for my disciple. Follow me. I'll show you the major buildings. But, Silver, it's decided. Overridden by Chloe, No Name couldn't say anything and ended up following us. Chapter 484. Confrontation. What a crowd. I wish I could show this sight to my mom. Is your mother well? Yeah. She's completely better now and is with Dr. Tui. She said to say hello to Master. I should drop by to greet her when I get the chance. While walking down the main street of the Imperial capital, Chloe and I were having such a conversation. No Name did not join in. She just quietly walked beside us. Even if we're touring the capital, as long as you remember this main street, there's no problem. From here, you can go to all the gates and even to the castle. What about the tourist spots? Are you just here for sightseeing? Not really, but I thought I might as well see them. Good grief. Even after being promoted to rank S, you still seem rather carefree. I'm not carefree. I'm being cheerful. It's the same thing. It's completely different. Chloe raised a voice of protest while asking questions about each distinctive building we saw. As I responded, I occasionally glanced at No Name. She was quietly observing her surroundings. Interesting. I thought there was some sort of protective barrier, but it's a misrecognition barrier, isn't it? You noticed, haven't you? You and I are walking together, but no one is paying attention to us, which should normally be impossible. They must be seeing us as ordinary people, right? That's right. Well, it only works on very ordinary people, but it should be enough for walking around town. I'm famous even in the Imperial capital, and No Name stands out from her appearance. Well, the reason we stand out is just a trivial matter. It's simply because both of us are wearing masks. That's why I have put up a misrecognition barrier around us. What's surprising is No Name's observation ability. She didn't know magic, but she inferred it from the reactions of the people passing by. She's not an SS rank adventurer for nothing. So that's why. I didn't notice at all. What did you think was happening? I thought maybe the people in the Imperial capital were used to my master. The people of the Imperial capital are thick-skinned, but they are not thick-skinned enough to tolerate a masked man. Haha, that's right. While laughing, Chloe moved closer to No Name and linked arms with her. No Name seemed baffled by the sudden action but went along with it. Do we look like friends when we're like this, master? Don't you? But, No Name, we're friends. Friends? Oh, there's something over there. Let's go check it out. Chloe, never losing her smile, pulled No Name along. Some background information must have been provided, but there's no ulterior motive in Chloe's words and actions. She seems to be enjoying this situation and is happy to be with No Name. Having always been a solo player, she may be simply happy to team up with someone. That purity probably makes it hard for No Name to refuse. It's a good trait to have. Just as the tour of the capital was about to end, I was guiding two people to a particular location. It was a large mansion within the Imperial capital. What is this place? This is the mansion of the Emsberg family. When I explained, No Name nodded as if she understood. It looks like she doesn't have plans to suddenly invade here, suggesting that surpassing the Emsberg family was still a cherished goal for her clan. It was something she had to accomplish, not necessarily something she wanted to do. There is always a possibility for that. As I was thinking about it, what are you doing in front of someone else's mansion, Silver? I heard a familiar voice from behind. Strange, I thought she was supposed to be on guard at the castle today. Good day, Elna von Emsberg. I'm not particularly happy. I was suddenly pulled out of my work and ordered to stand by the mansion. Are you the cause? Perhaps. Allow me to introduce you to them. The other masked person here is the SS rank adventurer, No Name. And this is... I am the S rank adventurer, Chloe, Silver's disciple. Chloe introduced herself with a smile. However, Elna looked puzzled upon hearing this introduction. Your disciple? Yes, what about it? Someone who doesn't even show your face to others would still teach someone your magic. If you can do that, why not reveal your face? Everyone has their own circumstances. That aside, I guess you've been ordered to wait so you can respond to any changes in the capital at any time. Being on duty can sometimes make it impossible to move. It's a nuisance. Why are there two SS rank adventurers in the capital? I'm going to be away from the capital for a bit. These two will take over for me during that time. You move around as you please, don't you? How nice. Are you jealous? Hardly. With that, Elna walked past me. She probably planned to return to her mansion. However, No Name stopped her. Elna von Emsberg. What is it, No Name? If I were to propose a one-on-one battle here, would you accept it without running away? Without running away. That was an insult to the lineage of the brave. The Armsburg family never fled from a battle. But I must decline. I have no intention of causing trouble with the Adventurers Guild. We both have our positions to maintain, don't we? I have no intention of accepting a match that will cause problems no matter who wins. Elna, with surprising maturity, declined No Name's challenge to a one-on-one battle. Nevertheless, No Name must have expected that it wouldn't be that easy. She silently watched Elna as she returned to her mansion. The agreement was that we're just scouting the enemy, right? The best way is to engage in a skirmish. Do you intend to destroy the capital? If that's your intention, I'll be your opponent before she is. I intend to maintain the bare minimum of decorum. I won't involve the civilians. With that, No Name turned on her heel and turned her back on the Armsburg mansion. After Chloe and I exchanged glances, we shrugged and followed No Name. No Name, do you know where our inn is? There are only a few inns where an SS rank adventurer and an S rank adventurer would stay. It's probably a luxury inn near the castle. You're wrong. It's a regular inn near the Imperial capital branch. Don't be extravagant. But I was always treated like royalty in the kingdom. This is the Empire, and the Imperial capital branch is currently footing the bill. Endure it. I'll pay for it myself. It's hard for the guild staff to come near the castle. Considering communication, it's the best place. You're not one for unnecessary luxuries, are you? It's not like that, but I'm okay with anywhere. Hearing Chloe's bright voice, No Name gave up on protesting further. She seemed to desire only extravagance. As I tried not to laugh, I opened a portal to the inn. Chapter 485. An Old Book. Night. In a room of the castle, I was speaking with Finn. On the desk was an old book from the depths of the castle's library, a bookshelf for the Imperial family. I thought it would be there, and sure enough, it was. Looking at it, I came up with a certain strategy, but I was hesitant to put it into action. That's when Finn came. I'm looking forward to meeting No Name-san, but I'm also excited to meet your disciple, Ul. Please get along with her. While laughing, I looked down at the Imperial city from the window. It's peaceful now, but depending on No Name's actions, it could turn into a sea of fire. As a prince, I'll never abandon it and I won't let such a thing happen. But it's a fact that I'm exposing the people to danger. I'm neither an emperor nor a candidate for the throne. I don't influence the future of the people, nor do I intend to. Exposing them to danger unilaterally is probably not permissible. Are you blaming yourself? Blaming? No. I'm just laughing at how foolish it is. You should remove your worries about the past. We can't fight against the devil if one of the strongest power on the human side is uncertain. I understand. But that's just a front. I think if I say that, they will accept it. I find it ridiculous that I simply couldn't tolerate the blade that might be directed at Elna. Indeed, personal feelings. Yet, I can't be defiant about what's wrong with personal feelings. That's foolish. Above all, what's most foolish is that I know only Elna can change No Name. A 500-year-old aspiration. I don't understand it, but I'm sure it's very heavy and strong. That's why she needs a trigger to get over it. It can only be achieved by settling things with the Armsburg family. That's right. While I wish to protect Elna, in the end, I rely on Elna, and if one thing goes wrong, it could lead to a final battle with No Name. When I think that I may have just sped up the final battle, it makes me laugh at my foolishness. I brought a problem I couldn't solve myself to the Imperial city. Of course, I can deal with it and probably prevent it. But only No Name and Elna can resolve it. I don't have the final key. You can't solve everything by yourself. You know that well, don't you? That's right. You're right. I understand very well my own powerlessness. I think everyone has a role. Sometimes you're the lead, sometimes you're a supporting role. Let's convince ourselves that we were supporting roles this time. Lamenting our powerlessness doesn't move us forward. I can't help it. When I want to do something, I'm not the main character. I understand how you feel. Elna, the prodigy of the Habsburg family, the second coming of the hero. There's hardly ever a time when she's in danger. That's because most things aren't dangerous. So it's natural to want to protect her from such danger. She's a childhood friend who's always been there to help. Wanting to protect her with your own hands is an indulgence that can't be helped if you're human. Finn cut off her words there. Then she moved next to me and took my hand. But being the support is also an important role. Let's believe in that. It's also one form. Finn, you're proud of your childhood friend, aren't you? Can't you boast that she's the best in the world? Heh. You're good at encouraging people, thank you. I feel better. That's good. Shall we move, then? Yeah, let's move. If things don't improve by waiting, we should make the situation move. And so, I decided to play the move that I had been hesitant about. Section. The next day, I had invited Elna to the castle. In front of me was the old book from yesterday. What's the matter? Did something happen? Well, something did happen. You know that no name is in the Imperial city, don't you? Yes. How much do you know? They seem to be trying to surpass the Habsburg family as they are supposedly enhancing their magic sword to create a sword that surpasses my holy sword. You know that much. The Chancellor extracted the information from the guild's personnel. He was very cautious. Well, even if he hadn't told me, I wouldn't have the slightest intention to duel with an SS-ranked adventurer from another country. Especially an Imperial SS-ranked adventurer. It's problematic regardless of who wins. Well, that's probably true. So, if no name is your opponent, honestly, can you win? I wouldn't know unless I tried. They are on that level. Elna, who is usually the embodiment of confidence, didn't assert her victory. That speaks volumes about No Name's prowess. Silver mentioned that the magic sword hasn't reached the level of the holy sword yet. No Name might make their move at an inconvenient time for us. Don't you think it's a good idea to take the initiative and challenge them? Don't be ridiculous. If No Name is trying to surpass me, then let them. I'll wait until I've made sure they surpassed me. Challenging them with certainty to my advantage would only lead to the name of the Habsburg family being ashamed. I see. That's a response fitting of the brave family. Let me ask the opposite then. What happens if we seal both the holy sword and the magic sword? We wouldn't know unless we tried. But, Elna directed her sharp gaze at me, then, if Ol tells me to win, then I'll win. You're planning to make me duel, aren't you? Using the method that causes the least problems. This book was kept in very careful storage. It seems to be a manuscript left by the first head of the brave family. It describes a duel that occurred just before the decisive battle with the Demon King 500 years ago. If it has been passed down in the Habsburg family, that means the first head must have wanted it to be passed down to future generations no matter what. 500 years ago, the hero who defeated the Demon King was welcomed into the Empire as the brave Duke. However, it was unclear how long the hero's bloodline would last. However, the royal family had been reigning for a long time even then. They probably foresaw their future growth. Therefore, he entrusted this book to the royal family. The duel was about the Holy Sword. The winner would use the Holy Sword to challenge the Demon King. At the time, both were powerful individuals called heroes. They fought with ordinary swords, and the first head of the brave family won. Then, he seems to have challenged the Demon King, which was said to be a hopeless battle. And he triumphed. What happened to the loser? He was said to be an enemy of humanity for opposing the hero. His name was erased from history. Afterwards, the first head of the brave family seems to have never been able to meet him. But even so, the brave referred to him as a comrade. A long-lasting battle with the demons. As the hope of humanity, they should have fought on the front lines. They probably knew each other better than anyone else. No Name's ancestors probably had their own desires too. However, that doesn't mean they were entirely wrong. Therefore, the other hero who fought the first head of the brave family for the Holy Sword. That's No Name's ancestor, and the main reason why No Name wants to surpass the hero. It's a family's long-standing desire, a wish that has spanned 500 years. It's not something simple. It would take time. However, there should be a way to make a move. Only you can do that. I don't need the preamble. What do you want me to do? The Empress' birthday is coming up soon. There's an issue that the events planned are too ordinary. So, I propose a duel between you and No Name. In the past, they fought over the sacred sword using ordinary swords. If they know about this, they will accept. I'm sorry, but you'll have to become a spectacle. Fine. Elna easily agreed, but she confidently declared. But, I have no intention of losing. I don't care if I create a grudge that lasts 500 years. Let the people 500 years from now worry about that. Fight with all your might. Many people will probably worry about what if you lose. But I don't doubt your victory. Understood, Your Highness. I will show you my victory. In the name of Umsburg. Chapter 486. The Responsibility of the Empire. The next day, I proposed a formal duel between Elna and No Name to my father, and he agreed to consider it depending on No Name's response. In the process, I disclosed all the information I knew about No Name's predecessors and her family. Understanding the potential danger to the brave family, my father merely said, "I understand everything in detail. Is that all? She is trying to surpass the brave family and the Holy Sword. That level of background is as expected. At least she's not an abnormal person doing this on a whim. If it comes to a direct confrontation, she might use the magic sword Dispater. If that happens, Elna will have no choice but to draw the Holy Sword. Silver judged that it is not yet on the level of the Holy Sword, right? Then let them do it. Like the first brave, let them duel without comparing the superiority of their weapons. This is also the responsibility of the Imperial family who welcomed the hero into the Empire. If we don't arrange a stage, we will be scolded by the past emperors." Saying so, my father laughed. Next to him, Franz looked grim. "It is a risky bet. We know better than anyone the difficulty of maintaining a bloodline for 500 years. They will not challenge a battle they cannot win due to temporary emotions. Rather, I am more concerned about Elna losing in a fight without the Holy Sword. That's one of the risk factors. It could damage the reputation of the brave family. Elna will not lose. The shadow of a tarnished martial reputation breeds contempt. This could potentially trigger unnecessary battles. Franz's concerns are natural. But Elna won't lose. May I ask the basis for that? Because Elna said so. Of course she would say that, but her opponent is an SS rank adventurer. Their class is different. Well, if she loses, we'll think about it then. It's not as if the strength of the Holy Sword or Elna herself will be greatly weakened. They were simply strong. As for the martial reputation, it can be restored in the next war. You rely too much on the individuals. Whether or not to use the demonic sword is up to No Name. We can't predict the outcome." At Franz's words, my father nodded once and rose from the throne. He approached the window and looked down at the Imperial city. I judged that the reason Silver brought No Name to the Imperial city is because they wanted to settle an old grudge. Because of the emergence of the demon, they can't cooperate if there are such uncertainties. But does it need to be conducted in our country? Wouldn't anywhere else do? If we did that, they might fight until one of them died. That can't happen. Both are necessary for humanity. We need to set many restrictions and have them duel in front of the public. I have already decided. Are you going to oppose me? Oh dear. With a resigned sigh, Franz bowed and left. It was a hard-fought agreement. Well, whether or not to go ahead is up to my father. But just having them duel is boring. Don't you think? Arnold. It's a coincidence. I was thinking the same. Then, let's prepare as much as we can. It's a fight between two of the top swordsmen on the continent. It would be rude not to offer a reward. Anticipating his intent, I quietly bowed my head. Now it's up to No Name. Section. I have no interest in becoming a spectacle. Having visited the unnamed inn as Silver, I discussed the Empire's plan. However, the unnamed one shook his head. Don't you think sparring also serves as enemy reconnaissance? It's different in front of a large crowd. We have our clan's pride. A proper match is one thing, but a prepared one-on-one battle is another. We cannot afford to lose. Then you should just win. They aren't opponents we can beat by sheer willpower. The objective this time is strictly to gauge our opponent's strength. We won't get unnecessarily involved. Your goal and your clan's is to surpass the hero. That's why you're strengthening this pater, right? What of it? Well, it seems there was a book of the first brave that the royal family had in storage. Saying that, I place a book on a nearby desk. The unnamed one, who had been unresponsive until now, showed a strong reaction at the mention of the first brave. Why do you have such a book? The royal family came to know about the situation. And on top of that, they proposed this one-on-one battle. Did you read it too? Only lightly. The first brave and your ancestor seem to have had a match wagering the holy sword. With an ordinary sword, mind you. If fulfilling your clan's long-held desire is the goal, wouldn't this be a chance? Surpassing the holy sword would mean surpassing the hero. But thinking of the battle between the first brave and your ancestor, if you don't surpass even after sealing away any excess, wouldn't it not count as surpassing the hero? That's something to consider after reading this book. It's something I borrowed from the royal family. Handle it with care. After saying that, I left the place. It's the unnamed one's decision to make. And the place I transported to was an alley a little away from the inn. There, Henrik had just finished a task. This time it's 3. They were the ones originally infiltrated. They were trying to sneakily make contact. Henrik said, putting away the short wand he held in his hand. 3 men were lying next to him. They must have been knocked unconscious by Henrik. Any information? They didn't have much information. They were just soldiers after all. I see. But if we keep cutting off their communication like this, they'll try to make contact using stronger pieces eventually. Don't worry. I'll take care of the bugs. Counting on you. After a brief comment, I left the place. Originally, the story is that Silver couldn't stay in the Imperial capital, so the unnamed one was dispatched. Therefore, as Silver, I can't stay long in the Imperial capital. Well, if the unnamed one refuses, I wouldn't have the leisure to worry about such things, but I doubt I need to worry about that. As long as we keep exterminating the harmful bugs, the unnamed one will make his own judgment. That judgment is something we can hope for. With such thoughts in mind, I was about to teleport to the castle. There's still something I need to find. Chapter 487. A sword is a sword. Near the Imperial capital. No Name and Chloe were there, taking care of a request from the Adventurers Guild. Their opponents were bloodhounds. There were 5 of them, equivalent to A-class monsters. Chloe was deftly slaying them using her 2 swords. No Name was watching her from a little distance away. All right. It's done, Ms. No Name. Thank you. I'm sorry for leaving it all to you. Not at all. It's not a request that a SS rank adventurer should be taking on, after all. With that, Chloe and No Name started to walk. This request was to exterminate monsters that had begun to appear in various villages. Because the rank of the monsters varied, the request had become a problem for the capital's branch of the guild since no adventurers were willing to take it on. So, it had come to Chloe and No Name. In situations where there is urgency and no adventurers are taking on the request, it's passed on to those of silver rank. I didn't expect to be taking on requests of this level so frequently. For my master, it's as if the entire empire is his backyard. I think he takes on these requests as if he's just stepping out for a bit. He sure is a strange one. This attitude is why she gets these types of requests. What do you mean? If you toss a request that's too difficult for a regular adventurer to the capital branch, silver will come out. If you understand this system, you don't need to make personal requests to silver. Personal requests require 3 rainbow coins, but you can save a lot with regular requests. I see. But I think my master knows and still does it. He's not really concerned with money. Saying this, Chloe laughed. Watching Chloe, No Name sighed. She thought they were very similar in this aspect. This request was one that the guild had hesitated to pass on to Chloe and No Name. Chloe had volunteered to take it. without even properly confirming the reward or details. You don't seem concerned about money either. Why become an adventurer? Me. I didn't have anything else I could do but. I continued because I admired my master. At first, silver had led her to the path of an adventurer. However, she herself chose to walk on that path. What gave her the drive was seeing the back of her master, silver. I wanted to become like her. Someone who would confidently appear and resolve any pinch situation. I wanted to be someone who could help others, like she did for me. Admiration for your master. Do you not have a master, Ms. No Name? Stumped by the candid question, No Name struggled to respond. However, Chloe didn't rush her. She just smiled and waited for No Name's answer. Realizing she was just curious, No Name started speaking quietly. My master. No, my master was also an SS-ranked adventurer. I was trained by the fist saint of both poles, Linares. What? So you're a senior. Senior. As a disciple of an SS-rank adventurer, you stand shoulder to shoulder with my master. So, you're a senior. I've stood shoulder to shoulder with Linares. No such thing. My power comes from my demonic sword. I'm nothing special. No Name laughed in self-mockery behind her mask. Herself, who was born into a family that forged demonic swords, and had been given a demonic sword and the position of an SS-rank adventurer, was not on par with Linares, who had trained her body and reached the highest rank on the continent. She felt it was ridiculous to say they were equals. It was disrespectful to all the warriors on the continent. Sensing No Name's self-mocking smile, Chloe showed her two swords. These were created by Master Tui, the best swordsmith and hermit doctor in Mizuho. He reforged an old demonic sword for me. He told me when he gave me these, no matter how first-rate a weapon is, if the user is second-rate, it becomes second-rate. So, I thought I'd work hard not to let it be said I'm second-rate. A demonic sword is a demonic sword, no matter where it goes. If it depends on the user, then isn't a person who leaves a proper track record using it amazing? Is that so? I don't see it that way. The God of Darkness is undoubtedly the strongest demonic sword on the continent, excluding the Holy Sword. Whoever uses it is strong. It's such a demonic sword. The record made with that demonic sword isn't that great. That was No Name's evaluation. However, then, Ms. No Name, are you weak without your demonic sword? I wonder. I don't think I'm weak. Incidentally, my master is absolutely useless without magic, you know? If he doesn't use magic, even I think I could easily win. That's just my impression from a brief skirmish. Magic is a reward for effort. Magic is strength. Then, being able to handle a demonic sword is also your strength, Ms. No Name. I don't think it's correct to say the demonic sword is everything. A sword is just a sword. It changes depending on the person who wields it. You're intriguing. When with Chloe, who speaks with a smile, it's strangely convincing. There's no basis. It's simply how Chloe feels. Conversely, No Name found this comforting. Is that so? I'm glad you seem more cheerful. Cheerful. Indeed, I do feel more cheerful. While we're on the topic, may I ask a question? Yes. What is it? Chloe energetically responded. The next village was just around the corner. If she was going to ask, it had to be now, because it was something she couldn't ask anyone else. I struggle to make decisions on my own. I haven't lived that kind of life. Is that so? Yes, it is. So, I'd like to hear your opinion. Do you think I could beat the current brave? The hero? You mean Elna von Armsburg, the so-called reincarnation of the brave? I'm not sure. Both of you are stronger than me, so it's hard to say. Apologetically, Chloe responded. It was about an opponent with more skill than herself. It's even difficult to speculate. After all, she hadn't seen either of them go all out. Judging by their movements, she could only tell that both were very strong. Even though she knew she couldn't beat either of them, she couldn't tell who would come out on top. I see. No Name muttered, seemingly disappointed. But then, Chloe gave her a wide smile. But, in my opinion, a battle begins with the thought that you can win. If the power difference is too vast, It may not be as simple as that. But if it's a small difference, I believe that can be bridged. After all, if you don't believe you can win, you won't face the challenge. I think that's much cooler. My master, whom I admire, was like that. Those words were simple, naive. They were equivalent to just an opinion. But they were sufficient to resolve No Name's worries. The opportunity she had been waiting for 500 years had arrived. Yet, why hadn't she answered immediately? Because she was afraid of losing. 500 years of time had turned No Name's perspective negative. She carries the weight of her entire clan. If she loses, everything her clan has done could be returned to nothing. Thinking like this, she couldn't act carelessly. But the opponent wasn't so sweet that someone with such thoughts could win. She would never win as long as she thought she might lose. If she kept waiting for the opportunity until she gained absolute confidence in winning, she would never be able to fight. Her opponent would also grow. There was no guarantee the gap would close. If she missed this moment, the next chance might never come. Then, that's the bird monster. Chloe spotted a massive bird flying near the village. In that moment, a roaring sound echoed in the vicinity. No Name had swung her hand like a knife on the spot. It created a powerful gust of wind, which not only bifurcated the giant bird but also continued to fly far away. After obtaining the God of Darkness, she no longer attacked without using it. But it seems she hasn't dulled. Wow. Amazing. That should be the last of it. Let's leave the cleanup to the guild. I have a small errand. May I return to the Imperial city? Why, yes. Hearing Chloe's response, No Name began to walk. Chapter 488. Searching for a name. I accept the challenge. 2 days later. No Name told me this when I visited her. I nodded in response to her answer. The people in the castle will prepare everything. However, why did you change your mind? Is it a problem if I change my mind? Didn't you want me to accept? I didn't want you to accept per se. I just gave you a venue. That was the promise. What if I refused? That would be up to you. There was no reason to refuse. I had decided to let No Name face Elna. I knew she would fight, no matter what. That's why I was confident. No Name chuckled at my attitude. You're quite confident. Is that just a bluff? I have solid reasons. I do recognize your abilities, to an extent. Someone who says they'll fight and then backs off cannot become an SS rank adventurer. That's a fair assessment. But I'll have you reconsider that soon. Saying this, No Name picked up her sword which was leaning against the wall. It looked like she was going out. Where are you going? Chloe offered to help me with training. I see. I'm glad to see she's not holding you back. She's been a great help. I appreciate it. I don't need your gratitude. Express it to Chloe. No Name nodded slightly and then left the room. Section. In a back alley where I teleported to, Henrik had cornered a man dressed like a sorcerer. Damn. A magic tool user. The man released a flame magic, but Henrik instantly froze it with the staff in his left hand. Then, he aimed his right staff at the man and released a magic bullet. The bullet blasted the man to the wall, incapacitating him. Spill it. Who ordered you? Who? I see. Then I will resort to other means. With that, Henrik took out a small vial he was carrying and let the man smell the scent drifting from it. The man resisted at first, but eventually, his strength drained away. Who ordered you? Someone. From the Adventurers Guild. Asked me. An adventurer. Well, that's plausible. Saying this, Henrik put away the vial and turned to me. It was a secret drug of the old man. He seemed to handle it as skillfully as the magical tools. They've started using adventurers. It seems so. It will be hard to identify the contact person now, won't it? Don't worry about that. Unless they're professional assassins, suspicious people tend to stand out. If you say so, I'll leave it to you. No Name agreed to the duel. I don't want to distract her with bugs. Understood. But what if the predecessor gets impatient and enters the Imperial city? That won't happen. Someone else will stop him. If you say so, then it must be so. I'll do what I can do. With that, Henrik turned his back on me. Someone will eventually find the man lying there. The predecessor isn't foolish enough to reuse a piece that has failed once. He's outlived his usefulness. As I thought about this, Henrik turned around. Are you sure about this? About what? Accepting the duel means she believes she can win. It will be a fierce battle. Are you okay with this? About Elna? Yes. Don't you want to keep her out of danger? Don't be ridiculous. There's no better swordsman than her. If it's a duel, she won't lose. It's not a dangerous situation. I've always thought. Your favoritism for your childhood friend is abnormal. Although, her favoritism for you is even more abnormal. With an exasperated look, Henrik left the scene. He's always been cheeky, but now he's cheeky in a different way. The previous version was easier to handle, so this is a regression. It's the old man's influence. What a pain. Muttering this, I teleported back to my room in the castle. Sebas was waiting for me there. Welcome back. What's the progress? Not very promising, I'm afraid. I figured as much inside. Right now, everyone available in the castle is combing through the library for something. Of course, it's being done on such a large scale because of the Emperor's order. It's a name that has been erased from history. It's not going to be found that easily. But you believe it's there, don't you? Yes, it must be. The Emperor believes so too, which is why he's having people search for it. The library in the castle is the best on the continent. There's no way they can't find a name. But we don't have much time, do we? We'll search until the last moment. We might have to pull all-nighters starting today. Saying this, I stretched slightly. There are books that only members of the royal family can see. It's my job to search through those. While it may seem like an enormous task, what we're looking for is a document from 500 years ago. This alone considerably narrows it down. The first brave left records of his duels from those days. So, his name should be left as well. The name of No-Name's ancestor was not in that book. As a responsibility of the empire that harbored the hero, it's necessary to clear up past mistakes. Even if the public forgets, the Imperial family, who were the leaders at the time, should not. 500 years. That's enough time for atonement. We will definitely reveal No-Name's real name. With that, I headed to the library with Sebas. Chapter 489. The Arena. The Empress's birthday. A grand festival was being held in the Imperial city. The highlight was a one-on-one duel to be held in the colossal arena in the Imperial city. I appreciate you for setting up the barrier, Silver. It was nothing. I'm rather grateful you prepared this venue. My father, sitting in the chair prepared for him in the VIP seats, conversed with Silver. I, watching from the royal seats, was drawn into the conversation by Silver. I heard it was Prince Arnold who convinced Elna von Umsberg. I was surprised he took action. It's better than having them duel somewhere without us knowing. But a one-on-one duel will be fraught with danger. Truly an adventurer's response. Do you think No-Name will win? Truly a royal response. You seem to think Umsberg won't lose. Want to make a bet? Heh. Confident, aren't we? You wouldn't be able to offer what I want, so I'll pass on the bet. However, I believe No-Name will win. My son's childhood friend won't lose. The conversation ended there. A royal and an SS-class adventurer couldn't argue forever. The surroundings began to stir with curiosity. The Emperor, Empress, and other royals who were in the Imperial city were here, along with numerous nobles. Standing out too much was not an option. Arnold is putting up a fight, Leonard, what do you think? Of course, Elna will win. I see. Brunhild, what do you think? I also vote for Elna to win. You're at a disadvantage, Silver. My father started to amusingly gather opinions from around him. However, this was the VIP seating of the Empire. If there are more people who think the adventurer will win, wouldn't that put you at a disadvantage, Your Majesty? That's true. But this wouldn't be fun otherwise. In that case, I'll cast a vote for No-Name to win. Really? Is this not a spur-of-the-moment decision, Eric? Eric joined the betting match and my father asked him for his reasoning, clearly enjoying himself. Eric, as always, unchanging in expression, stated, "I trust not in No Name, but in Silver." Silver, who has seen Elna's abilities, is recommending No Name. That's more than enough reason to trust his judgment. I see. That does make sense. Prince Eric is wise. But I'm a mage. What we are about to see is a duel between first-class swordsmen. My predictions can be unreliable. Silver shook his head at this. His gestures were incredibly fitting. This Silver was an illusion created by Henrik. As a royal, I had to be present, but my father had invited Silver to sit beside him. To avoid arousing suspicion, Henrik was put in as a substitute. Now let's ask the swordsman. Alida, Theodore. Who do you two think will win? My father asked Alida and Theodore, his guards, for their opinions. Both of them were swordsmen of the same caliber as Elna, or even better. But Elna, I believe. It has to be Elna. They responded immediately. I thought they would have a different answer. It seemed my father thought the same. It's surprising that you're so sure. Why is that? If my memory serves me right, Elna didn't have the upper hand when training with the two of you, did she? A sparring match and a one-on-one duel are different. A sparring match is, at the end of the day, just practice. Even if Elna loses, she sees it as a learning opportunity. However, she wouldn't seek to learn in a one-on-one duel. She would go in aiming to win absolutely. Given that attitude, I don't think anyone can beat her. Moreover, the last time we fought Elna with all our might was several years ago. Comparing the Elna of that time and the Elna of now is like comparing day and night. She seems to think we're superior in swordsmanship. But a year ago, we were at best on par. Now, we would probably lose. So, the prodigy of the Umsburg house is not to be underestimated. Hearing their opinions, my father nods repeatedly. The phenomenal prowess of the Umsburg house of Umsburg is something you can't fully understand unless you're a swordsman, it seems. Alida and Theodore seemed to have grasped that. Well, I could more or less guess it when they managed to take the holy sword from Umsburg. Among the Umsburg family, Elna, known as the prodigy, is an exceptional existence. Even in a family full of exceptions like Umsburg, she's still an exception. Just like the previous no-name started going berserk once they knew of Elna's existence. It seems Elna is indeed the favorite. But the opponent is an SS-class adventurer. No matter how formidable Elna is, it won't be an easy fight. The outcome won't be clear until the very end. That's true as well. Upon hearing the Empress's words, my father nods and settles back into his chair. The one-on-one duel is about to start. The outcome won't be known until it's tried, especially when it's a battle between the top tier. The arena was crowded with people gathered to see the duel between the prodigy of the Umsburg family and the SS-class adventurer. The venue was undoubtedly exceeding its capacity, yet there were still many people who couldn't make it in. It was rare to see such a large crowd gather. Ni-san. Achem. No name will be okay, right? I heard a rumor that they are aiming to surpass the Umsburg family. There's always someone spreading gossip. Indeed, that's true. That's why I prepared the arena for the one-on-one duel. The rules are set, but they can be broken if one wants to. Can we trust them? I don't know. If they break the rules, then anything goes, and the same would apply for Elna. But that probably won't happen. Silver seems to be guaranteeing No Name's side. I guarantee it. As long as Elna von Umsburg doesn't summon the Holy Sword, the arena won't be destroyed. Well, even in a mere one-on-one duel, if they wanted to, they could wreck half the arena since they're both capable of it. I'm starting to feel even more anxious. Leonard's anxiety was ignored as the announcement of the two participants' entrance was made. Chapter 490. Explanation of the rules. Ladies and gentlemen, since everything seems to be ready, we will now commence the tournament, Chancellor Franz announced to the entire stadium using magic. For a moment, the Colosseum fell silent. The two contenders they had all been waiting for were about to appear. Although there was a proposal to hold several preliminary matches, the Emperor rejected it. The fame of these two would simply overshadow anyone else's, They wouldn't serve as a proper opening act. The audience was there to see the duel between these two. And rightly so, as it was rare to see SS-rank adventurers take center stage to this degree. Especially against the brave house. Royals, frontline soldiers, adventurers, the common people of the capital are different from them. Seeing a member of the brave house or an SS-rank adventurer, let alone them fighting against an equal opponent, is a rarity. The people can't help but want to see it. And even the emperor, who was used to most forms of luxury, was intrigued. But the audience fell silent. They were engulfed by the fighting spirit of the two who walked out simultaneously. One was the prodigy from the brave house, boasting cherry-blossom-colored hair and emerald-green eyes, Elna. The other was a mysterious figure in white robes with a black mask, one of only 5 SS-rank adventurers on the continent, no name. Both were currently unarmed. Their swords were to be provided by the Empire. As everyone fell silent, the Chancellor quietly announced, 2 swordsmen have stepped up to this stage on behalf of Her Majesty the Empress's birthday. One is Elna von Umsberg, the captain of the 3rd Night Brigade of the Imperial Guard. The other is No Name, an SS-rank adventurer of the Adventurers Guild. Both are ranked among the highest-ranking swordsmen on the continent. Thank you to both, the Empress briefly said. Further words were unnecessary. Several swords were then prepared in front of the 2 fighters. You may choose your weapon from these, the Chancellor explained. I assure you there will be no foul play, in the name of the Empire's honor. Upon hearing these words, both extended their hands to the swords. In their hands, any ordinary sword could easily become a legendary blade. But just then, Silver, Prince Arnold interrupted. What is it? I don't want to hear any excuses if you lose, and I don't want to hear any complaints afterward. Are you referring to your childhood friend? Of course, I'm talking about No Name. That's interesting. But indeed, it wouldn't be fair to let the Empire handle everything. Chancellor, Silver's voice echoed through the stadium. His interruption was unexpected. However, the Chancellor remained calm. What can I do for you, Silver? As one of the SS-rank adventurers, I'd like to offer my own solution. I'm not saying I don't trust the Empire, but there might be those who don't want the brave house to lose, and lower-level dishonesty might not be preventable. That's reasonable. How will you settle this? I'll let my apprentice lend her own sword. Since the Empire prepared the venue, there shouldn't be any objections, right? His final words were directed at the Emperor. The Emperor nodded in agreement. And then, that's fine. Do as you wish, but you're responsible for this. Very well. I swear on my past achievements that I won't let this duel be tainted. Chloe. Upon hearing her name, Chloe appeared from the path where No Name had walked through. For this occasion, Chloe was supporting and guarding No Name. Well, this was the expected flow of events, though. Silver handed her a sword. This sword, Black Fang, is the one my master used. This won't lose to any Imperial sword. Her declaration echoed in the silent stadium. The cheers started again. Chloe went to the arena, handed Black Fang to No Name, and then left. This is getting more interesting, the Emperor said, grinning. The beginning of the ultimate duel between the brave house and the mysterious SS-rank adventurer was finally starting. Chapter 491. No Name. Elna and No Name. The arena shook heavily from the impact as their swords clashed. It wasn't any special technique, just a mere introductory strike. But the power it held was immense. If it weren't for Silver's barrier, the spectators would have been at risk. But there was a barrier, and the crowd breathed a sigh of relief, cheering at the duel before them. Within the jubilant crowd, the serious battle began. Neither of them moved an inch, just swinging their swords. Elna launched an overhead strike, which No Name deflected before swinging upwards from the lower stance. But Elna took the blow, parrying it back. Neither of them would give an inch. As long as they couldn't break each other's defense, the fight would not end with mere tricks. Both of them were well aware of this. What they needed was a powerful strike to shatter the defense or a blow that could change the angle. Yet, neither of them moved. They kept swinging their swords without taking a step. It was pure stubbornness, but also a sense of danger. Taking even a single step back against this opponent would be dangerous. Their sense of danger as swordsmen held them in place. You truly are an SS rank adventurer, aren't you? You still have the leisure to talk, that's surprising. You look quite at ease yourself. Not as much as you'd think. They continued exchanging blows and words. The speed of their sword swings gradually increased. To overpower the opponent with techniques, speed was essential. Along with it, the power of their strikes also increased. The arena shook with the aftereffects of the missed blows. If there were no barrier, the arena's walls would have been destroyed by now. After exchanging several heavy blows, No Name blocked an overhead strike from Elna. Unable to completely halt the momentum, No Name was blown back. Finally, there was movement. The crowd cheered loudly, assuming Elna's victory. Listening to the crowd, No Name exhaled deeply. She had always imagined fighting someone stronger than her and had plenty of such battles in her mind. But this opponent was stronger than her wildest imaginations. The child prodigy of the House of Yushaku, the return of the hero. You're living up to your reputation. Do you enjoy stating the obvious? Is it so boring? Yes, very. I am who I am. With that, Elna closed the distance between her and No Name in an instant. A thrust augmented with a running start. The power of it was incomparable to the previous one. No Name blocked it but was once again blown back. Each strike was heavy. In a duel between swordsmen, if one strikes outweigh the other, the tide of the battle can turn. Even if she tried to counter her power with technique, the previous duels had already settled their technical strengths. At most, they were evenly matched in technique. But Elna was superior in power. It seemed impossible to win by conventional means. The word defeat flashed in No Name's mind. Everyone wanted it. Victory for the hero who had been protecting the Empire. It was natural for the people of the Empire to desire it. But you can't afford to hesitate, can you? A voice echoed from above. The crowd looked up. There were figures above the arena. My, in addition to running errands for silver, we were delayed by a slow companion. Hey, old man. Who do you think made us late? You got lost multiple times. Hey, you old fart. Who do you think is responsible for being late? You kept getting lost multiple times. The directions were bad. You never listen to others and just rush ahead. It's your fault for being slower than me. That's right. Your slow feet are also to blame. It's insane to make it sound like it's my fault here. The scene was filled with the pinnacle of humanity's adventurers. The remaining 3 SS-ranked adventurers. They sat on top of the arena as if they were in reserved seats, beginning to watch the one-on-one duel. We have some distinguished guests as well. No need for greetings, Your Majesty. We are just spectators. Then please enjoy the spectacle over there. Elder Igor, would you like to participate if you're interested? Ha ha ha, I'll step back, old man. I made sure Silver understood. The loss of No Name is our loss. If you win, you'll become the Sword Saint or the strongest in the continent, I'll give you that. Well, if you can win. Seriously, I don't like those guys from the Empire. They all think that as long as they're heroes, they can defeat any enemy. They need to learn that the world isn't that easy. No Name. You stepped on the stage believing you could win, right? Then believe that you can win until the end. Upon hearing their words, No Name chuckled behind his mask. And he turned his gaze towards Elna, who had stopped moving. You have good companions. Companions? Maybe. Elna von Armsburg, I have something I want to ask you. What is it? What does the Holy Sword mean to you? I don't understand the intention behind the question, but I'll answer. It's just a sword. It's something that has been passed down through generations, and it's important. But a sword is just a sword. What I'm proud of is being able to summon it. Being acknowledged by my ancestors. It's not a holy sword. I see. It resolved my dilemma a bit. That's good. Since we're at it, I'll tell you my secret too. The reason I summoned the holy sword was because I wanted my childhood friend to say it was amazing. It's just that much to me. So the reason for the youngest brave summoning the sword is for that. By the way, who is that childhood friend? I was told to stop because it's dangerous. Summoning when my body isn't ready is a huge burden. My childhood friend is overprotective like that. That's the person who's watching me. That's why I can't lose and let him down. Saying that, Elna swiftly entered No-Name's area. The sword approached No-Name's body, but it was intercepted by the sword held in No-Name's left hand. And No-Name's right hand gently touched Elna's abdomen. To her surprise, Elna quickly distanced herself and slipped her left hand between No-Name's right hand and her body. In an instant, No-Name unleashed a powerful palm strike with almost no distance, and Elna was blown away. While thinking it was dangerous, Elna regained her posture. In her eyes, she slowly saw No-Name removing her mask. I also cannot afford to lose when my master is watching. Finally showing your true strength, No-Name slowly took off the mask in her right hand and discarded it. Then she took her stance. I am the SS-ranked adventurer No-Name, and my master's name is Linares. No wonder. I'm coming. The previous strike was undoubtedly that of a martial artist rather than a swordsman. In addition to the sword, one must also be wary of her striking attacks. Elna raised her vigilance to the rapidly approaching No-Name. Chapter 492. Exhaustion. The battle was evenly matched. In terms of swordplay, Elna had the upper hand. However, once they stepped into the closer range, where fists could reach, No-Name's strikes were superior. Changing her pace, Elna slipped into No-Name's range and unleashed a thrust. No-Name managed to deflect her thrust, but got her shoulder slightly cut. But this was No-Name's range. A right fist threatened Elna. It was too close to dodge. Even if she took the blow, the damage was inevitable. So, she decided. In the blink of an eye, Elna lifted her right foot. The moment her right foot hit No-Name's abdomen, No-Name's right fist also hit Elna's abdomen. Their timings coincided. They were both in attacking stances, so they couldn't avoid it, and were blown away. Goo! Slamming into the wall, No-Name collapsed. But so did Elna. Despite her exceptional combat skills, No-Name's blows were superior. The damage was not mutual. However, No-Name wasn't unscathed either. Slowly, Elna's sword began to find No-Name, and her blows were getting sharper. The longer the fight dragged on, the more at a disadvantage it would be for No-Name. Deciding thus, No-Name grit her teeth and rose. No-Name had been sent to serve under Linares because she desired Linares' blood. However, she also wanted to learn from Linares' techniques. No-Name's clan, which had absorbed much blood, was greedy for techniques as well. They had learned many sword arts, all for the sake of surpassing the hero. But there might have been a possibility that they couldn't surpass the brave family through sword arts. That's why they desired Linares' martial arts technique. If they can't surpass with the sword, then make the difference with body techniques. Even if they surpassed the holy sword, if they didn't surpass its wielder, they might be defeated. To surpass the hero, they had to surpass both the holy sword and the hero themselves. Her judgment wasn't wrong. In her line of sight, Elna hadn't risen yet. Now was her chance. However, her body didn't move as she expected. She took a deep breath and rapidly calmed her body. She circulated magic throughout her body, suppressing the pain temporarily while amplifying her strength. Her head was still clear. Her will was present. All she needed now was for her body to move. I will win. Forcing her body to move, No-Name dashed forward, closing the distance between her and Elna, who was blown away in the opposite direction. Even on her knees, Elna still held her sword. But that was just a facade. No-Name's sword was swung down from above, and Elna barely managed to block it. Naive. No-Name's foot shot up. Elna, who was focused above, took the kick straight on. Elna, who was blown away as easily as paper, slammed into the wall once again. There was no escape. Now was the time to attack. No-Name swiftly closed the gap. A series of attacks with the sword. Elna was able to block all of them, but targeting the openings created by the attacks, No-Name continued to throw punches. There was no longer any strength or space left to dodge. Elna had no choice but to take No-Name's fists. If the left fist was swung, she was blown to the right. If the right fist was swung, she was blown to the left. She was basically a punching bag now. The spectators in the arena let out cries. Everyone was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. But should we stop it? France. It's not up to me. There's no need. In response to the emperor's words, Ul answered. His eyes were fixed on Elna, who was still being beaten. She will die at this rate, won't she? If that were the case, the strong ones here would have stopped it. The fact that they're not doing anything means it's not as clear-cut as it seems that No Name has the upper hand. The emperor turned his eyes to Alida and Theodore, who were standing nearby. Both nodded, affirming Ul's words. Following that, Alida asked Ul a question. Why do you think so, Your Highness? Elna has not let go of her sword. Also, she taught me something when I was a kid. When you're hit, you need to loosen your body. It was advice Elna gave Ul when he wasn't counterattacking. A strategy to prevent injury. By loosening the body, the impact escapes. And thus, large damage can be avoided. Knowing this, Ul understood that Elna was planning for a counterattack. You're going to bleed if you put too much strength in your hand, you know? Shut up. Leo, who also sensed that Elna was aiming for a counterattack, tapped Ul's hand with a wry smile. Ul's fist was tightly clenched. At Leo's words, he relaxed it for a moment, but immediately clenched it again. Leo laughed at this. You worry too much. Following those words, No Name noticed something strange about the way the fight was going. However, her blows were indeed hitting. They were being deflected. No Name realized this possibility, but she thought that only her master, Linares, could do such a thing. Elna was ultimately a swordsman, not a fistfighter. That couldn't be the case. Believing so, No Name unleashed a full-powered straight punch, an attack that couldn't possibly be deflected. However, before her punch could land, No Name was hit by Elna's slash. Blood spurted from her abdomen. Because she quickly retreated, it wasn't fatal. However, the bleeding was heavy. She was attacked almost unconsciously. Because she had been able to attack so one-sidedly, her consciousness of defense had faded. Really? You went wild hitting me. Saying this, Elna wiped the blood from her mouth. The cost of releasing a single blow was not cheap. She had loosened her body and let the power of the blows escape, but she couldn't completely evade them. Her consciousness had nearly flown away several times, but she stubbornly held on. Everything was for the moment when No Name released her all-out blow to attack. Now, it's my turn. Don't underestimate me. You should be shaky too. I'm still fine. I am fine too. Both of them laughed simultaneously and their swords clashed. Chapter 493. A draw. The cheers from the Colosseum had ceased. The people had been imagining a duel between top-class swordsmen. They were expecting an enjoyable exchange of flashy techniques. However, what unfolded before their eyes was a battle. Elna's sword sliced No Name's skin, but at the same time, No Name's fists damaged Elna's insides. Enough. Give up already. Elna's sword pierced No Name's shoulder. However, at the same time, No Name's fist hit Elna's abdomen. It was a perfect counter. There was no time to let the force escape. Huff. Why don't you? Stop being stubborn. That punch was an internal attack, ending with Elna, coughing up blood, falling to her knees. Taking advantage of this, No Name pulled Elna's sword from her shoulder and created distance between them. Both of them still had the will to fight despite their ragged breaths. You don't look so good. I'm still only using about half my strength. I see. I'm still only using about 30% of my strength. I was mistaken. I'm still only using about 20%. I'm still not even using 10%. Despite their battered states, they continued to argue. However, their bodies couldn't keep up with their spirits. Both of them had taken too many hits. Still, they moved their bodies with sheer willpower. For a moment, the spectators lost sight of them. Then, in the center, the two attacked each other simultaneously. Elna's sword against No Name's magic-enhanced fists. Both of them stood their ground until their powers finally burst on the spot. Caught in the blast, Elna and No Name were blown back to the walls. Really? You're stubborn. Elna muttered as she stood up. No Name was also standing in her line of sight. There was no time left. The designated time limit was approaching. If they kept shaving each other off like this, the time limit would be reached. Elna didn't want such a conclusion. I promised to win. Magic slowly gathered in Elna's sword. There was hardly an opportunity to use a large technique in the narrow Colosseum. But if both opponents were worn out, they had no choice but to bet on one strike. Because there was no time left. No Name was also accumulating magic in her sword in the same manner. Elna drew a pentagram with her sword. But, likewise, No Name was drawing a pentagram too. They had both chosen the same technique for their last attack. Ultimate technique. Star engraving. The technique that defeated No Name's ancestor in the decisive battle long ago, a technique of the first generation Brave. The Brave family had passed down this technique, but it was also passed down to No Name's family who had experienced its power. To not be outdone in the coming decisive battle. It was a gift from their ancestors. Both of them charged forward, thrusting the center of the pentagrams. The same techniques clashed in the center of the Colosseum, shaking the entire arena with their aftermath. And then, Elna and No Name were enveloped in light. The energy sought an exit outside, tearing through the silver barrier and soaring up to the sky. The breaking of the barrier put the SS-class adventurers present on high alert. They knew they would have to intervene if the situation escalated. However, only Ul did not move. Time's up. The last grain in the hourglass fell, and the horn announcing the time limit was blown. The sound echoed throughout the Colosseum, then eventually spread across the entire capital. As the sound died down, so did the light. In the center of the Colosseum, Elna stood there. The tip of her sword was pointed at No Name's throat, who was on her knees in front of her. But No Name's sword was also pointed at Elna's chest. Given their skills, it was unthinkable to miss at that distance. Therefore, that's it. By the name of the Emperor of the Empire, this match is a draw. Immediately, the Emperor issued a command. With his voice, the captain of the Imperial Guards stepped into the arena. This was because the two, engrossed in the fight, might seek to settle the outcome. And both of them had sustained significant damage. The intervention also served to treat them. However, both refused the guards' medical attention. Step back. I do not need treatment. Both repelled the guards, their gazes meeting. Then, next time, I will definitely win. That's my line. They accepted today's result. The conditions were the same. They knew they were on a limited time. And yet, they admitted to themselves that their strength at the moment was not enough to settle the match. The Emperor spoke to them. You showed us a splendid duel. I doubt there are many emperors who have seen a duel greater than this. The Empress and I are very satisfied. Well done. At the Emperor's words, Elna knelt. No Name didn't kneel, but bowed her head silently. It was the least amount of courtesy she could show. Watching them, the Emperor received a book from the Prime Minister. From now on, this duel will be told for generations to come. Such was this duel. If we do not reward anything, future generations will laugh at us. However, you two are an SS-ranked adventurer and the current Brave. There is a limit to what I can offer. Saying so, the Emperor raised his right hand. At this signal, many large spherical magical devices were brought into the Colosseum. These magical devices are connected to the Adventurers Guild branches throughout the continent. Through these branches, my voice can reach all over the continent. This was a continental-scale speech, a collaboration between the Adventurers Guild, the Empire, and many other nations. It was a 500-year-long atonement. To all the people living on the continent, I am Johannes Lakes Adler, Emperor of the Adrasia Empire. I beg your pardon for this sudden intrusion, but there is something I must say. The Emperor's voice was delivered all over the continent. It was an incredible feat under normal circumstances. However, it was necessary. 500 years ago, during the war with the demons, a swordsman made a significant contribution. This swordsman, on par with the first-generation Brave, challenged the first-generation Brave to a duel before the decisive battle against the Demon King. The duel was to decide who would wield the holy sword. In the end, the swordsman was defeated, and humanity erased his name from history, equating him to a demon. He was seen as hindering the brave, hence he was seen as an enemy of humanity. This might not have been praiseworthy. However, his past achievements were not erased. However, that swordsman continued to fight for humanity. He kept standing on the front lines for humanity, which was cornered by the demon lord, alongside the brave. His name was erased from history for 500 years due to one mistake. This can be considered a mistake of humanity. It was a fair and square duel. Surely the timing was poor. But do those who were merely saved have the right to blame him? The first generation brave wished for the swordsman's name to eventually be lifted from the darkness of history. I want to fulfill that wish. The emperor opened the book. It was a book without an author's name, an unknown author's book. However, it was kept in a place where only the royal family could read. It was Ul who found it. The book was about the fight against the demons 500 years ago, and the names of the two swordsmen who contributed the most in that fight were written on the last page. One was the first generation brave, and the other. As the ruler of a nation that has existed for 500 years, I, Emperor Johannes, apologize for the mistake made 500 years ago. We should not have forgotten. The name of the swordsman erased from history was Arvane Knox. Here and now, in the name of the emperor, I return this name. For protecting humanity 500 years ago. And now, for continuing to be a guardian of humanity as an SS-ranked adventurer. I give my gratitude and apologize for these two things. Thank you, and I am sorry. Descendant of Knox. No name. The emperor bowed his head quietly. In accordance, all the royalty present stood up and bowed their heads. Chapter 494. A long-cherished desire. The apology from the Adler family was an event that was unusual on a continental scale. It was not an apology as an individual, but as a clan. An empire that has certainly existed as a powerful nation since 500 years ago. Its imperial family understands the weight of time that No Name bears because they themselves are the same. That's why they apologized on behalf of the continent. No Name remained silent at the behavior of the Adler family. Say something. You. The Golden Eagle family. I now understand why many have been fascinated by your clan. After telling them that, No Name quietly knelt down. And then, for 500 years, it was our clan's longing to regain our name. I thought there was no other way but to win against the brave and announce it ourselves. But there were people in the empire who did not forget our clan's name. I sincerely thank you, Your Majesty. There is no need for thanks. This name is something you won. If you were to be trounced by Elna, I would not have allowed the reward. This Emperor Johannes acknowledges it. Your clan is indeed on par with the clan of the brave. Saying that, the Emperor stopped the magical device in the Colosseum. Its role was done. Witnesses were made throughout the continent. SS-ranked adventurer No Name is the descendant of Arvane Knox, whose name was erased from history 500 years ago, and now she stands shoulder to shoulder with the clan of the brave after 500 years. That's all that needs to be conveyed. No Name. The magical device has been stopped. My voice will only reach those in this place. Even so, if you don't mind, could you tell us your name? The Emperor asked for No Name's personal name. Arvane Knox is the name of the ancestor. No Name is the name inherited. Now, the current No Name in this place should have a name. Hence the question. But, Your Majesty, I certainly do have a name. But, I am also a warrior. I have at least some pride. I cannot announce my name after a draw. I will announce my name on another occasion. I see. I was impolite. Forgive me. After hearing the Emperor's words, No Name bowed and left the Colosseum. Elna called out to No Name. Why don't you at least tell me? Are you curious? Of course. Are you planning to go by No Name forever? It meant just a nameless person, but now No Name is my adventurer name. As an SS-ranked adventurer, many people understand me. Even if I could announce my real name, I will continue to be No Name. Saying that, No Name picked up the mask she first discarded and put it back on. At that action, Elna made a sour face. Why do adventurers like masks? Why don't you try one on? No thanks. Don't push your tastes on me. That's a shame. Are you really going to leave without announcing it? It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This kind of opportunity is rare. It's a chance to appeal to oneself. It's a pity to waste this chance after waiting 500 years. That's what her words were about. If you're so curious about my name, I'll tell you if you can beat me the next time. What did you say? Are you saying I can't win the rematch? Well, who knows? Saying that, No Name held out her hand. Elna was not dull enough to mistake it for a handshake. She handed her own magic sword given by Chloe to No Name. I will win the next time we fight. I'll return those words to you. Saying that, No Name turned her back on Elna and descended to the passage of the Colosseum. There, Chloe was waiting. Good job. No Name. Thank you. This sword too. I was able to fight without regrets thanks to your sword. Well, if it helped you, the sword is happy too. Let's go to the dressing room. You need to get your wounds treated. Returning the two swords to Chloe, No Name began to walk. But her pace was slow. Chloe looked curiously at No Name. And then, are you crying? I'm not crying. Is that so? Just my impression then. It was kind indeed. In many ways. Yes. It was kind. The two carried on their slow walk while having such a conversation. During the walk, No Name staggered and had to steady herself against a wall. Are you okay? Yes. It seems I exerted myself more than I thought. Hold on to me. Chloe offered her shoulder to No Name, then made her walk. If you're going to collapse, do it in the dressing room. You should hold your pride till the end. Yes. Let's push on a little longer. Saying so, No Name managed a small smile. Section. After the duel, 4 SS-ranked adventurers gathered at the Imperial city's wall. Here, Silver. Igor handed Silver a card, which was a magical device. The former No Name gave me the absolute authority of command over the guild. She apparently thought it was too dangerous to face us 3, so she handed it over easily. The 3 had visited the former No Name at Silver's request before they came to the Imperial city. Their purpose was to seize the magical device, the core of the absolute command authority over the guild. With demons existing, such a magical device that could command the guild was too dangerous. Hence they moved to eliminate it. You gave us quite the trouble. Saying so, Silver destroyed the magical device in front of the 3. It was dangerous to leave it intact. Was it really good to leave her alive? Someone consumed by resentment like that won't give up, you know? Even so, if we had killed her here, it would have been backstabbing. The current No Name wouldn't accept it. No matter what, she's her family. If we had killed the predecessor while she was in the Imperial city, it would leave a curse. That's true. But it's too easy to escape the guild's surveillance, right? She's a former SS-ranked adventurer, after all. Let's leave that to the current generation. There's no reason for No Name's family to be bound by resentment anymore. The rest is a matter of individuals living in the present. No Name achieved her purpose. She regained her name and her honor. The Imperial royal family even apologized on behalf of humanity for a past mistake. No one would complain. We've at least eliminated the worry about the guild being manipulated. We can probably get all the SS-ranked adventurers in line. Next is the kingdom. If there's a chance that demons are present, it's in that country. Saying so, Silver turned his gaze towards the west. Chapter 495. Convinced. Ouch, ouch. My stomach hurts. If it hurts that much, you should get someone to treat you. If I get treated, they'll think I struggled. I could have one if I had 5 more seconds. Elna was groaning in pain on the bed in my room. That's expected. She received several punches from No Name, taught directly by Linares. Especially midway, No Name shifted her attacks to deal internal damage when she sensed Elna was diverting the force. All right, I got it. You don't believe me, do you? Elna grimaced as she sat up. The shocking part was that she could move if she tried. According to Chloe, No Name could barely move and absolutely needed treatment. Considering their state after the match, Elna's claim of victory within 5 more seconds might not be a boast. No name was saved by time. That's one way to see it. But this isn't about believing or not believing. The result is the result. A draw remains a draw. A mere draw and a draw close to a win are different. A draw is a draw. It's not the same. War. Elna flailed her limbs on the bed. Just like a child. She must have been very frustrated by the draw. She didn't seem to accept it. The opponent is an SS rank adventurer. A draw is a good result. It's the worst. To have a draw in a formal match. I was determined to win. To her, anything but victory is a defeat. No one would belittle the brave family or her. Rather, they must have reassessed their views about how formidable they are. Even my father was thinking about how to reward her. I don't need any reward. I wanted to win. Sigh. It reminds me of her childhood. Every time she lost to the veteran knights she couldn't possibly beat, she would come to my room and sulk. Each time, I told her that if she had gained something, it was her victory. Eventually, she stopped losing, and even if she did lose, she could come to terms with it. But this time, she seemed unable to reconcile with herself. The opponent has been researching the Brave family for a long time. You disregarded that. Isn't that something to be proud of? But are you worried about the promise you made to me? I said I would win. There will always be a next time. If you continue to be strong, no name will surely try to surpass you. Save our promise for that time. With that said, Elna, who hadn't fully accepted it, seemed somewhat convinced. At that moment, Leo entered the room. I knew you'd be here. Was father looking for me? Correct. It seems he wants to commend Elna, the king. But go on. If he offers a reward, ask for a rematch someday. Father won't be able to refuse. There's that option. Brilliant. Elna clapped her hands as if she found a great idea and sat up. She grimaced slightly, but with a show of bravado, she left the room. We'll have to make sure she gets proper treatment later, right? There's no way she'll listen to me. Then we'll force her. She really hasn't changed since she was a kid. I think it's nice. Having someone who doesn't change is important too, Leo said, sitting down on the sofa. It seems he has something to talk about. What's up? It seems that the third prince of the kingdom has become the commander of the entire army. That was predictable. The third prince of the Pelin kingdom. He's a bit older than us. A prodigy once expected to become a martial king who would shoulder the kingdom. Letitia describes the prince as a war genius. Although he has a short battle history, his achievements are immeasurable. So why hasn't such a guy appeared in public until now? It's simple. He was nearly assassinated with drugs and his body became unable to move properly. As a result, the current crown prince, Lucian's position became solid. Even a child would understand who slipped in the drugs. He was said to never side with the crown prince, but I wonder what turn of events brought this on. According to Letitia, he has a sister he's close to. A hostage, her. Well, it's a guy who's trying to oust Letitia. I wouldn't be surprised by anything he does. If the third prince takes the stage, the old stalwarts who have not sworn loyalty to the crown prince will return. In other words, it could lead to a reenactment of the past. A quagmire of a war with the kingdom. More than 10 years ago, the kingdom and the empire fell into a large-scale war, but the imperial army could not penetrate the kingdom's fortress. Only blood was needlessly spilled. We must avoid its recurrence. Letitia's persuasion will not work. It's uncertain whether we can win by fighting head-on, but one thing is certain. We can't stand a chance unless we break away from the Duchy of Albitro. The previous war was the same. When the Albitro Duchy's navy supported the enemy from the sea, the imperial army instantly fell into trouble. The generals who excelled at that time did not side with the crown prince. But now, the kingdom's talents have gathered under the crown prince. If we don't sever our relationship with the Duchy of Albitro, we'll likely face the same conclusion as before. So, I absolutely can't afford to fail, can I? Rather, it's dangerous. There's also the possibility that they've already started making their moves. That might be the case. Well, there's no choice but to go, right? That's true, but I'll think of something. You prepare for the confrontation with the kingdom. They are fully prepared. We can't avoid it. If the tension continues forever, Letitia won't be able to extricate herself from her awkward position. Saying that, I slapped Leo's shoulder. Right now, Letitia is in the Duchy of Clynet, so that she can head to the western border as soon as there's an emergency. Her delicate position is due to the lack of improvement in relations with the kingdom. The only way to get out of this situation is to improve our relationship with the kingdom. It's sad that we can't avoid the war. They're provoking us. We can't just let them trample us. Besides, something's off about that country right now. Saying that, Leo and I cast our gaze westward. Chapter 496. Departure of the Envoy. The next day, I was formally summoned by my father. Of course, it was about going to the Albitro Duchy as an envoy. Do you understand the situation? Up to a certain extent. The key to the war against the kingdom depends on how we can separate the Albitro Duchy. The kingdom has become more serious than we expected. They might have already extended their hands to the duchy. Do you want to call off my dispatch? We can't just cut off our frontline forces. You're the only one who can go. As long as Leo is preparing for the final battle against the kingdom, someone else must go to the Albitro Duchy. However, as long as the Albitro Duchy is supporting them, the kingdom is impregnable. Once it starts, it will become a mired war that lasts for years. Neither side will retreat, and both will only be injured. We currently have two plans in mind. One is strict protection by the royal guard. That would probably just provoke them. I agree. I also think showing off our military power is a bad plan. Prime Minister Franz agreed, and he began to speak about the second plan. It's somewhat risky, but I believe we should limit the number of guards. Emphasizing dialogue with the prince is key. Ever since Prince Leonard and Prince Arnold went to the duchy, the prince has consistently been a pro-empire person. Do you believe the prince has the power to move the country? The kingdom and the duchy have been in a long alliance. There are many people who feel grateful for that. However, the situation has changed. It would be futile for us to explain that. The new generation should do it. Surely, the favor towards the empire versus the favor towards the kingdom, there's no need to compare them. The duchy is a small country. They can't just be observers. They have to side with one. It's a tough choice. It would be easier for them to listen to the prince's words than mine. So, what happens if we fail? If the duchy decides to side with the kingdom, I could become a prime hostage. I would be handed over to the kingdom. If the number of guards is limited, escaping would be extremely difficult. For that, well, I was against it. If we can't bring more than necessary guards, preparing for the worst is difficult. Therefore, we need to make sure the worst doesn't happen. That's why we'll increase the number of potential hostages. To put pressure on them, saying you know what happens if something goes wrong. Exactly. The problem is who to choose. It should be just me and Finn. If that's not enough, add someone from the royal family, either Krista or Rupert. Don't joke around. It's unthinkable to involve the children. The children are part of the royal family too. But if that's the case, let's go with me and Finn. The two of you would provide enough pressure. Putting too much pressure could hinder negotiations, so this should be just right. The discussion wraps up quickly. Father grimaces. As a father, he was probably against sending Finn. But he outright denied involving the children at first. Now, he can't object to Finn going, or the discussion won't proceed. If Finn agrees, I have no objections. Then, I'll persuade her. Saying that, I bow and turn my back. Father calls out to me as I do. Arnold. What is it? Don't do anything reckless. If you become hostages, that's fine. If they see value in you, they will treat you well. Is that not shameful? Your life is more important than shame. With a nod to my father's words, I left the room. Section. Several days later, Finn and I were in a carriage leaving the Imperial capital. Take care, brother, Finn. Yes, we'll be back, Lord Leo. Well, if it's too much, we'll come back. Don't worry. I said that to Leo, who had come to see us off. Of course, it was just to make him feel better, and Leo understood that. But, if he starts worrying now, it would be too much for him to handle. I'm not worried. If you become hostages, I'll come to rescue you. I look forward to it. Yeah, keep looking forward. After such a conversation, Elna hurried out from the castle. She seemed to have rushed to finish her work. Finn. Lady Elna. Geez. I wouldn't worry if I could go with you. But the Chancellor dismissed it. Don't be reckless. Both of you. There's no need to worry. We have Sebas with us, and Captain Finn is part of our escort. But still. Elna grabs Finn's hand with a worried look. Normally, she would be the one calming down a nervous Finn. Honestly, it's about time. Let's go. Don't worry. We have a good chance. Really. So, get ready. When I return, it'll be a full-fledged war with the kingdom. We'll make our mark there and surpass Brother Eric. The throne is right before us, right? Are you prepared? Of course. I'm ready. Good. Then, we'll be on our way. Waving our hands at the two, Finn and I set off for the duchy. I'm excited to go to the duchy. If the kingdom has reached out, we're jumping into a trap. There are things you can only gain by diving into danger. That's true. I feel reassured with you around. I feel secure being by your side too, Ansama. While we're having such a conversation, a white flying dragon cries in the sky. Looking up, Finn was flying in the air as an escort. Well, let's see what's going to happen. I mumbled and closed my eyes. Chapter 496.5. Possession Summoning. On the way to the principality, I found myself standing in an empty white space while I should have been sleeping in an inn in the city where we took a break. Where is this? While guessing it must be some sort of mental world, there didn't seem to be a host around. After waiting for a bit, a little boy suddenly appeared before me. He was a blond boy with eyes bluer than black. His attire suggested he belonged to the Imperial family. He was fidgety, not able to meet my gaze properly. However, I didn't recognize such a member of the Imperial family. Did you summon me? Yes. I apologize. I had an idea of what he had used. One of the ancient magics, possession summoning. It allowed one to make someone else possess them, with the help of a special magical tool. However, it wasn't as simple as just anyone. The compatibility had to be right. Furthermore, only children could use it. An adult with a defined ego wouldn't be able to accept the possessing soul, and you could only use it once in your life. It was a heavy burden of a magic. But among the ancient magics, it wasn't governed by aptitude. As long as there was enormous magic power and good compatibility with the summoned soul, it would be successful. After all, it's just lending your body. Why did you summon me? You're the strongest person I know. That's quite the compliment. While shrugging my shoulders, I let out a sigh. He knew I was strong. This meant he was not a member of the Imperial family of my time. He was a member of the royal family living in a future era. I've never heard of someone from the past being possessed, but perhaps that's a feat that only the Adler bloodline can achieve. Normally, it would have to be someone within the summoner's lifetime. Close relatives who had passed away were the most common targets. If I had any connection to this boy and was dead, the version of me right before my death should have been summoned. By that logic, this was a special case among special cases. I'm sure that once I leave this place, I won't remember this. Can you respond to my summoning? It's a dangerous magic. I won't ask how you can use it, or who you are. But I do have one question. Why do you need my power? My brother is fighting, and I don't have the power to help him. So you're relying on someone else? Yes, I am relying on you. For the first time, the boy looked me straight in the eyes. His eyes were definitely those of an Adler. I had thought about refusing if he had said this was just a one-time thing, but this kid knew what he was doing. He knew now was the time to get help. He knew when he absolutely had to rely on someone else. He didn't just whimsically summon me. He summoned me as his trump card, The best he could do. Remember this well. Unfairness can strike at any time. You lose your trump card with this. Make sure you prepare another one. Got it? Yes. You're a good boy. I lightly patted his head and walked past him. It was time for a baton pass. Well, there are some familiar faces here. In front of me was a giant turtle. Knights on horses were running around it, seemingly trying to draw its attention. I was standing on the city wall, and I understood the situation. They were trying to keep this city out of its reach. A blonde young man with a distinctive voice was shouting, "Knights! It's not as terrifying as before. Magic works to some extent. We just need to buy time for the civilians to escape. Let's hold it off here." While raising his sword, the young man continued to inspire the knights on horseback. Looking back, it seemed that the evacuation of the civilians was going well. "Your Highness, please, you must also escape. Don't be a fool. As long as I'm here, the royal guards will continue to fight with desperation. Even in terms of hastening reinforcements from the capital, I cannot retreat. But, enough. If I die here, so be it. I might not have massive magical power or the sword skills, but I do have my conviction. I will be the emperor. How could I abandon my knights and people and save only myself? I am of some use if I stay here. Let me." He understood that his presence would speed up the reinforcements. And the knights would also fight harder. That's why he stayed here even though he couldn't change the situation. To delay the worst-case scenario, if only a little. He wasn't a hero. He didn't have such power. But, do you have something you want to save? Yes, there is. Please save them. The boy answered modestly. There was a fervent wish in his eyes. I see. As I spoke, I pointed my right hand towards the giant turtle, the spirit turtle. It was then that I noticed. Something felt off. I was still in the form of Arnold. That wouldn't do. Looks like the form is important after all. Saying so, I changed my attire to that of silver. There was no mask in sight, so I used an illusion. But the feeling was all silver. Once again, I pointed my right hand towards the spirit turtle. I am the executor of the heavenly decree. I am the one who knows the laws of heaven and earth. The time of judgment has come. The guilty shall tremble and the innocent shall rejoice. My words are the words of God. My strike is the strike of God. This hand holds the scourge that burns the heavens. O heavenly flame, reduce the guilty to ashes. Execution prominence. It was a magic that didn't work on the spirit turtle in the past. But this time, it was effective. The spirit turtle was blown back significantly by the giant flame. Reinforcements. Yes. Your younger brother summoned me. Using teleportation magic, I jumped down to where the young man was and met his gaze. Like his younger brother, he had a good eye. SS-class adventurer. Silver. The very mage of silver annihilation? Indeed. So, I won't listen beyond that. You should just be grateful to your younger brother and reflect on the situation you're in. A sermon right off the bat. The young man frowned but nodded several times. However, I will give thanks and reflect. But I won't accept a sermon from you. You solve most of your problems with magic and then act all high and mighty. Magic is one of my strengths. If you don't like it, acquire something comparable. There's nothing wrong with being powerless, but remember, there's only so much you can do if you're powerless. As I grinned, the young man grimaced, perhaps realizing what kind of face I was making. Then, let me show you the benefits of having power. I rose into the air and spread my arms. My magical power was already gathered. The spirit turtle had also regained its posture. It seemed to have felt the difference in power and was trying to harden itself. Not on my watch. Muttering softly, I brought my hands together in front of my chest. A silver orb began to form between my hands. I am the one who knows the principle of silver. I am the chosen one of the true silver. The silver star came from the sea of stars, illuminating the earth and making the heavens tremble. Its silver radiance is the truth of God. Its silver brilliance is the grace of heaven. Silver flash of an instant, endless silver brilliance. O silver light, duel in my hand, to annihilate the insolent silvery ray. When I crushed the silver orb, the 7 spheres of light that had been deployed around me simultaneously shone a silver light towards the spirit turtle. In an instant, the spirit turtle's body was blown away, returning to magical power again. Having confirmed that sight, I turned around to say something to the young man. However, there was an unexpected person next to the young man. A knight dressed in all black armor. Clearly, he was in a different league from the others. "You're late, I've already solved the problem." I didn't expect a prior visitor, and to think it was Silver himself. "It seems you have a proper guard." "Well, considering you didn't make it in time, I'm not sure if guard is the right term." "That's... give it up. You can't win a verbal fight." The young man stopped the Black Knight from saying anything else. And then, as if telling him to go home quickly, he waved his hand. With a wry smile at such a young man, I landed on the ground and closed my eyes. Section. When I opened my eyes, I was on the bed in the inn. Finn was beside me. "Good morning, Aunt Sama." "Ah, good morning. Is something the matter?" "No. I can't remember very well. I think I had a dream." "A dream? What kind of dream was it?" "Nothing important. I just remember the guy in my dream being a bit cheeky." Saying that, I got out of bed. End of Volume 12.